Do 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 do. Hey, hello everybody. Hello everybody. How you doing? How you doing? Yeah. So I was just kind of hanging out, doing my podcast, and I was setting up the podcast and just listening to some other stuff. And I realized there's a ton of you guys out there. Okay, a ton. There's like a couple of you. Hi Kraus, hi Wheels, and some other people I didn't recognize. So I decided to hop in and say hi, guys. Oh, that's what's going on. Oh, I was wondering why I could hear everything. And my guest, my one client that comes in here for fishing without bait, he's so soft spoken, and I always have to crank up the gain to make sure I get him without kind of blowing out. But then I get all the background stuff going on. So, like, I don't know. But you, of course, you have, like, this horrible hiss on the live stream anyways, which one day I'll fix, I hope, maybe. How's this look? I changed this recently, this angle. I want more of this, I think. 'Cause I want, like, over here is the idea, right? Like that? All right, so you're going to see me fixing things now, or you're going to hear things stop as I fix things like that. How's everybody doing out there in the chat room? Oh, is this Terry in the chat? Terry is Nicholas for some reason. Yeah, bear with us. We'll get going here in a moment. I'm unfortunately a little behind on setup today. I've been doing so well the last few weeks as well, but not this week. Let's get something. Let's get it started in here. Do you have, are you able to message me on Hangout there? Yeah, we'll probably be about another 20 minutes at this. Wait on Chilla. Chilla's going to be in studio today. So that's going to be a thing. Be good. I haven't had anybody in studio for a little bit. I miss studio people. Okay, we got that. That's not even set up right. Ah, none of this is right. All this is wrong. So very wrong. I set up my sources because they're all jacked up. That is the right laptop. That is the right thing there. What the hell is that? Oh. Looking at these desktops are not what I expect them to be. So that is, oh, that's chat. That's going to be chat tonight. And we have this. That is my laptop. Hey. So you're a MacBook tonight. This is nothing. Who am I missing? I'm missing an iMac. iMac's not loaded. That's why. Didn't hit everything up yet. Desktop presenter. That's going. So how's everybody doing? I am oddly light on my tech activity this week. Like as far as news and stuff, I don't know what it was. Everybody was talking about numbers, and I got bored apparently. So kind of figuring out. I'm hoping Chilla's got some really cool stuff. I can usually count on Chilla for just having a lot of really cool stuff for us to talk about. So, working it. Downloading a couple things. Yes, everything just got stacked up. I had an interview to shoot today over in East Liberty. I had an awesome sit down with some people I hope to talk about sooner or later. I think I need to check out what their public persona is right now, because they're going to start a thing And I don't know what all they got out there. I mean, it's not like I signed anything, but I want to make sure I'm not, well, I guess we're not recording officially. There's Alex. Hey, Alex. Alex wants to get on every podcast, it seems, when he gets a good connection. I got somebody else wanted to jump on Indy Mayhem tonight. Chilla is here. The pizza's over on the computer behind you. Good sir. Green mic tonight. No, Terry, our Patreon, will be joining us online. I believe she's in the chat. And as soon as I get my wits about me, I'll be able to bring her in. I got the Chilla Cam ready. Boom. Chilla Cam still has a Christmas tree on it. Yep. I'll readjust that as well. Check out the 2-shot that I found. Like how everything's kind of angled there. Mm-hmm. Like subtly. It's there. No dudders tonight. Stupid penguins. She's overdue. She's overdue to be back. How you doing, Mr. Chilla?
Not too shabby. How are you, sir?
All right.
So I do need headphones.
You will need headphones. Crunch. Hear that?
That is the sound of inevitability.
Is that what that is? I just thought it was a slice of pizza.
That's a line from The Matrix.
Oh. I have been, okay. I got my awesome thing. You just reminded me. Thank you so much. Because I have been checking out Plex, finally. And I'm all aboard the Plex train. If you notice those DVDs over in those chairs to your right, that's part of my digitization process.
Ah.
So that's happening. I figure I'm long overdue, and I realize, like, you know what? I don't need all these DVDs here. Like, I'm just going to grab all the, like, cool ones to put on my shelf, like all the superhero ones and stuff, and maybe some of the wrestling ones, because that's quaint, and throw everything else in a box in a closet.
Now, are you using Handbrake? What are you using to...
Handbrake. I'm just throwing it on the normal setting, nothing spiffy. Toss it in. Plexing it. We instead of like catching up on shows, we spent our Saturday and Sunday evenings we're just going through old movies on Plex that we haven't watched in forever. Which is amazing. Freaking amazing.
Okay, so is that gonna be your awesome thing of the week?
I think so. It's a new to me thing. And you can get a lot done without paying for it. I'm still trying to decide, like, why would I pay for this thing? A little bit. But I don't... I'm presuming to do something outside the house, because I'm pretty sure everything works on just being that internal thing, if I'm correct. So... I keep going to things to see if I have a message, and I keep forgetting. Although she gave me a straw. I think I hear us resonating in the living room now. We are loud and hyped. What am I showing you guys? Is this my email? I shouldn't be showing you guys my email. That's a concern. Yeah, I'm showing you my email again. And my DMs. Yep. No privacy here. Nothing important there either, I don't think. I need to get her online. I don't think I know her Google. Google? Wait. I am remaining and will forever be hyped. Terry, if you're out there, I don't know what your... I'm not sure if I know what your hangout thing is. Did I miss a step? I think I did something wrong here. I think I forgot to invite her to the document. Pretty sure I screwed this up. Chill, it's one of those nights.
Oh, not a problem. Not a problem.
I mean, I had one of these for a while.
I'm getting pizza grease on my keyboard.
Pizza greasing the keyboard.
I need a keyboard squeegee.
Did I? I swear I'm confusing her and other shows that I'm setting up, I think. Because
I see an anonymous beaver in the document.
Oh. Okay.
Did you see that in the top of the document? I've never seen that before.
I see that. Yeah, if you have... because I think I have it set that anybody with the link can go in, and I feel like she emailed me and says, hey, use this, because she didn't have a Google account of some sort.
Now there's an anonymous pumpkin.
Anonymous pumpkin. Yeah, so you'll see an icon for anybody viewing the document.
Ah.
Are you able to pull the mic closer to you? Because the closer it is to you, the less sensitive I have to make it.
For you, Sorg, not a problem.
What am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? Gurgles. Pizza gurgles.
That's my stomach.
Pizza gurgles. Figuring out this puzzle. Oh, there it is. No, that's not it. I just had two scenarios. Well, I'll get this. There's a lot of numbers. Like I said, there was a lot of number stories this week. So
yeah, the number stories, like I'll talk about one of them. Did you see the IDC numbers? But I'm gonna put a different spin on them. Like, I feel like numbers are becoming a gimmick.
a little bit.
Like, look at our numbers.
Right. Well, and even like the insane stuff of like people are saying, well, Apple's not in a good spot. You know, like that.
So from a growth perspective, we've all been expecting
absolutely insane.
They're in a perfect financial spot from a company perspective.
Right. And between
from a growth perspective.
And then the same discussion with Twitter. Yeah. Twitter wouldn't be under much pressure with the stuff that they have if it wasn't for boards. I never want to be a publicly traded company. That's what I'm learning from this. Like, no matter what I put out, I just do not want to get... Because if you do well enough, then you'll never do well enough.
Well, that's like that whole thing, didn't they? They covered that topic on... What's that HBO show about the startup?
Silicon Valley.
Silicon Valley. They covered that in like the first, or in the beginning, I think, of the second season about, don't go in with a huge number and make sure you can pace growth over multiple years.
We're learning from the comedy on HBO about this kind of stuff.
But that kind of stuff, I mean,
but it's that's right.
kind of based on reality in that aspect.
Right. Doors that go like this. Doors go like this. What is this? What is this? Does that mean? I'm Carol. Okay, I am Carol and Virginia. So don't let that. Fuzzwad's in here. Holy crap. All right, I want to set up your camera while I'm at it. Bink. Oh. So, I said I might mention this on the show, but so I met with these guys today. They're doing a production podcasty kind of rent a studio thing today. Called Studio Me. Going to be opening over there in East Liberty.
Cool.
It seems like it's really just kind of like a podcast studio, video podcast studio, video editing suite, like green screen room, like it's just boom, ready to go. It's crazy.
Now, is the anticipation they rent it out and do all the publishing and posting for you, or is it you rent it out and it's all self-service?
You rent it out, and if you want, you can hire a professional. So
From them or bring your own?
I think either or. So it can be a full service. That's kind of like what Work Hard. I mean, this is a little more fleshed out, I think, than Work Hard is in this aspect. But Work Hard is all about, like, they allow nonprofits to come in. Fuzz finally remembered it was a Tuesday on a Tuesday. They actually let nonprofits come in and use green screen and everything whenever they want, for free. But then since there's guys like me and other web people there, they can offer the digital services through the place too. So All right. Fuzzy. Let's see. Fuzzy, we gotta get back in the cycle too. It's been a while. We are in contact with our guest. She put something else on here. There we go. That was the missing piece of the puzzle. The proper email. That's what I'm missing. So I'm finding holes in a lot of my setup processes here, Shilla.
Mm-hmm.
As far as scheduling and making sure everybody knows the tech, I have been missing pieces like, hey, I should probably know your email address so I know who to call. I give the tech specs. That's in a Google Doc, and that should be okay. But then I forget the part is like, oh, by the way,
I need your Gmail
who are
account.
you on Google Plus? I've been cheating and just kind of finding the people, as I have interviews, but that didn't work out this week. PGH, there it is. So, I think we will be debuting this week. I think officially we're debuting this week. It's on the website. We're good to go. AwesomeCast, the logo is over there. The Rivers Edge PGH.com.
Now, they're replaying
They're replaying, like, tonight's show will air
tomorrow,
Thursday morning.
Thursday morning.
And we're paired up with, oh, there she is. Paired up with, before us is Funny Money. Apparently they talk financial, but I think they're comedians. So
interesting.
It's actually like it's a little more accessible.
Now,
there you go.
Do they record so I can go back and listen, or it's only
yeah.
live?
Yeah, they're recorded. So you can Hello.
Hello.
Hello. All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have a
Super.
very fuzzy Chilla image. Give me a moment, and you'll have a half decent shot of me. I just got to switch up a couple things here. So, one moment.
Let's see here. I should probably fire up the old.
You're our first. Oh.
Hello.
I can hear you. I just can't see you.
Hi. I should be on in a moment. Maybe. Hold on. Let me kick this over. I see myself. Hold on. Chilla, you're hot.
I know. Thanks.
Hey. No, the lights are.
Do you have some gels to throw over them?
Hey, some gels. What the hell do you think this is? Do you have gels?
Some saran wrap?
Some saran.
Some black Sharpie marker?
There it is. Am I in? Do you see me?
I can see you teeny tiny, and you're there.
Hello.
He's a tiny little Sorg.
All right. So, as I talk, it's probably going to pop up that image of me.
It does.
So you can just kind of click on me over there, and then Chilla's over there, and it was getting a camera. So there's a camera for him, but it's not going to react like a normal Google Hangout because everything's coming through one feed, basically. So
there he is.
Kind of set that up however you feel comfortable. Not that you're going to see much of him. I can actually probably rearrange that so it actually points at him.
No, I'm looking at his crotch, so there's that.
So,
Is there another video camera?
yeah, right here.
Ah.
This one from like 1995 over here. Looking at you.
Sorg, what kind of operation are you running here?
Hey, you got clothes on. That's good.
I'll start wearing a kilt.
Oh, heavens. I'd have been really, really surprised when this went live. Like, oh my God, what have they asked me to do?
That's really bright.
Yeah, I don't know.
Turn that back up. Face that back up. I can't see you. Or I can't see through you. That looks pretty good.
It does have an interesting look to it. You look better. I mean, it's gonna look worse over there. You look okay over here. It's a really interesting effect happening
Marvelous.
over there. All right, Yeah, you can actually see him now. Good. Okay. I need to set up your title. Do you want me to just throw up at Thistlesea on it? Or-
I think that is. I mean, that's fine. You can put my name or Thistlesea or whatever you like.
Well, I usually just do like name and then a Twitter account or something.
That's fine. Yep. I don't tweet a lot for Thistlesea. My own is TEHAM.
Yeah,
TEHAM.
let's go ahead and do that because we're going to be mentioning the company, so you guys get the plug and everything.
Okay.
So just set this up. You just gotta cue this up. Are you ready for this?
I think so. I didn't explain to my dad what a podcast was. That was pretty
funny. I think I don't know. Did I get you the doc today?
Yeah, I have it.
Okay, good. Okay, and you have an awesome thing of the week, and
I have one.
Okay, you're all set there. You up there? Boom. Probably just Chilla, your camera's so far away. You just got this like you just like in the center of the shot.
It's okay.
it's fine. It's fine.
It's an environmental portrait.
It kind of is, you know. Terry, probably if can you tilt your camera a little bit so your head's kind of touching the top of the shot. Yeah, there you go. There
Better?
you go. Yeah. Because that way you're not trying to get you to not hide behind the title that I got set up for you. So
Gotcha.
I need to work on the sizing for those. I need to set up one more thing for you, and we'll be good to go. I think that's it. Chilla, don't let me forget what I told you was my awesome thing of the week, because I just almost forgot it again. Give us a number. We're skipping for everybody out there. I can see that happening. Hello. All right. Chill, are you ready?
I am ready to rock and roll.
You have nommed on our sponsor already.
Google.
You got that out of the way?
Yes.
What am I doing? I kind of have a dual awesome thing of the week now I think about it, because I also installed Synergy last week.
Did you use like the cool Mac GUI, or did you use like the command line craziness to try to configure it?
For Synergy?
Yeah.
Oh, I used the GUI.
Okay.
Oh, I'm using the GUI.
Because originally all there was the command line, and then someone wrote like a really nice.
Really? Because I've never seen a command line, because I used it like ages ago, like in this setup.
Did you set it up on the? So when you set it up between the Macs and the PCs,
I went to the thing and I bought the thing for $10. Like during AwesomeCast last week, I went and bought the thing.
There's a thing you can buy?
Yeah, it used to be for free.
Yeah.
But now they have like some licenses, and I can't remember what the difference between the licenses are. But I just remember I used it before. I definitely need this now because I'm tired. You see me kind of reaching for like this mouse over here, and like reaching over to this computer and trying to use that mouse, and behind this laptop is a hidden mouse for this up here. I got to stop doing that. I really need to stop doing that. And I was inspired by at a hardware store, the Pit Mesh people, Meta Mesh people. He had like 3 Ubuntu screens across the top, and then 2 Windows screens, and he was going back and forth because he was setting up a server for me.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just like, "Oh, that's right. That's something I can do. That's something I used to do. I need to bring that back."
So this is interesting. I'm gonna have to look at the new.
Yeah, I haven't looked at it in years, like in years. But all right, maybe I'll kind of have a dual awesome thing because
Pro.
that
Did you
works.
get Pro or did you get Basic?
I probably got basic. I didn't even think about it. I just went ahead and threw my PayPal in there and just did it. So, all right, let's do a show. 284. 5-year anniversary coming up, by the way.
Wow.
Maybe we'll
Congratulations. That's pretty exciting.
we just had our 10-year for Mayhem. So maybe I'll just rent out Looking for Group yet again, and we'll do that. So sometime in June, probably. All right. Audio backup's going. Guys in the chat room. Let's have fun.
You have over 12 days of AwesomeCasts if you played them back to back.
Is that guessing that they're all an hour apiece?
Yeah.
That's a mistake. And I don't think there's been short ones.
You mean they're all over an hour?
Most likely.
Right. So you have at least 13
At least
days.
13 days. Okay. Wow. Hey, guys, it's the AwesomeCast. No. Hey, guys, it's the AwesomeCast. I'm Mike Sorgatron on the Twitter here in the Mayhem Studios in Pittsburgh, PA, ready to get geeky, talk tech with you guys from the people using this stuff all around in different groups and different areas and different expertises and professionalisms. Yes, We're making up words tonight. With me back in Studio A, it is John Chichilla at Chill on the Twitter with a new lighting situation.
I'm liking it. I'm liking the look.
You like it? Looks. It's dark. It's even. I don't know. We just don't point any lights at you, but they're on in spirit.
I'm a shining beacon of light all on my own.
That's right. We're lighting experts over here. How do you light a podcast? Well, we're still figuring it out. And also, this is a first for the show. So we started Patreon probably about a year ago, right? And we've had some people contributing for a while, and over in the Mayhem show, we had usually the people have already been on, or we bring them back in, and so this is the first of this. First of all, the first Patreon for this show, Terry Hammond of Thistle Seed Business Development, those mysterious people up in Cranberry we've learned about over the last year, is joining us on the show right now. How you doing?
I'm great. Thank you so much for asking. This is my first podcast in my whole life, so it's a first for you and for me.
Excellent. This is this is new for this show, and we're hoping to get some more people to come in. And you're of course been on for a while, but it's interesting because we met well before, right? I believe it was an Alpha Lab open coffee that we had run into each other.
Yes, and actually you started talking about how you were podcasting and how long you'd been doing it and enjoying it, and it was the conversation was I was really interested, and then you started talking about how you were podcasting professional wrestling, which I know almost nothing about, and I was like, wow, this is passion right here. That we work with business owners we work a lot with people that are really passionate about what they do, so I don't know, I was intrigued upon meeting you then.
Awesome. Well, great to have you on. Great to see what do you think about stuff going on in the tech world, what your awesome things are, and everything like that as we go here. And everybody, please check us out, AwesomeCast.net. That's where the show lives, and of course our awesome chat as well. We had a really fantastic interview actually on our awesome chat this past week. You remember we talked about a little camera a little bit ago called the Movi 4K camera that it had that interesting thing where you use your phone and you pick the shots. Well, that led to, of course, it's something being pointed out by livestream.com actually, and that led to them getting to us on Twitter, and we talked to Max Hote, the co-founder of livestream.com, actually on the show. Really cool talk with him, and it really dove really into the tech of that and how that works. So it was really interesting from a videography kind of standpoint for me, and it is a cool kind of thing that for kind of newbies to the area that want to live stream and do something a little higher end and have $300 or $400 to rock into it. But I think it was a really good one over at AwesomeCast.net. You can also follow us at AwesomeCast on the Twitter. You can check us out on YouTube, iTunes, Stitcher, Spreaker, iHeartRadio. We got a great Facebook group as well under AwesomeCast, so please join us over there. You can also now, of course, live. We're live every Tuesday about 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time, barring me maybe being a little late and setting everybody up. You might get a little bit of that going on. But you can also now go to riversedgepgh.com, and we're actually hanging out over there on Thursday mornings. You can catch a replay of the show on your drive into work or the kickoff that Thursday morning. Maybe that can be the way that you listen to the show from now on. Our good friends over there, and as actually on the River Talk radio show, you can check out the replay over there. That is episode, I know I have it linked over at awesomecast.net, but if you go check out episode 46, almost got that wrong, 46 over there, and we're chatting about probably about a third into that, and we talk about AwesomeCast, we talk about the community, including our awesome Patreons actually got mentioned, like Terry, and a little bit about pro wrestling, of course, because let's be honest, it always kind of goes around to pro wrestling, doesn't it, with me? So as you know, but and like Terry here. You can also follow our Patreon, patreon.com/awesomecast. If you're getting any value out of this, if you want to support the show, and of course we don't expect everybody to. We're plenty happy if you guys share the show and everything. But as Terry knows, they're at the $5 level, which we've kind of turned into the executive producer level for the show, and you guys get some extra goodies out of that, at being at that level, right?
It's true. I have fantastic executive producer business cards, and to get a little extra peek into what's going on in the show in advance. But I think the nicest part about being a Patreon, nothing to do with the things that you get, but it's the sense that you feel excited and happy and proud to like help someone produce something that they care about, that's important, that's enhancing the community and people's lives. So like I have a little piece of that, and I love that.
Awesome. And thank you so much, and thank you also to Mike Fedora, at Mike Fedora Show on the Twitter as well, another executive producer. He also got the business cards, and thank you so much. And I encourage anybody. It's a new way to doing it, and I'm hoping if we build this up enough. We've been looking at stuff for advertising, but I really want Patreon to be the way that these kinds of shows get supported around here, and so we don't have to do that. So give back if you can, share the show. Otherwise, either way, we really appreciate it. And we're talking to a lot of really great people out there, and a lot of people saying I've been running into in the wild at these entrepreneurial things I've been going to that have been listening to the shows and had some really, really great things to say about that. I really appreciate that. All right, let's get into it with our awesome things of the week. I don't want to put Terry on the spot, since she's new. Let's give her a comfort zone here. So I'm going to start with John this week. So John Chilla, what is your awesome thing of the week?
So my awesome thing of the week is the Gear 360 virtual reality camera.
Oh.
So I tweeted about this.
Yeah, you caught my interest on this one, buddy.
So Samsung has kind of obviously this leaked, but it's going. I can't imagine, based on the attention that it's getting, it not being formally announced here in the next couple weeks. But this is a virtual reality camera, and it's going to accompany the release of the Galaxy S7. I don't think you're going to get one of these free with every S7 or anything, but it's going to be a device that kind of probably goes along with the Galaxy Gear VR. This is more of your kind of home version. There's no price yet, but it does do a 360-degree recording via dual lenses, or 180 degrees via single lens. It can do a maximum resolution of 3840 by 1920 with the dual lenses, or 1920 by 1920 in the single lens mode. I think this would be kind of cool depending on the price point, even if for some of the larger like kind of home renovation stuff I do, if I recorded myself in VR and then time-lapsed it, and you could watch from 360 degrees, like me rebuild my basement, or tear out my backyard, or rebuild my front porch. I just think it would give an interesting aspect to any of those kind of mundane things that you probably wouldn't be that interested in watching me do.
Right.
But if you could watch me do it in 360 degrees time-lapsed,
that makes everything awesome.
That makes everything cool.
So this is a thing that your phone goes into, much like the Gear VR kind of thing, right? And that, like, your phone is still the guts in the technology behind it, right? Like, this is just kind of a UFO looking thing with a bunch of lenses, right?
So they haven't fully filled in the gaps on that. I've heard that this may have onboard storage.
Mm-hmm.
It may complement. Here's the thing: is I find it odd that you would have to plug your phone into this.
I'm trying to figure, like, where does the phone go when I'm looking at this thing?
Like, I'm guessing it would come down through the base or something like that.
Okay.
And it would kind of sit below, so you don't have, because you know how when you see those 360 degree pano photos and even video, you never see, like, when you look directly below, you kind of have that gap where it can't capture.
Right.
I'm guessing that's where, like, you would go. Is the top of it, to me, it looks like there's kind of a power button, and the top of it's maybe a microphone built in. Again, this, I don't think you're going to be filming the next Avengers in VR.
No.
But to me, this is something that's attainable for the amateur at their house that wants to take their own video recording to the next level and kind of produce it in a VR setting. So if I can get my hands on one of them, and or they're relatively inexpensive, I think we definitely need to throw this up for the show and see how it works.
I've been wanting to do because I've been looking at the Ricoh Theta cams, which they're like a $300 or $400 camera that does kind of the same thing, but with like two lenses basically, and stitches it together. Now, is Samsung doing a still camera thing with this, or is this like a video camera?
It's supposed to be video.
It is supposed to be video. Well, that makes things different. Because I've been kind of wondering, like, well, what can I do? What is the need for this? Because I started looking at the 360 video with when I got the Google Cardboard a couple months ago. And that really kind of got my mind going of like, okay, what can we do with this? And is anybody in Pittsburgh doing this, right? Because I feel like there's a lot of stuff in Pittsburgh that I think would be really interesting in 360 degrees. A lot of the scenery, a lot of the architecture, a lot of things happening in neighborhoods. I was talking to somebody today about stuff happened up here in Beachview, and we talked about, hey, if some of the stuff that I'm hearing about, and they actually start developing stuff up here, how much has East Liberty changed? What about seeing that skyline of Beachview that I see from my back porch change over time, right? But what if we just put a camera right in the middle and say, hey, this is Beachview now, and be in the middle of it, and we take a look at that 5 years from now? I think that's a huge opportunity for a lot of things like that.
I think the other place you'll see those being used is by real estate agents who jump on that stuff
totally.
immediately,
Yes.
just like drones, and any kind of leasing offices. Anytime you want to show somebody like what are you getting before you get it, they'll be using it.
Really, anything that you want people to be there, right? Like,
Right.
I mean, I can think more and more like, what is it like to be ringside at a wrestling show? Like, especially for a small indie or something, right? And especially if it's something that I imagine this would become a more affordable way to do that, right? I can see just kind of taking one of these cameras and put them on a post like at that corner right by the entrance ramp at the one show, and having that thing happen, and seeing just everything that happens and all the moving parts, and the fans going crazy and probably playing with the camera, to be quite honest, something like that, or on like the post, or something like we've been wanting to do with a GoPro camera. There's a lot of possibilities, and the more accessible this becomes, the more we can get out there and do some creative things. It's better than GoPro's solution, right? With the YouTube jump idea, that was, geez, what was that? That was like several $1,000s at that point, at least 5,000, I think, but inaccessible for most people, right? And unless you have the right thing that somebody really wants to do it and put in the money for it.
What'll be interesting, and I hope they kind of figure out how they're going to do this, is they need a way, and maybe they can do it through YouTube. They need a way to give you a place to kind of put this so other people can then see it.
Right.
But then also not only see it if you own Galaxy Gear VR.
Right. Well, don't they have that on YouTube, though?
They
Because you
do.
can go in, you can see things, and you can use your mouse to
You
look
can use
around.
your mouse to kind of
Right.
look around. So, and I think Star Wars did that with one of their videos. The video was extremely low quality, but it did work.
Well, the one that they had on or the one they had on Facebook.
The one they had on Facebook
Okay.
was also released. Like, I actually picked. I noticed it on Facebook first,
Yeah.
and then I think YouTube may have picked it up, but it was also on Galaxy Gear VR's VR app.
Mm-hmm.
So I could watch it via the Gear VR, but the quality was
It was rough.
bad.
I noticed how low quality it is. Like on a 5S, I did all the Star Wars app, Google VR stuff, and super super low res. Really cool to be kind of in the scenes, especially having just seen the movie when I was playing with it. Just seeing me. I actually left Big Hero 6 on just so I know where the TV was, so I wouldn't get lost in my living room because I was standing up. But it's a lot of there's definitely a lot of opportunity there, and this seems to be becoming more accessible quicker. I mean, if something like all of these Ricoh Theta cams and this Samsung VR thing pops up around the time when we can actually buy Oculus Rifts and whatever the next the Google Cardboard iteration could be, even just have that to say, hey, everybody can get a cardboard and do this. I mean, that's what they're doing in schools, right? I think that's a really, really cool space to be in, and see what's going to happen from there. So, awesome. Go check that out. Terry, what's your awesome thing of the week?
My awesome thing of the week. So it's the name of it is 7 Shifts, SHIFTS, and it's an app. But it kind of speaks to a specific problem that businesses run into. I kind of tend to look at things through that business lens because that's the brunt of my work at Thistlesea. But 7 Shifts in particular helps owners or managers schedule their employees. And this sounds kind of boring and horrible, but when you look at the fact that before these kinds of things existed and this technology existed, people used literally paper and pen, and then the big improvement to that was using Excel. And so you have a manager spends all of this time scheduling employees. Of course, as soon as the document's created, immediately it is obsolete because people want to switch. And it's a constant battle with this. And it's not convenient for the person doing it at all. It's not convenient for the people using it at all. And it's on top of all that, it just takes a long time. It's hard. So some really smart people, I guess, figured out that this is a really big pain point for businesses. And I really like 7 Shifts. I have some experience in the restaurant industry. I actually used to own a restaurant with my husband. And boy, was this a real big pain point for us. And so they've taken this technology that has existed, I'm sure, for a while. And in particular, 7 Shifts is catered to restaurants where you have people that are working different shifts, splitting shifts, different wages, potentially being in different roles on the same day, on different days. And the really fantastic part is it's not just about like I can now do what I did on paper in an app, but it's also people have the ability to say, I don't feel well or I'd like the day off. I'm giving up my shift. It makes it available to all the other people that are qualified to take it. Someone says, I'll pick it up. A note goes to a manager or supervisor saying, so-and-so wants to switch with this person. They okay it from their phone. And suddenly this task that used to involve telephone calls, all this garbage, it's done. It's done in like 5 seconds. And it's kind of a shock when you're used to doing it this sort of old labor-intensive way. You really can't believe not just your savings in time, but frankly, it was just an ugly, horrible task. And now suddenly it's kind of a breeze. And you spend your time actually scheduling people where they should be and when they should be instead of making charts and scratching them off. So I love like continuous improvement, and this is a big one. These kinds of things are great.
I worked at Kinko's in high school and part of college, and then I worked at Starbucks for a little while after college. That was the biggest ordeal for management, was scheduling and shift switches and all of that, to the point where managers would sit down for like an entire 8-hour shift of their own to try to figure out the schedule for the next week.
Right.
And then to your point, someone comes in and, unfortunately there's been a death in the family, or there was whatever reason came up and they need to then recreate the wheel all back over again.
Right.
And tools like this, this just amazes me, because the complexity that takes place, to your point, with different wages, making sure employees don't go over 40 hours a week. I could see this also being huge when I was at Starbucks, there were a lot of times where other stores would call and say, hey, do you have anyone that has extra hours this week they can work? I don't want to have to pay them overtime, but I need someone to fill a 4-hour shift. Can you throw me someone? And so you would not only have to deal with your own internal store, but then other stores. So to me, this is brilliant. It definitely fills a need, and I can't imagine this was. I'm not surprised I'm surprised this wasn't built sooner, but the complexity around this is just ridiculous, and it's much harder than one would think.
And 7 Shifts isn't the first. I mean, there's another great one out there called When I Work, which is geared to other industries. I think retail would work nicely with When I Work. Schedule Fly, which is another restaurant-specific one. I think the other thing it does, and you touched upon, part of it is making it easier for the person working in the business, but the other huge thing is that in a way, and in a really important way, give some control back to the employees. Because, if you're sitting there and it's your day off and you're like, oh, I'm kind of bored, I'd pick up a shift if there was one. Suddenly you can. Mm-hmm. If there is one, you can do it. But it's up to you. And I think that, it gives people more earning opportunity if they want it. If not, that's fine too. But and I think the other thing that most of these companies have done, and 7 Shifts is no outlier there, is that they do a really reasonably, like a monthly pay-as-you-go, SaaS. But it's not, a huge outpouring for a small business, for a new business, for someone who wants to try it. So it's kind of, I know it's not very glamorous and it's not tech for the sake of tech, but it's the kind of thing that, like, if you get 8 hours of your life back, that's huge. That's it's enormous.
Looking at this, like, I'm looking at the When I Work one, and it's like 20 employees is like $29 a month.
Yeah,
Versus
reasonable.
Yeah, really reasonable for something like that, and versus that time that you would have been paying somebody X amount per hour to do. I mean, that's incredible. This is the kind of thing where I was listening to the Triangulation, and they were talking about kind of the future of we're going to be using computers to do all these things, all these tasks, and then that just opens us up to do other things, And I think this is a perfect example of something like that. I mean,
I think there are the other couple nice little features. They allow people to communicate, employees to communicate via a private, or I guess a separate network necessarily than like their cell phone. So if they want to have work-related discussions that they want to keep work-related, they can. You also can broadcast messages to your entire staff. So if you want to say, hey, there's 12 feet of snow, we're closed. It's done. No one has to drive in the snow. It's not dangerous. It's funny, that actually happened to me 2 weekends ago. When we got 8 inches here in the city, which was nothing compared to some other places, but people drove in on a Saturday to be there at 7, and it was really dangerous and probably unnecessary, and this avoids it.
That's perfect. Hopefully solving some problems though, so check that out. That's 7 Shifts, the number 7shifts.com. All right, so my awesome thing is a little late to the game. I'll admit it. Chilla, you're probably laughing at me because I'm just kind of discovering this thing.
No. And this is something that takes a while, I think, to finally pull the trigger on. So I don't
decide that's the thing that works for you, right? So Plex. Yeah, that thing Plex that apparently every cord cutter is already using except me. So I've been iffy on, because I have Netflix, Hulu. I haven't really been distracted. But then meanwhile, I have so many DVDs that have been just collecting dust this whole time. And it has literally been, the only DVD player I have in my living room is my Xbox 360. And that drive doesn't open sometimes. So most of the games I play, I either put a game in and it's in there for like 6 months until I finish the game. Like I just finished Assassin's Creed 3 and then I put Halo 4 in. And everything else has been digital that I've been playing. So it's like, I really want to watch that movie. Man, I wish I could just like kick that over to my iPad or something while I'm working, up at work hard or up at, or at the coffee shop or something, just to put that on in the background, because I'm not always because I only use the office here when I'm doing DVD production, which is less and less these days. And I got like that first gen Roku on there, and I use that. But again, I'm going through and magically rediscovering movies I own that I haven't watched in forever, and just becoming more accessible. And yeah, they're not HD, and I notice it sometimes. I see the compression a little bit, from Handbrake, but still have that accessibility. I watched V for Vendetta the other night. I haven't watched that movie in years. It's a great movie. And really kind of applicable to some things happening these days, I think. I recommend it, but a really cool thing. And as I'm kind of going ahead and dumping those into Plex. I've also been kind of poking around at an app called Unify, Younify. You can check out. It's been actually advertised on the Twit network recently. Is where I first heard about it. It's a free app, and you can like see your files and pull it up on your iPhone or an iPad. So I'm just using the free version of Plex, and here it is a little bit right now. Like, see, I got a little bit of a. So they're filling in a lot of the information here. Like, we got nice posters for V for Vendetta and Max Payne on here, but we noticed something went a little weird with this Resident Evil because it was a double disc pack, and I didn't rename the second movie on it. So it's just got some weird, clip from the middle of it. But generally, and even the wrestling stuff, because there's nothing going to be in there. But my Star Wars DVDs I tossed in there, and they all Transformers is actually the Transformers from 1985, not 2007. Michael Bay. Things like that. And like why do I own Snake Eyes? I can't remember. And also discovering a little bit of yourself. Like, why did I buy this in some of these
I'd just
cases?
like to tell you my uncle was in Snake Eyes.
Was in Snake Eyes.
He was like an extra in a casino scene.
That's amazing. Other thing.
Small world.
Why do I own Spy Kids? Where did I get Spy Kids from? Where is that in my collection? But no. And I'm not paying for it. They do have the premium edition, but I think they've recently kind of let a lot of their apps go free lately.
A lot of their apps used to cost money. I think they kind of released those free. They have a subscription model where you can get a lot of stuff when remote, which sounds like a pretty. I could see if you were someone who traveled a lot, I could see that whole mobility thing being huge.
And I'm kind of wondering if that Unify app is going to solve that problem for me in the meantime. Because it's always been, I've always thrown this batch of movies I've had and on a lesser computer sitting somewhere. And it's always been, I go to use it and there's not enough horsepower. Like you remember Play On was something that would take like Hulu and throw it to my TV somehow. And then nothing. We always get choked up because I'm always kind of have a lesser computer. I got a 2011 Mac Mini sitting upstairs that really just kind of hosting all my files and doing the backup cycles and everything. And sometimes I'll throw a process at it. But now it's doing this, and everything was smooth. I didn't notice a single hiccup probably the entire weekend, and we watched at least like 6 movies.
It's usually pretty good as long as the client that you're going to has native support for the format. Okay. So when I say that, so Plex will actually transcode on the fly. So if you actually decided, hey, I'm going to encode all these files in Windows Media format, but then I'm going to play them back on an Apple TV. It has to transcode it on the fly to MPEG. So
there's going to be a lot more going on. Meanwhile, I've already made these M4Vs because I handbrake off of my own that I own DVDs.
Which that's a pretty good standard and should work for anything.
Right.
I think where Plex really also shines is when you have, say you've been doing this for an extremely long time and you did have various formats and various devices that maybe some of them didn't handle MPEG, so it had to transcode for those devices. I think that's where it really pegs your processor. But pretty much all you're doing is, here's the file, let's throw it across the network.
Right.
So you should rarely see any kind of.
And these days, it's a wireless end network, and pretty much gigabit as far as the wires themselves. I mean, there's just plenty bandwidth to go around to throw this to apparently to my phone or my laptop, and then I can Chromecast it from there. I think that's the big turnaround, and that's what sold me because, again, we talk about barriers in a lot of ways. That's the barrier to do this thing. I got a computer sitting up there that I can throw this at this.
So why aren't you just using the Xbox app?
I haven't loaded it. Why am I not using why I'm not using the Amazon Fire app? Because it's a pain in the butt to log in. And every time I go do it, it's just like, I don't feel like doing this right now. Like it really is. There's another app that keeps wanting me to do a Facebook login. So it pops up a browser window like Android, like in the middle of because Fire TV is an Android device, right? And it just doesn't work for some reason. And then I just give up and I don't use the app, right? And it kind of depends on where you're at if you want to sit down and set it up. I sat down and set this up, and we're good to go. And I didn't realize all the movies that are on my hard drive. Before. and then again, going through my DVDs, I didn't realize all the movies that I have. I'm surprised how many movies are in here that I have on DVD that were already in here, and I don't know what I did, But again, it's pretty cool to do that. There are also, and I don't know how relevant these are anymore, but you can also throw apps on this. Like I noticed there's a USA Network app on here. There's stuff that I've used. I don't even know if I can find this.
Is that in case you want to watch like reruns? I'm sorry. I was gonna say in case you want to watch like the Shawshank Redemption over and over again.
Well, that's what I wondered because actually I'm curious because I've been using the USA app to watch like Monday Night Raw.
Okay.
Because
sorry, not the pro wrestling thing. Sorry.
But it only works. But it only works on the iOS apps for USA Now for some reason. And so I don't have anything that's going to throw it to my TV, and I've long lost my HDMI adapter for the iPad 3. Right, I think I misplaced it when it stopped working on like the original iPad for whatever reason. So I need some kind of solution there, or maybe if I had an Apple TV or something, I could throw it via that. Just so, cause I've been watching Raw the last couple weeks just on my iPad, sitting there on the coffee table, and that's it. But it's been smooth and it's been okay, and I'm not pirating at that point. So, and that was, I'll be completely honest, that was the last thing I was not doing illegally was watching Monday Night Raw, because I'm like, well, I'm paying for Hulu. I could watch it the next morning, or I could dial up this site and watch it. And let's be honest, a lot of people with sports, they're dealing with that kind of thing, right? To try to work around it because there's no viable option. USA is not on Sling TV, for instance. Although I'm this close to trying out at least the trial Sling TV because Lucha Underground is on there. So and I know actually Bobby F. J. Town from Wrestling Mayhem Show, he did a Sling TV trial just to watch the season premiere of Lucha Underground. So that works. They're getting those interesting networks like El Rey on there. So it's an option. So again, this is kind of the first weekend with this. Again, I have a lot of DVDs to go to stick in here. And eventually I'm going to have to figure out like how do I redo, like if it's kind of mislabeled certain things. I'm finding the information, but it doesn't look like it's everything. But I probably have to do it on the computer that they start at. So it's Plex.tv if you want to check it out. You basically kind of download a server software that's free onto the computer where all your movies are going to be sitting on. And then you're able to just kind of go to Plex TV, log in, and if you're on the network, it works. Mm-hmm. So in-house, it works. Again, if you're traveling or if you want to have your movies at the office, it's a little bit different story, but it's working great. Handbrake, I recommend that. You might have to do... Oh, this is the thing that hung me up. Here's a little tip. El Capitan broke handbrake.
It did? I've used it numerous times.
Right. Something happened, and for the...
I had to download the 64-bit edition, but...
Right. But maybe that's it. Maybe I grabbed the wrong version, too. But you have to get in Terminal, download Homebrew, and have it install that the decoder.
Okay.
Because you don't have to grab that extra file if you're like decoding like bought DVDs. Just do kind of a quick search for El Capitan broke handbrake, and you'll find a Reddit article that has that code, and it's on the Mac. So I couldn't get it working on Windows XP, and I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I think I'm not installing. I'm trying to put it on every computer available to me so I can get through all these DVDs quicker, basically. So I have 2 Macs going right now, and I just switch the DVDs whenever I walk downstairs or up into the studio, up into the office, and just like, okay, next one, and just kind of get. That's why you see these various stacks kind of going on down here as I go. So it's going to get very interesting here very soon. Side note, I need to apparently get a DVD or a Blu-ray player because I don't have one, and I'd like to rip those as well, so they're HD. But
Mike, I can probably help you with that.
There's a really good what's his name from Mac Break, Inako. He did a really good kind of rundown on how to do all that, and actually recommended like a $23 Blu-ray.
So because that's usually what I get
for your Mac.
That's what I get for my Macs, or like the $20 one, right? Mm-hmm. And I was really surprised because we got a Mac Mini at the one job I was working, and I was like, yeah, you need. And then like we got the Mac Mini in, and then that week he says, hey, can you rip this DVD for me to have? Because they like to have have their DVDs in one place so all the students can have them to watch when they bring them through. And instead of having to deal with a DVD player, because who has a DVD player, he hands it to me, and I look over, and I'm like, oh, right. I need a DVD player. Like there's always that right after you buy a Mac. It's like, oh right, that's not a thing we do anymore. But again, $20, and it was this really slick Samsung one for that one. So you just go on Amazon. I just started investigating it. I didn't know if Handbrake handles that as well. I presumed it does. So I'll have to investigate that a little bit too. So that's my Longplex Unify. Unify or Unify app? It's both. I've got a question here. It's an app on your phone, and then it's a program you download. And I think you spelled it right. U as in you, the person, Nify. And it should work. Kind of like a greenish icon over there. Hey, I want to give a shout out here late in the game to our friends Slice on Broadway, sliceonbroadway.com. Providing Pittsburgh podcasting with the perfect pepperoni pizza for almost 2 years now. So thank you so much for them. They are supporting the show. You know what? I said I want like less sponsors. I want sponsors that are cool and give us pizza. Like that's allowed, right? In the long run here. But no, big thanks to them, Rico and the guys. This is how awesome they are. They know the phone number when I call in. I didn't have to say anything. Like they said, "Up, pepperoni pizza. See you in 20 minutes." Like, yeah, we're good. And there you go. And it's all good. Like that's the kind of people. They're paying attention to that kind of stuff. They're great with their customers. It's awesome stuff. They're down here in Beachview, right along the tracks. It's coming up, Beachview. I'm telling you, keep an eye on Beachview in the next couple of years. And also the main street in Carnegie, PA. The exit is open. You can get to it in Carnegie, Mad Mike of Poughkeepsie, New York. But thanks to them for supporting the show, and we have a crazy awesome pizza neighborhood over here, and these guys are sticking out in some stiff competitions. The guys have been here for years, and I think they've become a really good their own thing. Sorry. So. Thanks to them. All right, let's get to Chill It. You got an app of
so building on your this is because I went down your rabbit hole a while ago. This is an app. It's called Identify. It's lowercase I, capital D, ENTIF.
Sorry, my Stitcher was running.
Oh, no problem.
Oh, I apparently bumped something.
So Identify is a Mac app. So it's in the Mac App Store. It's $9.99. I know that probably seems extremely expensive.
Whoa! High dollar there. Look at you, money bags.
But what I will say this app does is, if you are like myself and had a back catalog of many movies and TV shows and files, you actually just drag and drop them all into this application.
Okay.
It goes out and queries IMDb and a bunch of various other internet databases and pulls in every piece of metadata for your files. So when you were talking about a movie, it actually throws in all the actors. It throws in.
Wow.
You can actually pick the DVD covers from around the world. So if you want
all Japanese,
like if you wanted the Japanese cover for Mallrats.
Yes, I do.
You could throw that on your Mallrats.
Yes, we
copy.
do. This is happening.
So
$9.99 doing it.
So the cool thing is, and what you were talking about was that, maybe it got some wrong, maybe it didn't get certain things right. As you go through, you can either say, I'm going to roll the dice and let it just rip through and save all the data, or you can tell it and go through and approve each one. And when you go through and approve each one, you can pick the different cover art and you can validate some of the data. The other thing that you can do with it is if it can't figure out what it is and it exists on IMDb or some of these other sites, you can actually throw in the link and it will actually then pull in all that information from that IMDb entry.
Nice.
You can also set it as it saves through, and this is especially useful for multiple seasons of a TV show. You can actually tell it to rename all of the files into like Lost, Space, SO1 for season 1 space EO1. So it does episode 1.
So you can do a format.
You can have it auto reformat files. This application is amazing.
Yeah, relatively simple. It's not splashy by the looks of it in the screenshots here. They didn't even blow up the screenshots. They just obscured the desktop for whoever this is. I've used apps like this for music in the past. There's been several of them over the years, and they would go through and compare them to Grace Note, or what is it still called Grace Note these days? The former CD database, CDDB, I believe. I think became Grace Note, and that got bought by somebody. I can't remember right now. But no, it's very similar. It's interesting that IMDb has become the database for this kind of thing, and it's owned by Amazon.
Oh, I didn't know that.
As you will know, if you go look up Man in the High Tower or Man in the High Castle on IMDb, and it looks a little bit different than everybody else. Like a lot different than anybody else. It's interesting. That's the first time that kind of reared its head that Amazon's like, yeah, we completely own this. Actually, here it is right here. If you guys are on video, you get this giant splash and says, hey, get on Amazon and stream all the episodes, and you get some different stuff, and the page just looks completely different than everybody else and different color scheme. So you're kind of curious. That's what happens when you own something like that. So
they're just abusing their power.
I'm looking up transparent and see that they did anything there. I know. No, that looks pretty much the same too. Did they just do a redesign, or am I just on a low resolution? I'm probably on a low resolution. Yeah, we'll just get that over here.
I gotta say, if $9.99 seems like a barrier to entry, consider what your time is worth. You probably get your time back the first 2 times you use it to search for anything.
Exactly. Oh, absolutely. And that's why I can do that. And it is a Mac app. I don't know why I was thinking you were talking an iOS app for some reason.
It's a Mac app.
But no, it's a Mac app. Well, you're not, $9.99 for your phone. I think $10 for a Mac app, dude. That's standard.
And you can literally just drag every MPEG that you have in. Select all, open Apple A, drag them on top of the app, and it just fires through them.
Yeah,
it's pretty darn cool if you ask me.
Until you open the wrong Transformers and you get mad at Michael Bay. Michael Bay!
It messed up on, what was the one that it had a really hard time with was the Scarlett Johansson movie where they're clones.
Lucy?
No, where they're clones. Her and Ewan McGregor.
I don't know.
She's Jordan 2 Delta.
I got nothing for you. Sorry.
Nope. Everybody to the IMDb's.
That's where I'm going.
No, it's I've been calling it Unify. Oh, hey, we got a note from our show noter, Missy upstairs, in the upstairs office. Found it and tweeted it properly. I've been calling it Unify. It's apparently Unity. Unity, okay. Unity, like the person, T. So sorry about that. I see a pop up every once in a while because it keeps checking my hard drive. But why that's more interesting is it's more than just videos. It's actually files on your desktop, that you can have accessible to. So I think there's some other use cases for that. So did you figure out the Scarlett Johansson movie?
The Island.
The Island.
2005 movie. The movie takes place in the year 2019, where they're seemingly residents of a utopian but contained facility. This controlled and they're in this controlled environment. And go watch it because it was really, really cool.
All right.
When you said it had trouble, what happened?
It picked The Island. It picked a different movie called The Island. It was like a foreign movie.
It's like French, and there's odd nudity in it.
And it was like an old 80s movie, I think. Yeah, it was just completely different. It was a completely different The Island. And I'm sure there's plenty of movies out there that all have the same name that are older. I'm sure it'll get confused on things if you just named the file Spider-Man and you knew what it was. But but it does give you the option. Like I said, I didn't notice that it picked the wrong one because I didn't realize there were multiples. And I just went back and you can actually go in and say, nope, I want this one, and it resaved all the data over top.
And that's the problem, especially if you have a massive collection like that. You're not going to know until you come around to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And are you, especially if you do have that mass collection, are you? Let's be honest. Are you really getting to every video, every movie there in any due time? At that point,
Yeah.
I mean, I cannot tell you how long it's been since I watched the V for Vendetta. Yet I know I watch Hackers at least once a year. So there you go.
I watched that the other day.
I kind of want to watch it again. I was kind of, but then again, it's that DVD sitting on the shelf. I'm like, I'm not going to deal with that. But I'm going to put it in queue. I'm going to bump it up in the queue, just like I bumped up The Crow, just like I just got Akira thrown in there. There's a lot of playing favorites there. Sorry, honeymooners or honeymoon in Vegas, you're going to the bottom of the pile. Sorry about that. Nick Cage. It's a bad night for Nick Cage. Sorry. Hey, I want to talk about synergies. So this is an oldie but a goodie. Something I used actually on this very setup, like years and years and years and years ago. It was free at the time. It's not anymore. And I was inspired because the great people at Work Hard Pittsburgh, they were setting up some server space for a project I was working on. And I'm watching as he goes from his mouse from a Windows computer to like 3 Ubuntu screens above it, which is just like awesome and just kind of, it feels like a hacker movie, right? Command lining and all that stuff, and
I thought in like hacker movies, everything was in 3D. And
yeah,
it was like
I know.
You fly through the file
I
systems.
know, and then you have Penn Teller there to explain everything that's going on and that sort of thing. I mean, that's how it is.
That was him, wasn't it? Because he's not listed on IMDb.
He's not?
No.
Oh, that's
he doesn't
a shame.
get credit for that because I was like, that's Penn, and I look it up and
He was
it's like,
all over that thing.
Yeah, no.
His stage name or something like
Yeah,
that.
his name's not in there.
Penn Gillette, that's the name. Not they call him Penn Teller. Jeez, what am I thinking? But like I saw him do that. I'm like, wow, how he's doing that. Then I'm like, wait, I had a software that did exactly that. And for whatever reason, like it kind of got kludgy and stopped working. So I went back to it. I remember the name. It's Synergy. Synergy, synergy-project.org. And I went to check it out. I'm like, I need to go back to that. And I had that thought. And during AwesomeCast last week, I went on this site, realized you had to buy it. I didn't even think twice about it. I dropped the $10 on this thing. And you're good to go. It does Mac. It does Windows. Apparently Windows XP from the looks of things are around here in the studio. So Mac, Windows, Linux, you're good to go. And as you know, Chilla, I have all three right here on this desk. I haven't installed it on the Linux machine yet, though. Or I could have installed it on the one in front of you because that's actually supposed to be a chat machine. But no, it's completely worth it if you have some kind of insane bonkers setup like I have for my podcast studio. Because I mean, I have like a mouse hiding back here that's for this computer up here that I don't need a lot, but sometimes I do. I need to go set something up or move it to the chat window or something. Or this one here has like minimal space. I got keyboards all over the place. I'm pulling this drawer out so I can write something over on the Mac over here if need be. And it's just obscene. Okay.
Yeah. So one of the tricks to this, and I'm going to do a piss poor job of explaining this, but bear with me. So one of the tricks to Synergy is that you're sharing a mouse and keyboard,
right?
But you're using the monitor that's plugged in to every one of the computers. So you actually have to have the devices somewhat physically close, right? Because you have to have all the monitors surrounding you. So the real trick is, what do you do when you have computers in other rooms? Because I ran into this issue in my house.
Why would you do that?
So here's the trick.
Wait. Are you? Hold on. I think because I'm not wrapping my head around exactly what you're getting at here. Now we know that you have a home automated the crap out of your house.
So if you had in the basement, I have a server that runs, right?
But you have a server.
I have multiple servers all over the place that run, But so for instance, you and you're in the office upstairs, right? There's a mini up there, isn't there?
Right. And I have the Drobos on there. All the backup files for all the projects are on there, and that's all backing up the Backblaze, and it's good to go.
Right. So what I actually did was on some different systems was because now that those machines are physically in other rooms, and let's just say you wanted to kind of spread other machines across other monitors. So what I actually did was I would remote in to the machine and bring up the screen, and machines that were on different floors like say it was the floor above you, I would make it where you went up, because you can control where you have to tell it like what monitors to the left, what monitors to the right.
Right. You kind of you have that layout, and
Yeah.
and you should see mine. Mine's like an L right now.
Okay. So I would make it anything that was down in the basement or upstairs. You would go to one of the far left or far right computer and then go up or down.
So
And then it would show up
to put
in
this to
the
think,
virtual window of that machine.
right. So to think about that, so you virtually logged into this machine, so it's like taking over your screen, right? But you have to pull so you're not just like I go up, it goes to the monitor above the monitor that this is at. I go left, it goes to this monitor, this monitor, this monitor over here. I'm pointing to them as if you guys could see them, versus if you're sitting in your living room and your mouse goes up, in your head, that's a machine that's sitting upstairs.
And this is extremely useful for the machine locks up, and the only thing you can do is like Control-Alt-Delete, and the cursor key arrows to get to the restart menu. It's completely useful for that, because you can't get the screen. You can't remote into it because the port's down for remote access. But you know that if you move your mouse up on this screen, hit Control-Alt-Delete.
You know the behavior.
Right.
The key code.
Yeah.
You know the behavior. You can kind of
work your way through it.
Guesstimate it, right?
Yeah.
Terry, are you following along with this? Because I'm half lost
That's
myself.
very creative. I'm impressed.
The usefulness of this application is just shy of 7 shifts.
I'm impressed. I mean, that's like, you take something that's already useful and make it useful in a completely different way than what was probably originally intended. So
I think this was originally
gold
used for like
star.
developers.
Yeah,
that's
oh,
where
yeah.
I saw it first.
I think that's the biggest thing. Well, like this guy, he's a networking admin guy, so he has all the things going on. Like one Ubuntu is a desktop, the other is just a command prompt where he can go in and I saw him. I loved it, and I was rather proud of myself. I knew some of the commands he was using. I'm like, I know exactly what he's doing in there. I just don't know how his server's set up. In the freaking Linux, right? Not DOS like I grew up on. But then again, I've had that Ubuntu installation. It didn't work out so well, and I had to try to key around it, right? No, and that, like I said, it kind of inspired me because I'm like, yeah, I forgot that easy way to do it. And also for production people, I got to think, for video, having a big or multiple monitors is important, and maybe you have something where you're doing the editing on this, but you throw everything to this computer over here so you can run the processes, probably even so for 3D artists that have like maybe a server farm to send things to, if they need to get over to that server and do something there, and maybe they throw up a monitor to keep an eye on it. I'm pretty sure it works that way. I'm not a 3D guy myself. I just know some. But yeah, it's or just that computer that's over on your TV, that is your media server. And instead of you always have your laptop anyways, so why not kick over? And we've used other things in the past, like what was the mouse one? It was an app. I'll never remember it now, but it was an app on my phone, and I think I paid for it too. And it would help me. It would just turn this into a trackpad to use on any computer.
But it worked over Wi-Fi.
It worked over Wi-Fi.
One thing that I didn't like. I know what you're talking about. I wish there was one that made it work via. It acted like a Bluetooth trackpad.
I think it was called like Mouse Out or something like that. But yeah, something like that.
Well, there was one that was called like iControl as well.
Yeah. There's a few out there
because they actually had one too that they had kind of like a thing that you could load onto your Apple TV as well.
And there's I'm sure plenty better ones as well. So I'm trying to find. I'm sorry. I copy and pasted this over, and I didn't see who sent it over. I think this actually no. This isn't. Is this Cars? No, this is somebody else. No, this is Cars. Cars. Let me know if this is you in the chat room. His awesome thing of the week: Los Angeles has invented the multimodal navigation app of my dreams, according to this article. I really didn't get to dive into this too much here, but they're talking about Los Angeles, so it has to be Cars now that I think about it. This is a giant transit app that has everything from zip cars to taxis to Lyft to motorbike to tax.
What's a flitway?
Yeah, what is a flitway? Somebody, cars. What's a flitway? This is your neighborhood. what kind of weird stuff do you have there?
Because I'm thinking, is that like Port Authority? But then I'm like, but it has public transportation.
Yeah, it's like,
so...
is that your BART? You know, but it might be. I think it's combining like Google Maps public transportation stuff along with just everything else. It's just pulling in all the data, and this. If you guys are on video, like there's a lot of stuff going on here. You know, that's awesome. That's awesome. You know, I was looking at quasi similar to this. There was an article that I sent out, and I actually had kicked it out to the Pittsburgh government Twitter accounts. I was like, "Hey, is this useful for you guys?" There's a company that came up with some application that looks at like public transportation planning and showing impacts on traffic in certain areas, and they just kind of signed up San Francisco to be a part of that. And for kind of city planning, right? Like, we have a construction in this area. What is that going to do for everything else? We changed this bus route. What is that going to do for traffic in the area? Because everybody else from there has to drive now or figure that out, right?
Did you do that because of the pending red line outage that we're going to have here?
Oh, the red line. Oh, Beachview is up in arms about the red line outage coming up here as they relay the tracks. But let's be honest, it's going to be better for Beachview in general. I mean, looking at Allentown. Well, hopefully they'll do like Allentown, where they replace all the tracks and then shut down the T line.
Oh, I hope not.
Because if they did that, we're just going to die on the vine out here. But there's nobody will have any reason to pass through. But no, I thought, because I know Pittsburgh's really big on. We had the interview with Kim Lyons a couple weeks ago on Awesome Chat. We really just talked about what Pittsburgh's doing data-wise, right? And it felt like it was along the same lines. Maybe they're looking at stuff like this, but already, and maybe this is more for bigger cities like San Francisco versus a Pittsburgh. So I don't know.
I think those things are also really important, and it's kind of overlooked sometimes because for travelers, I know that when I travel internationally, especially, I like to take mass transit and I use them, and when it exists, people use it, and not just Pittsburghers. So that's pretty amazing, actually.
Yeah, exactly. I'm constantly amazed. Mad Mike visited us from up in New York, and he just used Uber the entire time. And I know another guy that that doesn't drive, and he's even like, usually it's like, oh, I hate booking him for stuff. Because I'm like, well, how are you getting here? Do you have to get a guy to give you a ride? Are you taking the public transportation? And then realizing, like, he's just taking an Uber. He's good. He's fine. Right.
Yeah.
I was trying to sell him on a zip car. Then he told me about somebody else that was doing like $9.99 days, for rentals. And it's like, hey, cool. At least you looked at it. If it's an option for you. So you can really not need a car if you're in enough. And he's out in Bellevue.
Wow. I mean, I lived in Oakland and I survived on Zipcar for 4 years.
Right.
I mean, no question, not an issue. I mean, it was so easy.
You have enough. I have one at the top of the hill, so it's a little more of a concern for me, right? And it's like 3 blocks away.
You've impressed me twice now.
What?
Because I find Pittsburgh a really hard city to exist in without a car. It's a tough one, compared to some other ones, but good job.
And I think living close to the city, like in that Oakland atmosphere, where it's a lot of college students,
you're going to have.
It makes it extremely easy.
Yeah, you're going to have access to everything that you would need.
That's actually one of the big things that I miss is all of the mom and pop little shops. Like, I would go down to the little Italian grocer, or I would go to the Indian grocer, and like I could take an hour on a Saturday and do all of my shopping that it now takes me, like, I got to drive a half an hour to Robinson, and then I got to stop at 18 different stores, and then there's all the lines.
I lost a day in Market District, so I'm doing that curbside from now on. We're going to pre-plan. We're going to bring my groceries because it's fantastic in there. But man, it is exhausting. I understand why they have a cup holder for your Starbucks with a guy playing a guitar by the Starbucks and a cafe in there, because it's a day endeavor, and it's just for groceries. It's insane. How do people do this on a weekly basis? I don't get it. Give me my drones. Send me my apples. I'm good. Okay. I'm looking forward to that future. Okay. Hell, even today, I found out there's a farmer's market up at my co-working space on Tuesday nights. I'm usually here, so I have no idea. So, it's fine. It's right there. I don't have to go out of my way. We're all good. All right. I want to touch on a couple stories here before we get out of here. We're going quite long, actually. So let's pick two quick stories here. I have to talk about this because this just kind of blows my mind. So we know Sesame Street, and Sesame Street's making some moves. It's now on HBO. So Naked Big Bird is going to be a thing, and is that because I think that's how it works over there, right? But this Wired article. Sesame Street is getting into the venture capital industry, apparently. And, they're part of the Children's Television Workshop, so they have a lot of really interesting kind of initiatives, and they've done a lot of multimedia stuff over the years. But they're getting into actually doing some venture capital stuff with some companies. See if I can find the quote here that I was looking at. They'll be working with venture capitalist Craig Shapiro, something. They'll be actively involved in choosing startups and offering insight based on this history and experience of working with children's programming. So again, it's going to be education based. It's going to be along those lines. I think these are the people to do it because this is the group that's really revolutionized educational television in the last 30 plus years. So they get the money to do it with that Big Bird money, right? Mm-hmm. So
are we all children of the 70s here?
The 80s,
late 70s, like really late 70s.
I'm older. No, it's interesting. I think the other thing that was interesting in that article, they've noted that they might consider, depending on what the venture is, allowing the licensing of Sesame Street characters for the sales, which that wouldn't be the first time that has happened. I guess I'm curious. I think they mentioned something about like nutrition, or like they were lots of kind of outside the box ideas. I guess if it works, I know that they have the mission of the Children's Television Workshop has always been, I think, a really great one. I'll be curious to see what happens.
There's some cool tech that they've kind of done in the past that I wish would have caught on. Like they did some stuff with Xbox and Microsoft on the original.
Oh, Kinect.
With the Kinect.
Yeah.
And like I didn't see that really grab a lot of the audience, but it's something that I would definitely, if they had it for Xbox One with Christopher, I would definitely pull up and try out.
Well, it's tough now because Sesame Street, when the three of us, I guess, were kids, Sesame Street didn't compete with as much,
right,
on television. Right. There weren't, there was no Nickelodeon, and there weren't 100 shows for kids to watch. It was one of the few. And, to your point about it not really catching on, look at how there's a lot of competition, and it's tough, especially that you're, potentially, I don't know the current state of like Children's Television Workshop, whether or not they're for-profit, non-profit, whatever, but compared to things that are backed by huge media corporations, it could be tough.
Mm-hmm. To me, the competition for a lot of parents and talking to a lot of parents, it's still the Children's Workshop. It's still the PBS because of the minimal commercials. The commercials aren't for a bunch of toys and games and junk to buy.
Even though they do have a lot of marketing. I mean, I do believe Elmo was on a PNC Bank ad.
Yeah, PNC's partnered with them.
Okay, so that's like,
it's a partnership. But and they actually help develop a lot of kids' savings games and stuff like that. So, but what I'm saying is when you watch Sesame Street on TV, the commercials that are on there's like 2 commercial interruptions. The majority of them are for helping fund your local PBS channel.
Right.
And then I think like, what is it? The Chuck E. Cheese is one of them. But if you turn on Nickelodeon...
That still weirds me out that there's anything other than Sears and Roebuck Company on your PBS sponsoring anything. Like I see U.S. Steel. I'm like, really? Stuff like that. Or again, like Chuck E. Cheese in the middle of PBS. That just seems so odd to me. after all these years.
But like when I turn on Nickelodeon, I get this hockey puck that flies across the room from Blammo, and I get this other
A
toy.
barrage, right?
Like you get it's borderline ridiculous the amount of junk they're trying to sell.
Right,
you.
right. That's why Netflix for Kids is such a great thing right now. Just to clarify, it's now Sesame Workshop. I didn't know they changed their name, and they are officially a nonprofit organization established in 1968, by the way. So they've been around a while. There's some great Jim Henson. The Carol Spinney documentary, which is on Amazon Prime right now. That I think that's where I watched it. I watched it a couple months ago. Very good. It really kind of goes along with what Sesame Street has done over the years, and of course, following him as Big Bird over the years as well. Really, really good. Really good and recommended. Hey.
Are you getting that?
Yeah, Terry. I don't know. Do you have a USB headset? If so, you might have to unplug and replug it real quick.
Okay.
So the silencing effect we always hear on those other shows. Chilla, why don't you pick one more story while she's getting kind of set up there, and I'll have her do the same, and we'll roll out of here for the week.
Okay, so one of the ones, and this should be a quick and easy one. Speaking, we've talked about drones a couple times on this show.
A couple of times.
Yeah, there's, I think it's in New Zealand. They have decided to solve their illegal drone issue.
I saw this. I saw them talking about this.
And it's funny because we actually have a problem with this in Dormont.
We do?
Yeah, not with eagles.
The birds or the drones?
The drones.
Okay.
We have a drone that tends to fly outside of people's windows when they're changing with a camera attached to it and whatnot. Yeah, so it's become, they call it the nuisance drone.
Do we not know where it's coming from?
We know where it's coming from. There's the legality, and police are kind of question what the jurisdiction is and whatnot. And
I'm sorry, if I'm a police officer, I don't know what to do about that, right? Other than shoot at it, probably.
Right. Well, then you have to call them, and they want to see it in the act.
Yeah.
Like it's become a nuisance. It's become a nuisance. So eagles taking out illegal drones could be a solution.
I love the anime gif of an eagle just going ham on this. It looks like a rodeo.
When it's illegal, it's illegal to shoot down a drone as well.
Is it illegal to shoot down a hawk?
Or an eagle that's taking down a drone.
That's taking down a drone.
But I think this would be kind of cool. I mean, maybe I'll take up falconry and train some.
The Dormont anti-drone task force. You with your eagle in tow. What would you name your eagle?
I don't know.
This is my eagle, Newton.
I don't know, but you could be like grabbing everyone's Amazon deliveries.
I'd call him like Red 5.
Red 5. Yeah. Adversity, and I think we've talked about it on the show. The Japan's answer to this is another bigger drone with a net.
Oh my god!
That the propellers catch up in, and then they can bring it back. So it's interesting to see. And what country? This is
I think New Zealand.
New Zealand? No, Dutch. They're saying it's Dutch. Okay. This is Germany, I guess.
National Police.
That's Holland.
That's Holland. Okay. Wow.
The Netherlands.
It'd be interesting what old world tactics come out of the Eastern Bloc when they deal with drones. So Terry, what any of these stories catch your eye you want to mention before we head out of here? Anything else going on this week?
I was gonna talk about Sesame Street, so nothing in particular, but just like thanks for hanging with me. not being such a tech-minded person all the time, but I really I love hearing kind of what's happening, because it's sort of regardless of what the topic is, there can be uses for me, for clients, for I don't know. I appreciate it, and thanks. I hope I wasn't too boring.
No, you're great. No, I think we had some great conversations. I love this. This is exactly what I like, getting some different people in here, getting some different mindsets in here, and mixing it up every once in a while. And so it's not just me and Chilla talking about whatever, and making sure we're in line as well. You guys keep us in line, because when you're yeah, that was a little over my head. Okay, we'll simmer down a little bit. That's cool, Or when Chilla just confused the heck out of me when he talks about how he uses his mouse in his house. We're gonna do it. We need to do it.
The mouse in the house.
The mouse in the house. We're gonna do a tour at some point with Chilla, I think. and just be like, how are you? Because you always like let us peek into what's happening over there in Chilla Maximum
Stark Tower,
in Chilla Tower and Dormont, as he's has multiple computers and one named Jarvis that calls him master, and that is auto training his hawk his
now there's an idea.
There you go. Just automate the entire process. We gotta get it, because I haven't been there for a while, and I know
Do a little.
Everything is
maybe we'll
probably
do
changed.
sometime in the summer we'll do a cookout and walkthrough.
open house.
Cookout and a walkthrough.
Chilla Central open house, and all of our Patreons will be invited.
Definitely.
I think we should do it in VR. I don't even need to show up.
Well, if we get that Samsung, we'll do it and we'll
That's what I'm
simulcast in VR.
Would it be weird if we did a street view of your house? Is that a little too much?
No, it's not. It's not weird because and I don't know how, because it's not there anymore. But you used to be able to walk into my backyard on Street View, which was kind of creepy.
Oh my goodness.
And what was even more creepy was someone tracked down, based on the fact that they knew that I bought a house recently in Dormont. They looked up on like Zillow all of the houses that recently sold.
Whoa!
And then Street Viewed to figure out which one I bought. Because they saw the picture. They saw the picture.
Somebody listens to the show?
No, it was a friend at work. So they saw a picture of me on Facebook.
It was a friend.
It was a friend
work.
and that's the creepiest part. So he pings me and is like, "Is this your house?" And it's a Street View, but it's a Street View that links you to the backyard.
Wow. Is it before or after you redid the backyard?
It was before.
Okay.
And because I didn't have any before pictures, and he's like, "Is this what it looked like before?" And I'm like, "Actually, yeah, that's what it used to look like." I'm like, "How did you find that?" And he's like, "Well, I searched Zillow for recently sold houses, and I matched up the front yard based on what your picture on Facebook looked like."
Right.
And like, I'm like, this is just odd and weird.
Well, I mean, that's exactly
But we're good
it.
friends, so
That's good. That's good.
It's cool.
But anybody can. That's kind of where we're at, and that's why Germany, they want you to blur the faces, right?
Yeah.
And actually, in a lot of places they do. So I mean, it's understandable as this becomes more accessible. So. Well, on that note, hey, real quick, we have, I guess not so much, a lot of stuff coming out. Again, you go over to riversedgepgh.com. Like I said, I had a talk over a River Talk. We talked about a lot of stuff, and check out the replay of this. I believe that's 8 o'clock. Wait, did I do this wrong? Oh, I wrote this wrong. This is Monday. Oh, no, this is the one from before, because we were on 6 to 8 on Monday. And we're actually on 8 a.m., so you'll hopefully had your coffee by then over on riversedgepgh.com. A lot of great talk over there, and they're actually having a 1-year anniversary party on the 13th of this month up there in Millvale. Go there. Information's on that website. Our friend Yajagoff will be there. Hey, shout out to the Yajagoff podcast. I got to hang out with them Friday night and help them with their on location at Wiggle Whiskey. Ran into Mr. Rick Seebeck again and had a lot of fun and learned a little bit. If you listen to that episode, I don't know if it's out. I think it's coming out sometime this week. I think Thursday they usually come out. Go to jagoff.com and you can check that out. I think it's going to be episode 7, if I'm not mistaken. Just look for the Wiggle Whiskey stuff. Wiggy Whiskey. Yeah, there you go. But a really interesting talk they had with one of the guys there that talks about chemistry, how he's a chemist, and he was brewing beer somewhere in New York and had a lab coat and everything, and now he's doing distilling whiskey. So, and now wears a t-shirt and jeans, so you got to switch up. So, really cool, geeky thing in the middle of the Jagoff podcast. A lot of fun over there. And from there, a lot of stuff going on. Look at the AwesomeCast Twitter. We're sharing out a lot of events that are happening. Hoping to have some cool educational things coming up, especially here in the South Hills of Pittsburgh, along with PodCamp. And just kind of follow along my Twitter. I'm just end up a little bit everywhere these days. Terry, thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome. It was my pleasure. And I got to tell my dad what a podcast was because he wasn't sure. So I had to explain it. He goes, "So you're going to this guy's house?" I said, "Well, no." But it's been a pleasure. Thanks.
Oh, it's actually the comfort of your living room, you know?
That's right.
They'll virtually be here, actually. So
That's right.
thank you so much. And of course, this will see business development where you're working up there. Quick pitch, last quick pitch. What do you guys do up there? Who am I if I want to go find you guys?
You know what? We look for business owners who are not quite having the life they planned, and they want their business to lead to that great abundant life that they planned for. So for everybody, it's different. For some people, it's like time with their family. Other people, it's money. Other people, it's the ability to control what they do every day. So it's business leaders and people that are in a position of some amount of power and or ownership, usually ownership, and that are looking to make some changes and do things differently. And we love to help them set goals, reach them, all that good stuff. So it's a great place. It's very fulfilling. I love working there. And our clients, I think, say really great things about us as well. So I used to be a client before I worked there. So I believe.
There you go. I'm not just an employee. I'm also a former client. You're like the hair club.
I made the joke about the hair club for men one time, and although I made it, I didn't realize to an audience of all men, and I thought this was hilarious. I'm not just the hair club for men president. I'm also a client, haha, and everybody is just like, you're a jerk. So I try.
And John Chichilla at Chilla on the Twitters.
John Chill on the Facebooks.
Yes.
Come look me up. Find my backyard on.
Go hang out virtually in his backyard. It's okay.
I don't mind.
He doesn't mind.
Me casa su casa. As long as you're doing it over the internet, don't just show up and knock on my door.
Hey man, let me see your basement server. All right, and also I'm at Sorgatron on the Twitter. Big thanks to my wife, Missy Sorg at Rebellious Flaw on the Twitters for helping with the notes and keeping me right in my stuff on the text. Thank you to all the people out there. Jedi Master Chilla in the chat rooms.
That's
really?
me.
Is that
Yeah,
you
that's
going on
me.
here? Live.sorgatronmedia.com. Thank you. Eamon's out there. Bobby F. J. Town. Alex Carr's out there in California. Listen to this very Pittsburghy podcast. I appreciate it. Crazy Kraus out there in Windows land. Oh, we need to talk to Kraus. Make sure he's okay. All right.
Because he's part of the 0.5%.
All right. You gotta respect the 0.5%. R.I.P. Windows Phone. I'm thinking. I gotta say, when I read the story, and I saw that horrible image of the Windows funeral that apparently is their own marketing campaign they did several years ago from Microsoft. I thought of Kraus. And I felt
It's not truly dead yet.
No. It's not, I'm not dead yet. Cue your Monty Pythons. Thank you so much. Check out everything. Again, River's Edge, we're on there. Subscribe to us on iTunes, YouTube, Spreaker, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, and all kinds of other places. AwesomeCast on the Twitters, the Facebooks, the Facebook groups, and AwesomeCast.net for all the awesomeness. Thank you to our awesome chat room. You've been our awesome audience. Have an awesome week. I got these gnats over here.
I got one over here.
Do they all just wake up from all from the warmth? Do we have fruit? We don't even have fruit.
Did you see the last article that I put in the rundown? There was news just in.
The Zag thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. What's this about? They buy battery phone coast. Zag bought Mophie?
Zag bought
Holy
Mophie.
crap!
Right before the show.
Jeez, breaking news. Okay, well, they both make really cool stuff, so that just means my Zag's gonna be, my keyboard is gonna be a battery, right?
The interesting thing that I saw that it seemed like Mophie was kind of reaching out with their cases and starting to create if you were Samsung or one of the more gravitated to LG devices, Mophie seemed to be kind of targeting
and this is my Zag right here. We were
Right.
talking about last week with Mr. Loke, and this very equivalently brushed aluminum.
right.
Which
But the interesting thing was, so here's what worries me.
Love
Mophie was branching out to support more and more non-Apple devices in
Okay.
amongst with their other Apple support. From what I've seen, Zag primarily supports. Oh no, they do have a few more. They have a Surface 3 Surface Pro 3, 4. So they've kind of branched out in the last year or two for some alternative support of devices. I was just worried, are they going to go Apple only? And that would, to me, be a mistake.
Well, is Zag Apple only?
For a while, Zag was, and it looks like in the last 2 years.
You kind of don't blame them because
Well, there's the spec. There's, if you support that device, it's going to be supported for many years to come.
Right. Versus like the myriad of Android devices.
Right. So, and they do have some like universal type keyboards. Cool. So it'll be interesting to see where they take it.
Well, but they got to team up and fight against the iPhone made cases now.
Yeah.
So that makes a lot of sense.
Well, it'll be interesting too because the Apple having that potential announcement on March 15th. They're saying that based on some of the stuff, the iPad Air 3 could get the smart connector that the Pro has.
I love we're just continuing to have a show now.
They may get the smart connector, and if they get the smart connector, that means Apple's going to corner that keyboard market probably. So I saw my first Pro in the wild.
Ooh.
The other day. It was pretty cool experience.
How about that connection I kicked you the other day?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, how about that? Yeah, did you know that you work with pro wrestling?
I did not know that. That was news to me.
That was like I saw that pop up and I saw he's been there for like 4 years and I'm like, he's probably told me he was working over there. Because I know he used to work because he works like an IT kind of position over there, right? So
yeah, he's in IT.
Yeah. If you saw him in action, you wouldn't think he's an IT dude. But then again, when somebody's that angry, it goes right with being an IT person when you think about it. Yeah. You know what? Pro wrestling's there's probably a lot of IT guys in pro wrestling if you think about it.
Do you know, I have a good friend in DC, and he said that he's like super active on Twitter, and we were talking about, he helped me like do this so that we could see each other, right? And we're talking about this cast, and I'm telling him about the pro wrestling. He said he's noticed on Twitter a huge crossover between pro wrestling fans and politically liberal people. Like,
really?
Yes, which I don't know if I was surprised by this or not. I don't think I know enough about pro wrestling to kind of have an opinion. But he said there's a lot of like lefty political views that cross over with pro wrestling. That's what he's noticed. Which is
interesting. Wow, maybe that's an area thing because I always kind of took it as kind of a country thing, Yeah,
the opposite.
Yeah,
I think a lot of people think that, and I mean, I was like, well, hey, who knows? But
I never would have connected that. That's I don't even know.
I'll have to ask him. Do you think maybe it's just because he works for SEIU, so he's quite
right. Well, I think
so that's who he's following. But I'm a little bit, maybe it's just who was already on his Twitter feed. I don't know.
I feel like it's I think the real answer is those wrestling fans everywhere.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe that's the lefty kind of people or the people that just are around him in his environment.
That's what I think.
And then he's noticing they're pro wrestling fans.
That's my guess.
Because as obviously, and I was having this conversation with somebody today. I was like, yeah, I don't know, the coffee I went to, I never know how to introduce myself, right? Okay, what job am I today, right? Since I do so many things. And then I realized it's like, yeah, but I always end up coming around to wrestling to test the audience, and usually it's a really good somebody's into wrestling or fascinated by it.
Yeah.
So it all just kind of rolls around.
Yeah.
I always have that in my back pocket.
That's good. Well, thank you much for having me. And I was laughing. I'm like, well, I'm not. I like technology as a means to an end, and I'm not afraid of it, and I don't mind trying things.
And that's the biggest.
But I'm glad. I don't know if you would necessarily call me an enthusiast, although there have been people who are kind of I don't know what the word is, averse to technology, and they think I am an enthusiast. So I don't know what you want to think about that. But
my biggest thing is with a show like this is, as opposed to, until you listen to a lot of the same shows I do, and I know I get annoyed at the pundits that aren't actively doing this other than being writers of it, and I like that we are users of it. Like even whatever you consider yourself, you're a user of this, in some capacity, even if it's just on I'm in an office and there's some of this stuff around me, that's fine. That's absolutely fine, and I hope we're not like, those are the people I want to say, hey, this doesn't have to be over your head, No,
that's what makes the show fun to listen to, I think. For someone who's maybe not like in the world of technology, either just because or by choice or whatever, it's fun to listen to because regardless of what you're trying, it's fun to hear someone say, like, I tried this thing and it was incredible, or I tried this thing and it totally sucked. It's interesting to hear. I mean, it's a review in a sense, but it's also you're hearing a review from a real person that you feel like and it's I don't know. I know that you're never doing it to like sell more things or ruin a company. It's just your personal experiences, and they're fun to hear. They're great stories, and I think people really can relate to that. So it's why I listen.
Awesome. I really appreciate it. And thank you so much for the feedback.
You're welcome. Well, enjoy your evening. I have to head off to eat my dinner this evening. I just rushed in here like just a little bit before we went on the air, so I'm gonna chow down.
All right. I'm going to hurriedly edit this thing and prepare for our award show tonight. Oh, I need to go get my suit from upstairs.
You have an award show tonight?
Yeah, it's the Mayhemies, good sir.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Well, Mr. Chilla, it was nice to meet you remotely.
It was nice meeting you. Oh, she can't tell that I'm pointing up at her, can she?
I think she
I can tell you're pointing up.
So in the layout that everyone else sees, you're above me. It's like a 3 video thing. So Sorg's over here.
This is like when you're explaining where your computers are in your house.
Yes.
Nice. Well, it's good. I'm glad we got it straightened out that the one camera was pointed at your crotch, like
Yes.
before we went right on.
That's a good thing.
Like, can you see him? I was like, I see his.
I usually just leave it.
Oh, do you?
That's the special edition camera.
Hello.
This is where if it gets boring. This is what we do. Well, thank you much and enjoy, and it's a pleasure, and let me know if I can ever be helpful to either of you, because I'm happy to do that in any capacity.
Awesome.
Cool.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks. Have a good one.
Thanks.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
I don't have anything to toss on in the meantime to cover the next half hour, but maybe I'll just throw the show back in.
Yeah, why not?
All right, I need some off time, stretch, etc. We'll be right back in a little bit. Have fun. All right, good stuff.
You just pick a video from your home library.
You guys want to watch V for Vendetta?
You have over 12 days of AwesomeCasts if you played them back to back.
Is that guessing that they're all an hour apiece?
Yeah.
That's a mistake. And I don't think there's been short ones.
Hey guys, it's the AwesomeCast.
You mean they're all over an hour?
Most likely.
Right, so you have at least 13
At least
days.
13 days, okay.
I will be
Wow.
at home next week, probably.
Hey guys, it's the AwesomeCast. No. Hey guys, it's the AwesomeCast. I'm Mike Sorgatron on the Twitter here in the Mayhem Studios in Pittsburgh, PA, ready to get geeky, talk tech with you guys from the people using this stuff all around in different groups and different areas and different expertises and professionalisms. Yes, we're making up words tonight. With me back in Studio A, it is John Chichilla at Chill on the Twitter with a new lighting situation.
I'm liking it. I'm liking the look.
You like it? Looks. It's dark. It's even. I don't know. We just don't point any lights at you, but they're on in spirit.
I'm a shining beacon of light all on my
That's
own.
right. We're lighting experts over here. How do you light a podcast? Well, we're still figuring it out. And also, this is a first for the show. So we started Patreon probably about a year ago, right? And we've had some people contributing for a while, and over on the Mayhem show, we had usually the people have already been on, or we bring them back in. And so this is the first of this. First of all, the first Patreon for this show, Terry Hammond of Thistle Seed Business Development, those mysterious people up in Cranberry we've learned about over the last year, is joining us on the show right now. How you doing?
I'm great. Thank you so much for asking. This is my first podcast in my whole life, so it's a first for you and for me.
Excellent. This is this is new for this show, and we're hoping to get some more people to come in. And you're, of course, been on for a while. But it's interesting because we met well before, right? I believe it was an Alpha Lab Open Coffee that we had run into each other.
Yes, and actually, you started talking about how you were podcasting and how long you'd been doing it and enjoying it, and the conversation was, I was really interested, and then you started talking about how you were podcasting in professional wrestling, which I know almost nothing about, and I was like, wow, this is passion right here. That we work with business owners, we work a lot with people that are really passionate about what they do, so I don't know, I was intrigued upon meeting you then.
Awesome. Well, great to have you on. Great to see what you think about stuff going on in the tech world, what your awesome things are, and everything like that as we go here. And everybody, please check us out, AwesomeCast.net. That's where the show lives, and of course our awesome chat as well. We had a really fantastic interview actually on our awesome chat this past week. You remember we talked about a little camera a little bit ago called the Movi 4K camera that it had that interesting thing where you use your phone and you pick the shots. Well, that led to, of course, it's something being put out by Livestream.com actually, and that led to them getting to us on Twitter. And we talked to Max Hote, the co-founder of Livestream.com, actually on the show. Really cool talk with him, and a really dove really into the tech of that and how that works. So it was really interesting from a videography kind of standpoint for me, and it is a cool kind of thing that for kind of newbies to the area that want to live stream and do something a little higher end and have $300 or $400 to rock into it. But I think it was a really good one over at AwesomeCast.net. You can also follow us at AwesomeCast on the Twitter. You can check us out on YouTube, iTunes, Stitcher, Spreaker, iHeartRadio. We got a great Facebook group as well under AwesomeCast, so please join us over there. You can also now, of course, live. We're live every Tuesday about 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time, barring me maybe being a little late and setting everybody up. You might get a little bit of that going on. But you can also now go to riversedgepgh.com, and we're actually hanging out over there on Thursday mornings. You can catch a replay of the show on your drive into work or the kick off that Thursday morning. Maybe that can be the way that you listen to the show from now on. Our good friends over there, and I was actually on the River Talk radio show. You can check out the replay over there. That is episode, I know I have it linked over at awesomecast.net, but if you go check out episode 46, almost got that wrong, 46 over there, and we're chatting about probably about a third into that, and we talk about AwesomeCast, we talk about the community, including our awesome Patreons actually got mentioned, like Terry, and a little bit about pro wrestling, of course, because let's be honest, it always kind of goes around to pro wrestling, doesn't it, with me? So as you know, but and like Terry here, you can also follow our Patreon, patreon.com/awesomecast. If you're getting any value out of this, if you want to support the show, and of course we don't expect everybody to, we're plenty happy if you guys share the show and everything. But as Terry knows, they're at the $5 level, which we've kind of turned into the executive producer level for the show, and you guys get some extra goodies out of that, at being at that level, right?
It's true. I have fantastic executive producer business cards, and to get a little extra peek into what's going on in the show in advance. But I think the nicest part about being a Patreon, nothing to do with the things that you get, but it's the sense that you feel excited and happy and proud to help someone produce something that they care about, that's important, that's enhancing the community and people's lives. So I have a little piece of that, and I love that.
Awesome. And thank you so much, and thank you also to Mike Fedora, at Mike Fedora Show on the Twitter as well, another executive producer. He also got the business cards, and thank you so much. And I encourage anybody. It's a new way to doing it, and I'm hoping if we build this up enough. We've been looking at stuff for advertising, but I really want Patreon to be the way that these kinds of shows get supported around here, and so we don't have to do that. So give back if you can, share the show. Otherwise, either way, we really appreciate it. And we're talking to a lot of really great people out there, and a lot of people saying I've been running into in the wild at these entrepreneurial things I've been going to that have been listening to the shows and had some really, really great things to say about that. I really appreciate that. All right, let's get into it with our awesome things of the week. I don't want to put Terry on the spot, since she's new. Let's give her a comfort zone here. So I'm going to start with John this week. So John Chilla, what is your awesome thing of the week?
So my awesome thing of the week is the Gear 360 virtual reality camera.
Oh.
So I tweeted about this.
Yeah, you caught my interest on this one, buddy.
So Samsung has kind of obviously this leaked, but it's going. I can't imagine, based on the attention that it's getting, it not being formally announced here in the next couple weeks. But this is a virtual reality camera, and it's going to accompany the release of the Galaxy S7. I don't think you're going to get one of these free with every S7 or anything, but it's going to be a device that kind of probably goes along with the Galaxy Gear VR. This is more of your kind of home version. There's no price yet, but it does do a 360-degree recording via dual lenses, or 180 degrees via single lens. It can do a maximum resolution of 3840 by 1920 with the dual lenses, or 1920 by 1920 in the single lens mode. I think this would be kind of cool depending on the price point, even if for some of the larger kind of home renovation stuff I do, if I recorded myself in VR and then time-lapsed it, and you could watch from 360 degrees, like me rebuild my basement, or tear out my backyard, or rebuild my front porch. I just think it would give an interesting aspect to any of those kind of mundane things that you probably wouldn't be that interested in watching me do.
Right.
But if you could watch me do it in 360 degrees time-lapsed,
that makes everything
that
awesome.
makes everything cool.
So this is a thing that your phone goes into, much like the Gear VR kind of thing, right? And that, like, your phone is still the guts in the technology behind it, right? Like, this is just kind of a UFO looking thing with a bunch of lenses, right?
So they haven't fully filled in the gaps on that. I've heard that this may have onboard storage.
Mm-hmm.
It may complement. Here's the thing: is I find it odd that you would have to plug your phone into this.
I'm trying to figure, like, where does the phone go when I'm looking at this
Like,
thing?
I'm guessing it would come down through the base or something like that.
Okay.
And it would kind of sit below, so you don't have, because you know how when you see those 360 degree pano photos and even video, you never see, like, when you look directly below, you kind of have that gap where it can't capture.
Right.
I'm guessing that's where, like, you would go. Is the top of it, to me, it looks like there's kind of a power button, and the top of it's maybe a microphone built in. Again, this, I don't think you're going to be filming the next Avengers in VR.
No.
But to me, this is something that's attainable for the amateur at their house that wants to take their own video recording to the next level and kind of produce it in a VR setting. So if I can get my hands on one of them, and or they're relatively inexpensive, I think we definitely need to throw this up for the show and see how it works.
I've been wanting to do, because I've been looking at the Ricoh Theta cams, which, they're like a $300 or $400 camera that does kind of the same thing, but with like two lenses basically, and stitches it together. Now, is Samsung doing a still camera thing with this, or is this like a video camera?
It's supposed to be video.
It is supposed to be video. Well,
Yeah.
that makes things different. Because I've been like, well, what can I do? What is the need for this? Because I started looking at the 360 video with when I got the Google Cardboard a couple months ago. And that really kind of got my mind going of like, okay, what can we do with this? And is anybody in Pittsburgh doing this, right? Because I feel like there's a lot of stuff in Pittsburgh that I think would be really interesting in 360 degrees. You know, a lot of the scenery, a lot of the architecture, a lot of things happening in neighborhoods. Somebody, like I was talking to somebody today about stuff happened up here in Beachview, and we talked about, you know, hey, if some of the stuff that I'm hearing about, and they actually start developing stuff up here, you know, how much has East Liberty changed? What about seeing that skyline of Beachview that I see from my back porch change over time, right? But what if we just put a camera right in the middle and say, hey, this is Beachview now, and be in the middle of it, and we take a look at that 5 years from now? I think that's a huge opportunity for a lot of things like that.
I think the other place you'll see those being used is by real estate agents who jump on that stuff immediately.
Yes.
Just like drones, you know, and any kind of leasing offices. Anytime you want to show somebody, like, what are you getting before you get it, they'll be using it.
Really, anything that you want people to be there, right? Like,
right.
I mean, I can think more and more like, what is it like to be ringside at a wrestling show? Like, especially for a small indie or something, right? And especially if it's something that I imagine this would become a more affordable way to do that, right? You know, I can see just kind of taking one of these cameras and putting them on a post like at that corner right by the entrance ramp at the one show, and having that thing happen, and, you know, seeing just everything that happens and all the moving parts, and the fans going crazy and probably playing with the camera, to be quite honest. You know, something like that, or on like the post, you know, or something like we've been wanting to do with a GoPro camera. There's a lot of possibilities, and the more accessible this becomes, the more we can get out there and do some creative things. It's better than GoPro's solution, right? With the YouTube jump idea. That was, geez, what was that? That was like several $1,000s at that point, at least 5,000, I think, but inaccessible for most people, right? And unless you have the right thing that somebody really wants to do it and put in the money for it.
What'll be interesting, and I hope they kind of figure out how they're going to do this, is they need a way, and maybe they can do it through YouTube. They need a way to give you a place to kind of put this so other people can then see it.
Right.
But then also not only see it if you own Galaxy Gear VR.
Right. Well, don't they have that on YouTube, though? Because you
do.
can go in, you can see things, and you can use your mouse to look around.
You can use your mouse to kind of look around. So, and I think Star Wars did that with one of their videos. The video was extremely low quality, but it did work.
Well, the one that they had on or the one they had on Facebook?
The one they had on Facebook was also released. Like, I actually picked... I noticed it on Facebook first.
Yeah.
And then I think YouTube may have picked it up, but it was also on Galaxy Gear VR's VR app. So I could watch it via the Gear VR, but the quality was
rough.
Bad.
I noticed how low quality it is, like on a 5S. I did all the Star Wars app, Google VR stuff, and super low res. Really cool to be kind of in the scenes, especially having just seen the movie when I was playing with it. You know, just seeing me. You know, I actually left Big Hero 6 on just so I know where the TV was, so I wouldn't get lost in my living room because I was standing up. But you know, it's a lot of there's definitely a lot of opportunity there, and this seems to be becoming more accessible quicker. You know, I mean, if something like all of these Ricoh Theta cams and this Samsung VR thing pops up around the time when we can actually buy Oculus Rifts and whatever the next the Google Cardboard iteration could be, even just have that to say, hey, everybody can get a cardboard and do this. I mean, that's what they're doing in schools, right? I think that's a really cool space to be in, and let's see what's going to happen from there. So awesome, go check that out. Terry, what's your awesome thing of the week?
My awesome thing of the week. So it's, the name of it is 7 Shifts, SHIFTS. And it's an app, but it kind of speaks to a specific problem that businesses run into. I kind of tend to look at things through that business lens because that's the brunt of my work at Thistlesea. But 7 Shifts in particular helps owners or managers schedule their employees. And this sounds kind of boring and horrible, but when you look at the fact that before these kinds of things existed and this technology existed, people used literally paper paper and pen. And then the big improvement to that was using Excel. And so you have a manager spends all of this time scheduling employees. Of course, as soon as the document's created, immediately it is obsolete because people want to switch. And it's a constant battle with this. And it's not convenient for the person doing it at all. It's not convenient for the people using it at all. And it's on top of all that, it just takes a long time. It's hard. So some really smart people, I guess, figured out that this is a really big pain point for businesses. And I really like 7 Shifts. I have some experience in the restaurant industry. I actually used to own a restaurant with my husband. And boy, was this a real big pain point for us. And so they've taken this technology that has existed, I'm sure, for a while. And in particular, 7 Shifts is catered to restaurants where you have people that are working different shifts, splitting shifts, different wages, potentially being in different roles on the same day, on different days. And the really fantastic part is it's not just about like I can now do what I did on paper in an app, but it's also people have the ability to say, I don't feel well or I'd like the day off. I'm giving up my shift. It makes it available to all the other people that are qualified to take it. Someone says, I'll pick it up. A note goes to a manager or supervisor saying, so-and-so wants to switch with this person. They okay it from their phone. And suddenly this task that used to involve telephone calls, all this garbage, it's done. It's done in like 5 seconds. And it's kind of a shock when you're used to doing it this sort of old labor-intensive way. You really can't believe not just your savings in time, but frankly, it was just an ugly, horrible task. And now suddenly it's kind of a breeze. And you spend your time actually scheduling people where they should be and when they should be instead of making charts and scratching them off. So I love like continuous improvement. And this is a big one. These kinds of things are great.
I worked at Kinko's in high school and part of college, and then I worked at Starbucks for a little while after college. That was the biggest ordeal for management, was scheduling and shift switches and all of that, to the point where managers would sit down for like an entire 8-hour shift of their own to try to figure out the schedule for the next week. Right. And then to your point, someone comes in and, you know, unfortunately there's been a death in the family or there was whatever reason came up and they need to then recreate the wheel all back over again.
Right.
And tools like this, this just amazes me because the complexity that takes place, to your point, with different wages, making sure employees don't go over 40 hours a week. I could see this also being huge when I was at Starbucks, there were a lot of times where other stores would call and say, hey, do you have anyone that has extra hours this week they can work? I don't want to have to pay them overtime, but I need someone to fill a 4-hour shift. Can you throw me someone? And so you would not only have to deal with your own internal store, but then other stores. So to me, this is brilliant. It definitely fills a need, and I can't imagine this was. I'm not surprised I'm surprised this wasn't built sooner, but the complexity around this is just ridiculous, and it's much harder than one would think.
And 7 Shifts isn't the first. I mean, there's another great one out there called When I Work, which is geared to other industries. I think retail would work nicely with When I Work. Schedule Fly, which is another restaurant-specific one. I think the other thing it does, and you touched upon, part of it is making it easier for the person working in the business. But the other huge thing is that in a way, and in a really important way, give some control back to the employees. Because, if you're sitting there and it's your day off and you're like, oh, I'm kind of bored, I'd pick up a shift if there was one. Suddenly you can. Mm-hmm. If there is one, you can do it. But it's up to you. And I think that, it gives people more earning opportunity if they want it. If not, that's fine too. But and I think the other thing that most of these companies have done, and 7 Shifts is no outlier there, is that they do a really reasonably, like a monthly pay-as-you-go, SaaS. But it's not, a huge outpouring for a small business, for a new business, for someone who wants to try it. So it's kind of, I know it's not very glamorous and it's not tech for the sake of tech, but it's the kind of thing that, like, if you get 8 hours of your life back, that's huge. That's it's enormous.
Looking at this, like, I'm looking at the When I Work one, and it's like 20 employees is like $29 a month. That, and versus
reasonable.
Yeah, really reasonable for something like that, and versus that time that you would have been paying somebody X amount per hour to do. I mean, that's incredible. I mean, this is the kind of thing where I was listening to the Triangulation, and they were talking about kind of the future of we're going to be using computers to do all these things, all these tasks, and then that just opens us up to do other things, And I think this is a perfect example of something like that. I mean,
I think there are the other couple nice little features. They allow people to communicate, employees to communicate via a private, or I guess a separate network necessarily than like their cell phone. So if they want to.
Hey guys, I'm getting ready for the Mayhemies. This hat doesn't work with these headphones. We're gonna see if we can figure that out too. It looks like what is this happening right now? Be right back. I'm gonna pop over so I can prepare the Mayhem show graphics. I think we're starting with Matt Carlin's, and Will, and I think, is Mike in there? Mad Mike, are you in there? I think Mike still needs some time, so we'll have him come in second half. But I think between you guys, it's going to be a good mix to start us off and kind of be the presenters. I have some ideas. We'll get you in here. We'll kind of talk about what we want to do. As far as our presentation, I know I should have spent more time on this, but we've kind of winged this in the past, so I'll fix it in post. Okay, I want to send a call out. See if we can prep. Ooh, fancy new picture. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm alright. I don't know why my camera's not showing up. That's a problem.
Indeed. Hey, man.
Hey, let me turn the light on.
I'm glad to see you're dressed up.
You know what?
That's not good. You guys still hear me?
Hold on.
Because my audio just fell off the desk.
I can still hear you.
Good.
I don't see Lunchbox though.
Yeah, you're
I'm
right.
having problems. I don't know what to deal with.
If it helps, my hair's combed, and that's kind of fancy for me.
Ooh, that works. Hey, as long as I'm dressed up for the part. Hold on, I'm gonna pop over, hang out. Hello.
Hello.
Do. Oh, I'm sorry. This got away from me here.
Actually, this would like a button-up shirt still be dressed up?
Yes, that's fine. Have you seen what I'm wearing?
I was gonna say it's not like a suit shirt, but
like I'm wearing a t-shirt under this. But I have a tie.
Yeah, let me see. Give me a second.
There we go.
There he is. I really want this hat to work. I'm going to make this work, I swear. Oh, these bugs. What are these? What is happening down here?
What?
I want to sneeze. Definitely.
Bless you.
Oh, shit. So, I think in Slack, I'll give you guys the winners and the categories and such. Or even if you guys can pull up the original Mayhemies post to have that sort of thing.
Okay.
This isn't right.
shirts are wrinkled as fuck, but it'll do.
Nobody's gonna notice over the internet.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Just have the semblance of the
I'm only gonna button 3 buttons.
Oh, you
That's all we can
rebel!
see.
You rebel! Hey, you know what? When you're on the internet, they don't know if you're wearing pants, and they don't know if you got buttoned all the way.
Yeah.
That's how you
From
roll.
top half-
I was thinking,
top-
how's it? Go ahead.
I was gonna say from the top half I look professional, from the bottom half I look like a cholo because I've got like.
I had an idea. I want to do the No Pants podcast. That's where my concept ends. But you can presume that most podcasts are done without pants on.
Echo.
Waiting. But in this one, it just gets it out of the way in the beginning, you know?
Mhm.
Hello. Oh, good.
Yeah, it's good.
It's good. Will. I'm just gonna roll with this hat. Does this hat look fancy on me?
Yeah, it's fancy.
Am I bringing the fanciness?
You look like a fancy movie director from like Arizona or something.
Arizona.
What?
Where is it
Okay.
they have like the weird film festivals or whatever in like New Mexico or something?
Colorado?
No, Colorado.
I feel like Colorado. Like you're talking about like the cans or something?
Yeah,
Wow.
sure, that thing. That sounds like a thing.
You're so cultured. He goes to Austin and hangs out one time at a film party, and we just don't know Eamon anymore.
They announced they're doing more of this, by the way.
Nice. So why? I presume because of the demographic in Austin, they're doing that. Like
No,
why?
well, no. El Rey has an office in Austin.
Oh, is Rodriguez like based in Texas?
I think so.
That makes sense. And he's over there in like hipstery Austin, huh?
Mhm.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. Oh no, I think you're missing out. Pittsburgh, where we have a whole 2 weeks of snow now. Now's the time. Get something above sea level while you still can, because it's warm out there. We got a groundhog. What's up? Oh, actually, I kind of like how that looks. I hate having brims with the lights like this, but we're going for a style tonight, right, guys? If I lower this, and we'll just go ahead and let the hat kind of. Oh, you don't want to see that part. Go ahead. We'll go ahead and let the hat like roll off of the. Get cut off. You can see more of what's happening here. Dun 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 dun.
So just who else is on tonight?
What?
Who else is on tonight?
I invited Matt, and then we'll get some other people involved, like in the second
For the
half.
second half.
Hold on. Will, we had somebody submitted a big question last night. I don't know if you saw that.
No. Where did they submit it?
They tweeted it to us during Raw, and I just kind of want to toss it back out and let people answer it. But then Riz
Well,
responded.
let's do that one then, because I don't have one.
Perfect.
I didn't know if I needed to come up with one because we're doing the Mayhemies tonight, so I didn't.
Well, no,
Here we are.
Mayhemies, we're going to occupy first 2 segments, I figured. Kyle Kuzi. What are 2 wrestlers you would say are surprised WWE hasn't signed but should have many years ago?
Let's do it.
Oh,
That's a good one. I don't know what's happening over here. I don't know if this is working. I don't know if Matt's joining us. Matt, are you with us? Matt?
I'm going to start talking at 9 o'clock like this show started.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Not prepared. Hold on. Where's the...
Oh, yeah.
Let me cue the music. Where'd the music go? Son of a bitch. This one that Garza gave me. He's got this. Oh yeah, it's the Mayhemies. It's the practice round. Everybody's here having fun. The pussies are in the house. Wait, I don't have a video feed for you yet, so that doesn't make any sense. Eamon's here with his funny hair.
Funny hair.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. And we're gonna like leave it like obscenely loud so you can barely hear everybody, just like on the TV. There's that interview that didn't work out. Okay. I'm gonna set my shots. That's an Eamon.
Oh, and you got my thing right, Sorg, about Indy.
Yeah, he is booked now, right?
He is booked now.
Okay, cool. Because I also booked the other guy.
I know.
So now he's in a holding pattern for next week. Because I have like I'd like the guy to say yes to next week, but I don't think he's going to, kind of thing going on. I'm just gonna leave this music going in the background and see if they take us off of YouTube. What's that?
I was gonna say, from the other people I asked, like, it's a bunch of like, I can't do this week, but I would love to do it eventually. I'm like, I'll try to pencil you in.
Well, hey, go start filling them in those slots for like the rest of. Is that Star Wars? Is Star Wars playing now? Something's happening in the background. Caller, please turn down your radio. Would you guys hate me if I don't run with the chat room this week? Can we just...
Nah.
Am I okay? Am I okay? Oh, I never set this up. That's why. Did we get anything from one of our... No, we didn't. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Somebody responded to something. I'm trying to figure that out. Don't have an answer for you. Okay. Nobody's hit me up on anything. Everybody's looking at Eamon right now.
Hi.
Eamon, you're the star right now. Something is weird, and I don't understand why. Will is not on the thing. I've set all these up. Oh, there he is. Got him. All good. Okay. Oh, okay. So no, I think jeez. Let me put, Hangouts is not working on this computer yet.
Ah, what the fuck? God damn fucking dry erase piece of shit. Still where it needs to fucking go.
All right, now we got the match shot. No, I figure you guys... Oh, Matt, that's awesome. that's amazing. That is perfect. It's going to be the fanciest fancy yet. No. Oh, no. This is all wrong. No, that's why it's not working.
Is there any potato chips left?
I don't think so. I haven't seen any. There's crackers, right? Maybe?
Well, there's specifically for Noah.
Buy more. They're popular. People like crackers.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh no, this is...
Sorgatron, do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Just trying to get you back on here.
Would you, if we were perhaps soliciting donations for Jesus, would you give us money?
Oh, I can't wait for this. I can't wait for what's coming there.
There's a big fucking warning on my pot pie that says this product may contain bones.
What?
It sounds like threatening.
Hey, what?
Look at this.
How did you?
Kitty.
This
So it's-
product may contain bones.
Bones.
That is threatening the way they put that. Holy
Yeah.
crap!
Also, how big they put it on.
This
That's the
product may contain your bones.
Like, so it's a microwavable like chicken pot pie.
It's like a preheated thing, like you get at a grocery store.
Oh,
It was.
I was
dinner,
gonna say like, there's no reason bones should be in it.
right.
Line you guys up. Got you there. Oh, geez.
So how do you want this to work if we're going to be like, if you're going to be going around and asking people to read winners and things? Is that even possible?
I think I might have to do it kind of audibly a little bit. Just kind of have the list in front of you. And I need to double check my winners and make sure I got them all correct.
So do we have the list of winners?
I have a list of winners.
Okay, well, you meant like I didn't know if you meant we're each going to reveal a winner. Or...
All right, so you're gonna do the format because we haven't talked about like what the nominations are on the show. We did it through those other videos, so we're gonna go through. We're gonna go through. So the person that I pick for each category. Tell you what, I'm gonna share with you. No, that doesn't make sense.
So just pull it up on.
Are you guys able to pull up the poll?
Yeah.
Where?
Okay.
On WrestlingMayhemShow.com.
Let's go. Just any of the Mayhemy posts. I have the poll embedded. And I'm going to go to Slack, and I'm going to put the winners in right now. And
You're only going to send the winners to the people who are going to announce the winners?
No, I'm going to go through. I want to give the category, your name, and the winner, so you guys all know what you're reading.
Okay.
Okay,
You could send the winner. You could send the winner as like a private message on Slack.
That would be way too complicated for me right now.
Where is the poll?
Oh, I can't see the poll because I have already answered the poll.
Oh no, seriously?
Yeah, it knows.
I can. Where else would I pull it up?
Hold on, I'll be able to. And maybe we don't have to read all of the nominees for, like, interview of the year or something.
Yeah. Where are you putting this? Wrestling Mayhem Show doc? Or Wrestling Mayhem Show Slack?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just the main Slack. And I'll give some insight of how the poll did, since I have those results here.
Yeah, I think maybe you do. How about we do? You'll be like the voice of God during the Oscars, and you'll be like, now to present the award for best female wrestler of the year, please welcome DJ Lunchbox. And then DJ Lunchbox will come up and say a terrible joke. He goes, and now here are the nominees for best female wrestler. And then Sorg can jump in and be like, and then you go back to LB and LB, and the Mayhem goes too.
I already set myself up to announce some of these though.
Well, Sorg can pull double duty. You can make two voices.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll do that. Completely over the top. Why not? Can I disqualify myself from this one thing?
Which one thing?
The one thing that I'm nominated for.
No.
Did you win?
Can I disqualify myself from this one thing?
Nope.
All right, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, it won't let me pull it up either.
Oh, you got to be kidding me. Okay, let me. This doesn't work.
I could probably think of the nominees off.
No.
I've got some of the nominees on my phone.
Is it not in a spreadsheet somewhere or something?
I could throw it.
I have the results. Let me see if I share this.
Do the results
with you guys.
include the nominees?
Hold on. Oh no, that's everything. That's not cool. There we go. Do you guys all have access to the Mayhem Slack?
Yep.
Yep.
I'm going to paste this in the Mayhemy Slack. It's
Okay.
I
all...
can't wait for that.
There you go.
Boom, there it is.
All right. So there's that. So locate your thing. Host
Okay,
it.
I got it.
Okay, we can deal with that.
I can work
We're gonna
with
go
that.
through this one at a time. Nice and easy.
Oh, good.
Sorg, will Jen and I be presenting as a tandem, or
Um,
should she just stay in the audience and clap?
I don't know. I
Because we got some great stand-up ready for you.
okay.
No, we don't.
If you guys have a routine, go for it.
No, we have no routine.
No, we don't.
We're like the Amy Poehler and Tina Fey of the Mayhem show.
What?
No one thinks that's
what?
funny.
I don't know.
I really thought that joke was going to go over.
Amy Poehler and Tina
Which one
Fey
of
have
us is
great
that?
routines, is why.
Why?
Oh,
Prepared.
Which one am I?
Some people
What?
pre-write
the
these
hotter
things.
one?
They're all hot.
Sure. That was good, right? Albie's laughing on the inside.
Sure.
We popped Damon. We're good.
I bought you both saying that LB's laughing and the picture's just stone face.
Oh, so it was LB that got the laugh. Damn them. We'll play it straight.
Should we turn the light on?
I feel like
Okay.
the lighting's pretty good. I'll turn it on. Here, hold
All
that for
right,
me.
there we go. 1, 2,
Hold
3,
my butt.
9. What the hell? Okay. I'm just gonna do these shots. I just put Matt and Jen on this. Jen, are you gonna be there the whole time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
At least for the first
Sure.
section here when we do these.
The what?
At least for the first section when we do these.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Does she have a thing in?
Yeah, she's got a thing.
Okay.
She's waiting for my permission to speak.
Oh, is that what's happening?
That's what's happening.
I got to do.
Whoa. Shit, this got real.
It's got real, man. It's got real. Everybody is.
I tell you what got real today. What got real was never mind. I'll talk about it.
Mario Giannetti.
That got real. That did get real.
All right. So
When-
I have
when
this
keeping it real goes wrong.
in my mind. We'll do this. We'll have people present. We will announce the winner. We will discuss the winner.
Very good.
Sound good? All right. Like what you think?
Good.
At the end, there were some interesting anomalies that happened. I will talk about that. And we will thank everybody. And we'll go
Were
to.
there any singularities?
There were some interesting singularities.
Were there anomalies and singularities?
Yes. Yes. All right. So we're recording up there. I should record this whole thing. It's me with a hat that looks funny. All right. What is this? What episode is this? What's happening?
Who are you?
What year is this?
Also, hey, who's out there? Can we get one of our people to tweet? Because I think
Bobby's there.
well, it's Missy. Let me know if you're good to go because I know you're having issues. But yeah, sure. Bobby, yeah, Bobby. If you could you tweet any results or anything, tagging any people, etc., etc. That would be really, really awesome right now. Unless Missy confirms that she's back, I'm not sure. Okay. Either way, we need to roll. 5:05. Hey guys, it's the Wrestling Mayhem Show. I'm Mike Sorg on this very special edition of the Wrestling Mayhem Show. It is the Mayhemies. We're going to be talking about professional wrestling. We're talking about the best of 2015. This is the Mayhemies 2016. I am your very spiffy. You see, I'm wearing the hat. I'm wearing the tie. We're all good to go here. I'm wearing the suit jacket. And we are super fancified. Sorgatron here for the Mayhemies. And also with me from San Antonio, Texas, Also, he's combed his hair. He's buttoned at least 3 of his buttons. He's ready to go. He is the voice of Inspire. I said at least Inspire Pro Wrestling. The voice of Inspire Pro Wrestling. Eamon Payton is joining us. How you doing today, sir?
Hi. My shirt is fully buttoned because it is a fancy night. Don't let what Sorg said deter you from the fact that I care enough to button more than 3 buttons. Because
Yes.
I am ready for the Mayhemies.
Exactly. And also with us from the Award Central domicile, it is your Papa Lunchbox here in the Pittsburgh area as well. DJ Lunchbox on the Twitter, panelriot.com. How you doing, sir?
Great. Excited to talk about the best 2015 professional wrestling. I have a question, though. What does the award domicile mean?
I don't know. I'm just making up words at this point. You know I have no plan for this, right? Welcome to the Mayhem Show. Also with us, we got a pairing. We got them squeezed onto the camera, and look how fancy they are. They really Wow. Is that how you dress for work, Matt? What? Look at the both.
This is how I dress all the time.
All the time.
All the time.
Matt and Jen Carlins at Main Street Matt at Jen Carlins on the Twitters as well. And Matt, even though we were talking about the best of the best, you called your best wrestler already in Sasha Banks over on WrestlingMayhemShow.com.
That's right, Sorg. Thanks for the plug. Go to WrestlingMayhemShow.com right now and find out why Sasha Banks is my wrestler of the year. But the good news is that we have both male and female categories for tonight for the wrestlers of the year. So no hurt feelings tonight as far as that goes.
That's right. And also, everybody, you can go over to WrestlingMayhemShow.com, subscribe on the iTunes, Twitter, YouTube, Stitcher, Spreakers, iHeartRadios. I think I repeated something in there. All that kind of stuff. And check out all the other plenty of shows that we're doing. Midweek Wars, Raw Wrap-Ups, Total Divas, Indie Mayhem shows, interviews, talks, watching old wrestling. So much going on. And, of course, the great columns by Matt Collins himself. WrestlingMayhemShow.com. Or you can also drop us a line at 412-206-WMS0 or Good Times.
Good times
at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. And please join us and drop some fan mail, all kinds of stuff. And also please join us live.WrestlingMayhemShow.com round about 9 p.m. Eastern Time over there. And you can also, please, if you would, support the show. If you're digging the show, if you're getting some value, some entertainment out at it, to this, so we don't have to chase down a weird ticket. Did you get a ticket? Sponsors like some of the other wrestling podcasts out there, and we thank so much to the people helping us out with that. Of course, one of our earliest ones, Mr. Tonio Garza, he's cashed in his Patreon in the bank as well, from the WrestlingRevolution.com, as well as Diggity! Woo! And the Matthew and Jennifer Carlins. Oh, damn, I forgot all of it, and I can't pull the site up.
Wow.
Matthew and Jennifer Carlins, Foundation for Podcast Betterment, and Mr. Ed Burke himself. Woo! Oof, that's a mouthful. Got all the words. Thank you so much for you guys for joining us, and I can't spell our own Patreon page to confirm any of that stuff, and supporting the show. And then our sponsors that give us pizza, and we'll talk about them later in the show as well. So let's get into, like I said, it is the Mayhemies, and we're ready to get into the awards. Wait, we got the. Oh, no, it's not working. There it is. And welcome to the Mayhemies, everybody. The most luxurious of evenings that we have. I mean, look, Bobby F. J-Town there in the front row wearing the silk pajamas. Everybody's all set. Everybody's in the chat room, very excited. Now we had a special edition when we presented all the nominees this year. Of course, our good friends Chris LaRusso, pro wrestler of 10 years, as well as IWC promoter Justin Plummer, and Mr. Joe Dombrowski, of course, of the Montreal Theory, and don't forget Legend of Virgil and his traveling merchandise table. All laid out the nominees for us. Your host, DJ Lunchbox, was there. Papa Lunchbox, you were part of the proceedings. Let's talk about this first before we get into it. Were you feeling... was it in the air that evening as you hosted those proceedings and got all the nominations out of those guys?
It was something absolutely special. It was a really, really special night to get to sit down with these legends of professional wrestling, gentlemen who know their craft and know it well, and to get to pick their brains for something as prestigious and important as the Mayhemies. It was a pleasure, and I really think that they made some excellent potential selections for our show this evening.
Fantastic. Well, let's get into the first of the categories. I'm just going to keep queuing this music up. There we go, until YouTube takes us down. But of course, best male... There we go. Oh, yeah. Best male performer of the year as selected by our friends. First of all, John Cena, Jay Lethal of the Ring of Honor, and Seth Rollins. The votes have been cast. And our winner is, wherever I put the winners, is over here. There it is. Trouble with this envelope, guys. Drum roll. Seth Rollins won. Seth Rollins. Of course, I know a lot of
well deserved.
The discussion, of course, I know what the guys was like, hey, who really kind of stepped up and was consistently great, for the year. And I think it's inarguable that Seth Rollins is definitely the guy. Do you agree?
Yes.
Panel.
I was about to see.
That was an open question for the floor.
Yes. I agree. I think for the most part, in 2015, a guy that really did rise up and kind of carry the company on his back for a period of time. Especially when he unfortunately suffered an injury at the end of the year, I feel his departure left a big hole in what WWE was, what they had right at that point. And I think that's a real testament to his, the power that he held, I guess, in a sense, in 2015. So, fully agree.
Some arguments from the chat room that how Seth Rollins didn't even finish the year. I guess you could say neither did John Cena, but I think collectively, how was his 2015?
Pretty fantastic, I would say.
He made the impact, right? Matt, what are your impressions of the Seth Rollins? I know Jen is just it's the wrong Shield member, right?
Oh, I like Seth.
What's not to like? Seth Rollins is amazing. He's super athletic. He took his game to a whole new level. He got the ball. He ran with it. His interviews and his promos got amazing as the year went on, and he kept having amazing matches. He was definitely one of the top 3 or 4 guys in WWE this year, don't you think?
Uh-huh.
You can argue maybe top 2 behind Cena. I thought Cena had a really great year, Sorg, but you can't argue with Seth Rollins. He was awesome.
Oh, that's amazing. That is amazing. And it was to be fair, and I'll point out, it was a pretty dead heat. There's a lot of people had a lot of things to say. I'm going through the list of names because we did have write-ins as well. So that really kind of threw the field out. Some write-ins, including one for AJ Styles, one for Prince Puma, one for Okada, actually. I mean, I think that's fair as well. But again, not the popular. Nakamura was on here as well. And in Corey Futuristic.
Wonder who wrote that one in.
I don't know.
Choice.
That is odd. So I don't know. There's some other write-ins that are very interesting as we'll go through the night here. But no, certainly we'll definitely. Wow, there's some really interesting write-ins actually.
Sorry, I think now is a good time for you to thank this huge response that we got all these votes that were cast in the Mayhemies this year. It was a big success. We got
Oh,
a great
absolutely.
response, right?
Absolutely. Huge response. Probably the biggest of any of the Mayhemies that we've had here in our 10-year history of the Wrestling Mayhem Show. Thank you. Thank you so much for everybody who participated and shared out this as well. DJ Lunchbox, he is,
Yes,
you have the next nominees and winner, right?
You're 50% correct, Sorg. I have the next winner.
Okay.
You want to say the nominees?
I'll do it for you. No problem, sir. Hold
Or you
on.
can tell me where those nominees live, and I can look them up.
Oh, I think we definitely did not share you in the proper Slack for that, but that's going to be fixed in a moment there, right there in the... Do you see that pop up there, buddy?
Oh yes, okay.
Da-da-da.
I don't see any of the write-ins. I hope that's not
fine.
an issue.
That's fine. I'll fill you in
That's fine.
later.
All right. So the next category is the female wrestler of the year. They're just like male wrestlers, except for they're female. Completely inaccurate and means nothing. Nominated was Sasha Banks, Paige, and Charlotte. 3 excellent competitors when it comes to female wrestlers. I couldn't help but feel that the gentlemen were playing it safe and not picking anything out of the ordinary there. But hey, when it came down to it, the fans, I feel, made the right decision. And the female wrestler of the year is Sasha Banks.
Correct answer.
That's awesome. That's
Correct
awesome.
answer.
I mean, Matt, you're already calling it for your wrestler of the last year, of course.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel of that being justified in the ranks for the Mayhemies?
Well, let me try to crystallize what my argument was for Sasha Banks as the wrestler of the year. You look at where women's wrestling was at the beginning of 2015 in WWE, and you look at where it was at the end of 2015. At the beginning of 2015, it was held in pretty decent regard. By the end of 2015, Sasha Banks and Bayley were main eventing specials on the WWE Network. They were blowing the roof off of the Barclays Center in Brooklyn, basically being the co-main event and playing a huge part in drawing a massive crowd. NXT expanded from the confines of the state of Florida and turned into this burgeoning third brand for WWE to tour around with, and the women were a huge part of that. Sasha Banks raised the bar to heights never before seen in women's wrestling in WWE, and that's why she is my wrestler of the year overall, and that's why she is more than deserving of being the female wrestler of the year.
Certainly. I think easily top 3 as far as you're talking about mainstream WWE, of course. And while there is tremendous wrestling, as Eamon and Matt, I know you can attest, following the indies out there, that these guys revolutionized at the top of the game, and were able to make the impact that they did. I think really sticks out. And Sasha definitely is the runaway person as far as that goes. So
I agree. Her level of consistency when it came to delivering high-quality matches this year was amazing, just absolutely phenomenal. And I think she has the potential of being a real big star. She's got the following going forward into 2016. Everybody wants to see her succeed, so I'm very excited about what the future holds for her.
Fantastic. Looking at the voting process, we did have Sasha was very much the runaway winner here. Probably looks like garnering at least a third of the votes, actually. So
Wow.
very, very, very strong. Some of the interesting write-ins for this one, of course. So we will always have a few of them. We had Lufisto. Lufisto was listed in here.
Nice.
And Taya Valkyrie. I'm not familiar with that one. I don't know if Eamon, you might be
Soon to debut on Lucha Underground.
soon to debut on Lucha. Amazing.
Primarily in AAA, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. And of course, let's see. Going through these, there's one more I think I saw. Oh yes, Corey Futuristic. Okay. All right.
Well, I mean, he's a versatile competitor, Sorg.
Yeah, I guess so. So maybe you join Shine at some point as well. I don't know. All right, so let's move on for our next nominees. And next line, Eamon, I believe you're on this. Do you have those pulled up? Are you ready to roll, sir?
I am. So I have the distinct honor and pleasure to present the award for Tag Team of the Year. And if you know anything about the Wrestling Mayhem show, we love some tag teaming. Am I right?
I don't get it.
And the nominees are. The nominees are the brotherly duo of Matt and Nick Jackson, the Young Bucks. The duo of Bobby Fish and Kyle O'Reilly, Red Dragon. And those weird sheep-herding sons of you-know-what, the Wyatt family.
Oh.
What am I saying?
Bitches. He was saying bitches. We
Yeah.
used to curse in the show, Eamon. Come on now.
It's fancy, it's classy. Those are our three nominees, and ladies and gentlemen, the winner is the Young Bucks.
Yeah. And that's their new theme song right there. Fantastic, fantastic. The Young Bucks really made a splash like all over the place. And regardless of being, I think the tag team division has been really on top of things this year. I'm really surprised that our nominators did not put the New Day in there, although they did discuss the New Day. It is shocking, but even more shocking, I don't think anybody. Oh wait, we did have 4 write-ins for the New Day actually that I forgot that they weren't on the ballot.
I was expecting an aggressive writing campaign for the New Day, and I'm pleasantly surprised to see that the Young Bucks still won. Not that I don't think the New Day is great.
Yeah. I mean, I got to be honest, it was close. It was very close for a writing campaign by a few votes. But
well, much like the New Day, as you know, the Young Bucks and them share a thing in common in the fact that they will fight your children.
Exactly. And calling them out even on Raw this week. Interesting writings. Cesaro and Tyson Kidd, I think, is a very admirable write-in here. Also, we got a write-in of Corey Futuristic and old Corey Futuristic.
I get it. It's kind of like a run. Okay.
Okay. I'm glad somebody's rolling with the gimmick. Okay. That's good. Sorry. All right. Fantastic. So we're up through the tag teams. Matt Carlins, I believe you have our next set of nominees.
Thank you, Sorg. You know, Jen, it wouldn't be wrestling without shows. You have to have shows to have wrestling. That's why they call it show business. You need the show in the business of wrestling. Am I right?
Isn't it sports entertainment?
That's right. And now, here are the nominees for Show of the Year. NXT TakeOver Brooklyn.
Oh.
Wrestle Kingdom 9. And WrestleMania 31. Drum roll, please. Honey, I will let you do the honors.
And the winner is NXT TakeOver Brooklyn.
Yes!
Fantastic. I mean, that was wow. I think I agree. You know, Wrestle Kingdom was definitely a milestone and definitely had a lot of votes going for it in this poll. Really, again, NXT TakeOver Brooklyn eked it out. Just eked it out in this. So it was a dead heat. I think both had a super huge impact on the industry in their own right.
I can't say enough about that Brooklyn show just for what it represented to the NXT brand, packing in, 13,000 people into the Barclays Center. More than 13,000 people into the Barclays Center.
Right.
But props to Wrestle Kingdom 9. a show that changed the dynamic when it comes to North American wrestling fans and New Japan Pro Wrestling in making that giant leap onto American pay-per-view and then branching that into New Japan World. That drew in a lot of fans, Sorg. It was a big success, and it was a huge show for Japanese wrestling here in the States.
Caught a lot of our attention. Eamon, I know. What do you think about the distinction here between TakeOver and Wrestle Kingdom?
I gotta say, while I do love me some New Japan Pro Wrestling, I hold a special place in my heart for this NXT TakeOver Brooklyn show. I find that, like Matt said, it was very important for the NXT brand. As you mentioned, important for the industry, showcase that a company that didn't necessarily have the names or the sort of, the top level star power, so to speak, can still succeed. And, as long as you have a rabid fan base and a fan base that's willing to support you, and that's what NXT has, and it showed in Brooklyn. So that plus the fact that the card was spectacular.
Absolutely.
Particularly with what I would consider a match of the year, century, whatever candidate with Sasha Banks versus Bayley.
Right. LB, big year, exposing a lot of us to new wrestling. What do you think about our top contenders here?
I genuinely think that the main event of that pay-per-view was words. That match alone would have made it a show of the year contender. Mm-hmm. The fact that it had such a strong undercard was just gravy, icing on the cake. It was spectacular.
You just don't see that on the main roster.
Yeah, and it's. I feel like it's worth mentioning that this would have been my choice for show of the year, whether someone else had nominated it or not. And I've been watching wrestling with a much more critical eye in 2015, and I was absolutely 100% won over by this show. It was spectacular, top to bottom, T to B.
Amazing. By the way, shout outs to some of the other write-ins that we had. Those are always interesting. And one almost won earlier, so you have that. So we had one write-in for WrestleFest 2015. Not familiar with that one. And thank you so much for the one that wrote in Wrestling Mayhem Show for Show of the Year. We appreciate that. We certainly appreciate that. Despite not really being the category we really kind of were rolling for. But thank you so much. We really, really do appreciate it. So next up is me. With we got the match of the year. A really interesting takes on this, because I think there's a lot of ways you could go. So let's see how it went. Oh yeah, spiffy. This is such an interesting medley we picked here this year. So match of the year, of course, John Cena versus Kevin Owens at Elimination Chamber 2015. Okay. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Brock Lesnar versus Roman Reigns, and in parentheses, of course, versus Seth Rollins at WrestleMania 31. And also Dean Ambrose versus Kevin Owens, Survivor Series 2015. That's more of a visual cue for you guys on audio. There you go. So
I'm sorry, I had some audio. Huh? Shut up.
And the winner. Okay.
Indiana Jones.
Oh my God!
There's a lot of stuff in this medley. Apparently,
get sued.
Our winner is John Cena and Kevin Owens at Elimination Chamber 2015. What the hell?
Oh God!
Weird YouTube.
Playing you off already.
We're done. You're not seeing this on YouTube apparently. But anyways, no, I think of the pay-per-view that wasn't supposed to be in a pay-per-view. Eamon, what do you think? This match happened in your hometown.
I would have loved to see this match live, but I didn't because I was working on another wrestling event. No, this was absolutely match of the year. That makes it sound so definitive, but no, this was fantastic. Did an amazing job of skyrocketing Kevin Owens, up into that, contender sort of status of being somebody that could be considered a threat, especially so early in his WWE career. This match happened maybe 6 months, I think, into his time in WWE. That's including NXT. Both made them look amazing. I thought it was fantastic.
Amazing. What do you think? The Carlins duo of this one. What were we not?
yeah, no doubt. You know what, Sorg? You know what? Fire up the griddle because I got a hot take for you.
Okay.
This is a miscarriage of justice.
What?
Cena Owens was a nice match. It had a nice result. It didn't have any lasting impact. For my money, give me Reigns, Lesnar, and in parentheses Seth Rollins at WrestleMania for lasting impact, for a spectacular, visceral, beat the clock. Oh my God, it's going to be 11 o'clock any minute, and our pay-per-view window is going to close and finish to the pay-per-view. That was probably the most amazing end to any event the entire year, as far as execution, as far as just that thrilling moment. So out of those three, I would most certainly pick that one as the match of the year.
Fantastic. LB, what do you think?
Come on now. You can't honestly expect to come up against John Cena in any manner of competition and win. I mean, obviously, this was obvious from the very beginning. As soon as the words John Cena crossed people's lips, it was over. It was a spectacular match, and while I do appreciate the surprise of Brock Lesnar and Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins and that whole bit of business there, John Cena and Kevin Owens put on a fantastic match. Brock Lesnar beat up Roman Reigns for a while and then got punked by Seth Rollins. More interesting experience, not a better match.
Oh, we got noises.
Lesnar, Reigns, and Rollins told a better story in the ring than Owens and Cena did. Owens and Cena was spectacular. The outcome was amazing. Probably more shocking, Owens winning, beating Cena clean in the middle was probably more shocking than Seth Rollins running in with the Money in the Bank briefcase at the end of WrestleMania. That's how shocking that was. Historically significant for Kevin Owens. He's on a very short list of people who could say that they've beaten John Cena clean on a pay-per-view. But I'm telling you personally, storytelling, just the emotion of the moment, I have to give the slight edge. I'm not saying your pick was bad. I'm just saying I think the WrestleMania match was better.
Very interesting. So I'm loving the heated discussion. These are still going, and they're going crazy in the chat room for this. And I think I understand why as I look at this. Was across the board. There was no clear winner for this one. I mean, obviously the one with the most votes, but it was widely all over the place across the nominees were all over the place on here, but the write-ins were fantastic. I think honorable mention for at least 2 or 3 write-ins for Sasha Banks versus Bayley. Well, there you go. In both cases, TakeOver Brooklyn. There's a vote in here for Phoenix versus Mil Muertes, Grave Consequences, Lucha Underground. Who came up with these nominees? Huh.
Actually, we know exactly who came up with the nominees, and we have the video to prove it.
We have the video, yes. Shinsuke Nakamura versus Kota Ibushi was one in here. So Ishii versus Homa, New Beginning in Sendai 2015. So a lot of stuff in there, of course. Nakamura versus AJ Styles. That was this year, unless they did it last year too. So I don't know about that one working out, but still, definitely worthwhile mentioning these guys as well. So great stuff. So DJ Lunchbox, you have the next nominees, or at least you will in just a moment.
All right. Next category that we're covering here on the Mayhemies is Best Brand. best brand. It's all okay. Good, he sent it. All right. There was a little bit of a shocker, I think, in the nominees of this one, because the nominees were Lucha Underground, Ring of Honor, and NXT. Now, personally, I feel that Lucha Underground, NXT, those are no-brainers. Ring of Honor, seeing Ring of Honor slide in there, it surprised me, but I can't help but feel that our video representative made an excellent argument for it. So, without any further ado, the winner of Best Brand is NXT!
NXT. Wow. Wow. Eamon, you got to have some thoughts on that.
I think, obviously, Ring of Honor, I definitely think, as Lunchbox mentioned, a point was made for it. However, I think NXT and Lucha Underground are definitely the two top contenders. I love me some Lucha Underground. I think it's absolutely fantastic. I think they're doing something extremely innovative with their product and their show, as I mentioned numerous times before. However, I do have to agree with the vote. From the fact of best brand, includes a lot of aspects. And I think the brand of NXT is so strong right now. NXT is very much a thing that where if you mention it in a wrestling capacity, it is perceived very highly. It is perceived very passionately. I feel as though it has the brand of NXT has been developed and has grown to a level that it has to be recognized as the best right now, in my opinion. I think Lucha Underground has a spectacular product, and I also love their brand as well. But I don't know if it's necessarily the strongest when we look at NXT and Lucha Underground. Jen, are you okay?
Yeah. Ooh. I'm good.
What? How do the Carlins household with this selection?
How are you with this selection, dear?
I'm fine with it.
You're fine with it?
I haven't seen Lucha Underground yet, and Ring of Honor a couple of times.
Yeah, you like it. You think it's okay. Ask me if I'm okay with it.
Are you okay with it?
Hell no, I'm not okay with this. Lucha Underground has changed the game, and we all respect NXT and what NXT has done this year, and they've come a long way. But artistically, I can't help but look at this from a purely artistic perspective. And I'm telling you, people, and I know the entire chat room is with me right now, Lucha Underground changed the game. It pissed off every old man in the building, in the industry. It's the best thing to happen to professional wrestling in years.
I agree. I completely agree. However, the award was not for best artistic creation. It was for best brand.
Oh, wow.
You don't know that's not... I got my criteria, you got yours.
LB, what do you think of this?
I understand Matt's point, and I agree with him to a certain extent. Yes, artistically, it changed the game. It's incredible what Lucha Underground's been able to do. Lucha Underground, in a very short period of time, has done what TNA tried for ages to do, and that has become a viable televised alternative to the WWE. But the WWE beat them to it by inventing their own viable alternative to WWE and doing it better, and that is NXT.
Right, it is. Entirely. And now, I know there is anarchy in the chat room right now over at live.wrestlingmayhemshow.com. I have to
call the cops, man.
I have to double check this again because once again, this was a very, 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 very close. Whoa.
Are we talking like Hillary Clinton, Bernie Sanders close?
This is by 2 votes.
razor thin margin?
This is by
Are we
2
talking about
votes.
waiting until 2 a.m. for the results from Polk County to come in, Sorg?
Well,
Is that how close it was?
Polk County brought in 2 votes in there for NXT, unfortunately. Very strong. The nod gets to NXT. Lucha just came out. Maybe if those couple of votes in here that voted for WMS and KSWA voted for Lucha Underground.
You son of a... You... I want the people... Come forward and identify yourselves.
Do we need to do a coin flip, Matt? Is that what we gotta do? Get it? Iowa caucus jokes.
Yeah, caucus jokes are hot, man. Don't worry about it. Don't be ashamed.
Wow.
Caucus.
Wow.
That reminds me, now that we're on the topic of the caucus, who did Seth Rollins caucus for? I have yet to find out. I don't know.
Well,
He has not stated who he's supporting in the race for president. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this little political interlude.
I thought you were making
Oh,
that.
from that,
Was that a
Eamon,
joke?
Eamon, you have our next nominee.
Yes, and speaking of Seth Rollins' caucus, it is time for the non-wrestling personality of the year. His caucus is not nominated.
Why didn't we nominate Seth Rollins?
I still have the picture.
Oh,
Oh, boy. Our nominees for non-wrestling personality of the year. Seth Rollins, what am I saying? Stephanie McMahon.
Oh.
strong case for
Doozy.
Stephanie.
Stephanie McMahon, Paul Heyman, and Renee Young.
Ooh, nay, nay.
Nay, nay.
We got some supporters for Nene. And your winner is... Feel it? Paul Heyman.
There you go, Paul Heyman. Not just because he liked our tweet and retweeted us last night during Raw. Thank you very much, Mr. Paul Heyman, our good friend. But no, I think he's the guy to beat. He's the man, right? On the mic, you know, you don't get much better than that, right?
Yeah, I would say out of these nominees, yes. I don't know.
Just say it, Eamon.
I think Paul started out strong, especially going into WrestleMania and the build up to that. If you've seen him after that, I don't know. Has he been bad? No, absolutely not. Has he delivered in the way that he delivered in the last few years? Possibly.
Well, I guess the question is, who's better than Paul Heyman?
Well, that is the trick, isn't it? Because no one's better than Paul Heyman.
Right.
But the trick of this is there anyone more deserving for their performance over the past year than Paul Heyman, who has set such a lofty standard and has this immense amount of momentum and inertia from just being the best promo in wrestling sense for a long time.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's based off of the standards that he has set.
Right.
Not necessarily the promos he's delivered this year.
Okay. I mean, but you think about the good times with Paul Heyman, regardless, in the last few years when that name comes up. I feel. Aside from that, people are mad. There was a strong write-in campaign for Dario Cueto. I understand. Okay. I think maybe our nominators were not terribly down with the Lucha. I will agree with that. But again, you definitely have the right to write in. And the very strong second place in this is Dario Cueto, by the way.
Wow.
So that there is
Go right in.
there is a victory there for you guys. There is a victory for you. So I want to let you know it was close. Not quite as close as our Lucha versus NXT situation. And again, it's the people. It's the people voting.
You decide.
You decide. LB, what do you think?
Again, the choice is obvious. It's Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman's speeches are like music, and it's actually not much of a stretch for them to inspire music, I would encourage everyone to look for a band called Does It Offend You? Yeah. And they have a song called Wrestler, which is basically music set to a Paul Heyman speech.
Oh.
And it is fan-fucking-tastic.
That's nice. That is nice. All right, from there, Matt Carlins, you have the next nominees.
I think I'm gonna let. It's okay if I let my wife read this one nominee.
Sure. I think that meets the percentage.
Yep. Well, you know what, honey? We are here to present the award, the Mayhem for Next Big Thing, and you know a thing or two about, but okay.
What do I know?
Nothing. Just read the nominees.
What?
Nothing.
What about big
just
things?
Read the nominees. And the nominees are.
And the nominees are Finn.
What?
Finn Balor.
Oh, okay.
Johnny Gargano.
Johnny Bananas.
Dean Ambrose.
It's very exciting. Two of your boys. And Johnny Gargano. Well, let's find out. And the Mayhem for Next Big Thing goes to Finn Balor.
There you go, Finn Balor.
Ambrose loses again.
He's
Man.
number one in my heart.
Of course. Finn Balor. Yeah, I think out of all those guys, I think Johnny Gargano is yet to have his big year. To be honest, Dean Ambrose is kind of, could you say Dean Ambrose is yet to have his big year? His come out year? I mean, I think he's doing very well, but
I thought Dean Ambrose had his big year when he was with the Shield.
Maybe.
I think his ceiling is still up there somewhere, Sorg. So
Right.
there's still higher places to go to.
Could we be at the beginning with it with these upcoming matches with Brock Lesnar and Roman at Fastlane? Could that be kind of where we saw? I feel like we saw a year ago the coming of age for Seth Rollins when he was in there with John Cena and Brock Lesnar at Royal Rumble, and look where that got him.
Mm-hmm.
Hurt.
Well, okay. Look where he is now. So either way, this is a path that we will not see Dean Ambrose at WrestleMania 33. Is what we're saying.
That's right. He'll be out injured.
Okay. Just so we're all clear. But Finn Balor definitely made an impact. Is the thing that's all, other than Bullet Club shirts, it's all over the kids in the crowds. They're fanning themselves to the Finn Balor over at the Carlin's household. But certainly, I mean, he's something different, and as I've said, I'm very excited to see what they do with him going forward. Again, with the WWE machine, marketing, and production value behind them. If they can make Triple H the Undertaker, what can they do with Finn Balor in the greatest stage?
No, I agree. I think his marketability is tremendous. He's extremely popular. You can't go to a wrestling show without either seeing a Bullet Club or Balor Club or something demon related. Like he's really sort of transcended popularity.
Certainly, LB.
I completely agree. He is the fresh new face that WWE has been looking for a long time. He's good with the management. They seem to want to put their full and terrible weight behind him, and the fans are connecting with him in a way that they don't with some other wrestlers. So I think the sky is the limit when it comes to Finn Balor.
Of course, fantastic. And people are want us to drastically revise the nominee process for next year. Hey, we tried something new this year, and I think it was a lot of fun.
Oh, of course it was.
So and mired in controversy, just the way we like it.
Are you saying these people who nominated these people don't know anything about wrestling, man?
We went to the experts.
You don't know anything about wrestling?
We talked to people that were over, at least two of the guys in here are over 10 years in the wrestling business.
10 years.
10
Wouldn't have known any more about
years.
wrestling if they were holding a tennis racket, baby. Come on.
That's a really good Jim Cornette impression.
Wow.
I wasn't even trying. I just kind of.
Indy Mayhem Show. Our next nominees are for the Indy Mayhem Show Guest of the Year. I want to remind everybody from episode 51 to 100 was qualified for this. Could be a part of it. And chats are coming in over my music. Apologies. But real quick, we did put some in here. But again, anybody that we had on was available for this. We did have on here Bryce Remsburg, the Sexy Talented Dudes, Chris DeJoseph, Mary Elizabeth Monroe, now known as Kelly Klein, Sugar Dunkerton, Cedric Alexander, Raymond Rowe, Dylan Bostic, DJ Zima Ion, Jessica James, and the list goes on. So many that could go that could be winners for this one, but only one can. It was a very strong showing from this, and there was a lot of people got votes, but the one that had the runaway of votes on this one was our good friend. He was just on a few weeks ago, Chris DeJoseph of Lucha Underground.
See.
He's Mr. Don't Call Me Big Chris DeJoseph, and
We call him El Hijo del Cueto Sorg.
That's right. I can't pronounce that, so I won't. But thank you so much. He's been really great to us, and again, I mean, the guy that gives us so many good tidbits of the news. I think I mean, you guys, we had everybody on. We spent an hour with them. We don't usually do that on something like the Indy Mayhem Show. So I think that worked out really well, and he returned so soon and had a great time with it. Lucha Underground represented on the Mayhemies. I hope that quells the chat room, so there's not so much of a riot going on there anymore. Eamon, you've been around for 50 of these interviews of the year. What do you think about where everybody landed on this?
I think it's fantastic. I think we had a lot of great interviews this year. Some fantastic talks with some fantastic professional wrestlers. We've got some Ring of Honor talents in there. We've got Chikara talents. We've got people who are doing amazing things like Chris DeJoseph. People who are doing those things and actually listening to what we say. How weird and terrifying and super scary is that?
You sound like DJ Lunchbox at the 10-year party when you say it like that. That was really spooky, actually. LB, I don't think you were like the only person here not a part of that interview, but of course you felt the aftershocks of those things. What do you think?
It made me feel very proud, because it's a great representation of how far this show has come. To get someone of his caliber on for a long interview, and I'm very, very happy that we can now refer to him as a friend of the show.
Fantastic. Matt Carlins?
What can you say, man? Chris has been awesome to us. He's not just been nice enough to come on the show, he's encouraged us, especially on the Midweek War. He's been such a big part of getting the Midweek War, Lucha Underground specifically, recap on the map for a lot of people on the Twitters and around the World Wide Web. So, Chris DeJoseph, thank you for not just listening but supporting. And just thanks to everybody, all the guys, all the great talented men and women who come on to the Indy Mayhem Show. I got to say right now, Sorg, Eamon, the Indy Mayhem Show is awesome. Every time I listen to it, I'm blown away. These guys are so interesting, and you guys do a great job bringing in all these interesting people to talk about professional wrestling and talk about independent professional wrestling. And someday all these people that we're interviewing, they're all going to make it, and then we're in. So it's going to work out. Don't worry. Just be patient.
Jen?
I have nothing.
Okay, and moving on. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And he has already liked and retweeted the notification that he's won the Mayhemies. Thank you so much to him and for all the support. I believe next, LB, you have the next one, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right?
I do believe you are correct, sir.
All right. I think you still need the nominees, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. That's likely.
Certainly.
Where the fuck is there's fucking Slack. God, it's on the second page. Oh, let's see here.
Go.
This is a category very near and dear to my heart, and that is Wrestling Mayhem Show Host of the Year. Host of the Year. Let's see here. It's the regular round of hosts and co-hosts and people who appear on the show. The nominees are the man himself, our benevolent overlord, Sorgatron.
We clap because we're afraid, and we'll be shot if we don't.
Yours truly, Papa Lunchbox.
Yeah!
Number one.
The Texas Terror, Eamon Payton.
Yeah! Look out, ladies!
Mad Mike.
Yeah! Boo! Wow!
The Flood Elemental himself, Bobby F. J-Town.
Bobby!
Yeah! Tree killer!
Tree killer?
He was a tree killer.
Don't talk about it.
The master of the mainstream media, Matt Carlins.
Hey!
Me? I didn't
What?
even vote for you.
What? Wait, what? It's gonna be rough if I lose by one vote. All right.
And finally, the elegant, the sensual, the Riz.
From Riz Plays Games, folks.
From
Check it out.
Riz Plays Games, Riz for himself.
Yes.
And rightfully so, the winner of the Wrestling Mayhem Show Host of the Year, the man himself, Sorgatron.
Oh! This is a complete and utter surprise. Wow.
So happy for you.
I
I
actually
voted for Sorg.
I hate I hate being a part of this. I hate being a part of this actually because I feel like the show exists because of all you guys and my hat. I mean I don't even have a hat that really looks right right now and I'm just here guys. This wouldn't happen if I didn't have you guys to talk to a week in a week out that want to be a part of this and all you guys in the chat room getting really angry about the nominees. I love you too. And really, thank you everybody. Thank you everybody for just being a part of this. So thank you.
Hey, Sorg!
Yay! Well, finally, we got one more category. Again, it's kind of an internal one for the show, and I think Eamon, you got this, right?
I do got this because we gotta give some love to the people that not only host this show but also provide their dinero, I can't think of other words for money. Sorry, I lost it.
They're case.
The cheese.
Clams.
No one calls it thing.
The simoleons.
The Patreons. The patrons. Those people nominated for this year's Patreon of the Year is Mr. Antonio Garza at TheWrestlingRevolution.com.
Yeah.
We also have the Matthew and Jennifer Carmen Foundation for Podcast Betterment. Wait for the class. It says someone's full official name, but I'm just going to go with Bo Diggity.
Yeah.
Woo!
Yay.
And Mr. Ed Burke.
Yay!
Yeah.
Ed Burke. By any time.
And the winner for Patreon of the Year.
I know.
Is the Matthew and Jennifer Carnes Foundation for Podcast Better?
Is she crying? Is she crying?
It sounds like they simultaneously orgasmed when we when you announced them.
Oh, baby.
Oh, wow.
Honey, we did it.
Oh, are they going to want more money now?
Yes, they still want more money. Hey, thanks. Thanks a lot. Wow. Overall patron of the year.
Of the year.
This
Wow.
is from an.
Wow.
Okay, that was my terrible Finn Balor impersonation. You're welcome. Winner. That's right, baby. Woo! That way. Play me off, Sorg.
I didn't even vote for us.
What?
Thank you so much. Thank you to all our Patreons. Thank you, everybody, participating in the Mayhem. It's been a great 2015. It's been a great 10 years of Wrestling Mayhem show. Thank you so much. And one of the people that's been joining us for the last couple of years and supporting podcast. I forgot the thing. Supporting Pittsburgh podcast with the perfect pepperoni pizza, our good friends at Slice on Broadway. Give them a shout out, sliceonbroadway.com. Inadvertent sponsors of the Mayhemies 2016. Thank you so much. Sliceonbroadway.com, PGH_Slice on the Twitters, and of course Slice on Broadway on the Facebook and the Instagrams. Been supporting us, been kicking out pizzas here for everybody that drops in to the studio here on the Tuesday nights when you guys can join us at live.sorgatronmedia.com all night long. And thank you so much. And by the way, we're celebrating continually 10 years of Wrestling Mayhem show. Let's take a quick look from our 10-year anniversary, and let's talk to Antonio Garza, another of our Patreons, the numero uno Patreon as well, and see how the Mayhem show has influenced him, and we'll be right back. All right. The Mayhemies are in the can, guys. Holy crap.
I found that very enjoyable.
I think
That was fun.
that was the best Mayhemies yet. Easily.
Next time, let's try to dress up a little bit, people. Come on.
Yeah, really.
I hate to hold it up for all.
I got
wore
this.
a buttoned-up shirt.
I know.
That's all I have.
I look great.
Three buttons. I'm good to go.
Okay, Dean.
I think I'm going to actually change. So
I'm sweating.
completely mix them up. Matt, do you need to get your big board ready?
I do have to run to the other room. I need 5 minutes to check on one of my children and to get this coat off.
Okay. In the meantime, who is on for Mayhem Mania?
I've done
Wait,
the
let me
last
check
2
my
weeks.
list. That doesn't mean you can't play again.
Okay.
Wait, let's see here.
I believe Mike and Cars are on board. Is that right?
Cars is in, yeah. I have, we can go 6 deep if we can do LB, Eamon, Mad Mike, Jen, Bobby, and Cars. We can go 6 if everyone wants to play.
Okay, Eamon, can I task you with inviting the extra people on that list?
Okay, so say it again.
Get Mad Mike and Bobby. And Cars.
Bobby.
Actually, Sorg, if it's not too much trouble, I will go after the big question.
Not a
Because I have a
problem.
doctor's appointment in the morning.
Not a problem.
Cool.
All right, I'm going to go change real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay, sit down.
What up?
How?
I dressed up and everything, damn it.
Did I post the thing that
What's going to do?
I can't remember what you
I'll be
said.
right back. I'm gonna go see if I can find some more lighting. Something around here. Hang on.
Alright, time to
Gonna be in
find
the hood. I'm in the hood.
Sorg.
Hi.
Sorg.
Hi.
Sorg, I'm here to accept the Mayhemie on behalf of NXT TakeOver Brooklyn.
Yes. Yes.
I'm here to accept.
I like this idea.
I'm here to accept the award.
Mm-hmm.
I know they couldn't have done it without me.
And we're all here to accept for NXT because we were at the show last.
That's fine. But were you in Brooklyn, Bobby? No, you were not.
No, but I was at the
Why would anyone go to
NXT show.
Brooklyn?
For NXT Takeover, Will.
That's silly. They come to Pittsburgh all the time.
I know a guy from Philly. Or no, I know a guy from Brooklyn.
No. Honestly, there really is no other reason to go to Brooklyn. Coney Island, if you're feeling frisky.
Mm.
I have Coney Island in Johnstown.
Wait, that's where Coney Island is?
Oh, Bobby doesn't pop
Coney Island. No, that is not Coney Island, Bobby.
Yes, it is. It's Coney Island.
Bobby, that is not Coney Island.
Okay, in your Coney Island, do the waitresses come out with hot dogs lined up their arm? I don't think so.
Bobby, is it on an island?
Well, if
Most
it's
of
flooded-
Johnstown is
yeah,
underwater.
it's
That's a
yeah.
fair point. That's a fair point.
Oh, Matt. By the way, Matt, I popped at Tree Killer. Oh, he's not there.
That's pretty good. Also, who you called Bobby a flood elemental?
Yeah, I am. A flood.
That was great.
I can bend flood. Just flood, not water. Flood.
I used to have a backstory for Bobby that the way he was created was that he, when the Johnstown flood happened, he emerged from the mud that it created to beat back the floodwaters.
Am I Clayface?
Bobby, I don't know. Bobby,
I could have rearranged my face to look a lot better than it is.
Bobby, is part of you walking around attracting Robin as an attractive 18-year-old girl?
No.
It's an important question.
I can neither confirm nor deny this.
No.
Can we get a link for the Mayhem Mania for last week in the Slack?
Yes.
I have WrestleMania show.
Hey, how are you feeling, Bobby?
I feel tons better.
I'm glad
Thank you
you're
for asking. Yeah, after you left, Will, right after the show, I barked on a tree.
I heard about that.
So if you see that tree downtown, you
Sorg.
probably see my puke there, unless they cleaned it up.
Jen, are you feeling better?
Or some random birds ate it.
Yes.
Okay. Good.
Yes. I came down with the Bobby disease on.
Did you?
Yesterday.
Oh no.
Oh.
Well, I don't think I was sick though. I think I just ate too much.
All right, real quick. Hey, real quick before we come back, let's do this for gold. Tell me the deep dark secrets and the stories that I should know from NXT that you can't talk about, like Bobby barfing on a tree or whatever we're just talking about that I didn't catch entirely.
I threw up.
You.
He threw up, and one of Pittsburgh's finest.
What?
Yeah.
The cop came up and asked him if he was drinking.
Oh
Yeah,
no!
Did you drink too much?
Oh no!
They thank God they said no. I didn't have anything to drink because I didn't have anything to drink. And then he's like, "Do you need a medic?" And I'm like, "No, I'm good."
Was this before or after the show? I'm not.
It was okay.
It was after.
This is the funny part, Sorg. I was standing there during the main event, like praying that it was going to be over soon.
Oh no!
And it was Finn and Joe, and I loved it. I thought it was great. But I'm like, come on, guys, hurry up, fast finish. And then, as we're walking out, who comes up to us but Chest Flexor and Chris LaRussa? I met both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, walked out of the arena, walked across the street, and promptly threw up on a tree.
Nice.
And
That's
I think
amazing.
LaRussa saw me throw up. I'm not sure.
Oh no! Because everybody was coming out of a concert where he's expecting
Yeah.
drunks to be out there throwing up, and
Yeah.
here you are,
Yep.
fitting the mold, looking like a drunk rapscallion with a wrestling T-shirt
I
on.
thought the dude behind us screaming Austin Aries was going to throw up before I did.
And the joke was on you.
Yeah.
If anybody was to throw up, it should have been me.
Why?
You had a few? You threw back a few there?
Oh, yeah, you did.
I was gonna say, if I know Jen like I know Jen, she threw back a few.
Blue Moon Horizon.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there was it started. Well, when I don't drink all the time, but when I do,
You go hard. We know, Jen.
Yeah.
I think I scared Riz.
You overindulged.
It was good.
No,
I don't
Bobby.
care.
Bobby, trust me. She did not overindulge.
Matt, I popped for Tree Killer, by the way. Hey, Matt was my
I got one
hero.
laugh tonight. I felt like David Letterman hosting the Oscars. No one would laugh at
I
my
just want
jokes.
to thank Matt. He was my hero. He went back and got paper towel because I needed to blow my nose
That's right.
because it was gross. I just want to thank him for that.
I talked my way past security.
Yeah, and then I was fine. I was fine after I got sick. We're walking back and we're fine on the train. I was driving home and I started feeling sick again. Made it all the way home and then promptly got sick again as soon as I got home.
Oh.
So yeah.
Oh,
But
poor Bobby.
yeah, then the next day I recuperated and I watched Barney Miller on Antenna TV.
Barney Miller?
Yes.
Very
Don't
nice,
ask me
Bobby.
why. Don't ask me how.
Did you have some Werther's Originals as you were watching?
Yes,
Barney?
because I'm 95 years old, and I also had a right Twix and a left Twix, even though I got two right Twix.
Probably not this
Wow. Here we go.
Not-
Here we
not
go
the
again.
right Twix.
I tweeted.
By the way,
Twix,
can we talk about guys the fact that the Google Hangout last night turned into a guessing game of what your favorite candy is during Raw.
And we didn't pay attention to make that
Like the
call.
entire last hour of Raw.
Mhm.
right Twix and left Twix.
Right.
Hey,
dominated
I'm
the
gonna
business.
say this. I pulled out Eamon's second
it?
favorite candy out of my ass.
Okay.
Whoa.
I
Just
don't
by
even
guessing.
know about that.
Who-
It was the chocolate covered cookie dough bites.
Your own business.
All right, is everybody back? Is everybody ready to roll?
Bring me my box for my cufflinks.
So Matt, who does him again?
I'm holding spots for. Well, LB says he's gonna duck out. So
Correct.
right now it's Eamon, Mad Mike, maybe Jen, and then Bobby, and then Cars. So I only have 4 right now. I'd like to do 5. I'd like to do 5 or 6 if we can, but
All right.
Cars
you don't have to.
I don't know.
determined to.
2 turns.
Me and Cars have to go last because
Yeah, Cars is going dead last.
Okay.
our matches were the first to go.
I was gonna say I'm cool with 5 or 6 if you guys have your picks prepared.
All right, guys. I can tell we have way too many people because I can't even bring up the other Hangout for me to have another camera up here because the Hangout's full. So that's the thing that's happening right now. Also, please, everybody be on mute.
Yeah,
Please,
mute.
one at a time. Wait till you're called on for the most
Quick
part.
question, Matt. No injured wrestlers? You sure about that?
You have to operate in the current bounds of realities,
Right.
Bobby.
All right.
I still think Daniel Bryan should be eliminated from this.
He's cleared by 3 doctors.
Not WWE's doctor.
Yes, so
What
what?
reality are you in?
Until somebody actively changes it, it was
Yeah, you don't like it so bad? Take the match off.
Guess what I'm doing?
It was founded.
good.
It was founded on inside information, and it's sponsored by Share Shot Reality, so it stands.
Inside edition.
Leave the guest matches alone.
Yes.
No.
Please.
No.
So with that,
Don't ruin this for me again, Matt.
all right, guys, mute out, please, mute out. So for my primaries here, all right. And we're back. Check out we got a lot of videos going up there. Check out the YouTube page and the Facebook for Wrestling Mayhem Show. We got a ton of those videos coming up. All right, we've dressed down a bit. It's time to get into the wrestling talk. After we've all made up, the chat room has been hosed down, and we're all good to get back to Wrestling Mayhem Show as it was meant to be. And what better way to get back to normalcy than going to Papa Lunchbox with the big question?
That's right, Sorg. It is Pop Lunchbox with a big question. I had a doozy one cooked up, but you know what? We had a mention made by a listener, and it was so good that I decided that will be the big question that we are going to use. So, Sorg,
Oh,
what was that question?
that question that I put in the Slack for you to read, sir.
Son of a bitch! Really?
Yeah, I just put it there a few minutes ago.
Like just this very moment. All right, hold
I
on
like
here.
when you
There's
read
a
them.
Mayhem Mania
I like it. I like it
2016.
when you read them.
Wrestling Mayhem Show Host of the Year. Let's see here. That's
Right at the bottom.
Tom
Right at the
Dirty.
bottom.
No, that's Sawtooth Willie. Hold
That's
on.
Sawtooth,
Here. Okay,
that's the wrong one.
what we got here is from Kyle Kuzi Turner at Tales of Henshin, and he wanted to know what are 2 wrestlers that you would say you are surprised WWE hasn't signed but should have many years ago. That's a damn good big question. I like that one a lot. We're going to use it.
Awesome. All right, who's got one? And he wants 2 wrestlers from each of us.
Do we have to pick 2? I think it might be better if we just did 1 each.
No, it is 2. The question is 2. Don't change the parameters of the question.
That's right.
Okay, I have 2 then.
All righty. Okay, Mike, what are your 2?
Kaz and Daniels.
Kaz and Daniels. Is Mad
Frankie
Mike.
Kazarian and Christopher Daniels.
Mad Mike is still dressed up for the Mayhem. I'm really happy to see that, by the way. Up
That's
there.
because I'm here to accept on behalf of NXT Brooklyn Sorg.
Okay. Well, tell me about Kaz and Daniels, and before we get to Mayhem Mania, we'll get your acceptance speech.
Kaz and Daniels. Christopher Daniels has been one of the stalwarts of independent wrestling, just in general, over the past 10 years. Like, he's been right there with Joe and AJ, who are now both in WWE, and I'd argue he's probably comparable in the ring as both of them, and definitely better on the mic than both of them. Like, why he has never made in WWE is astounding to me, and just the fact that his teaming with Frankie Kazarian in the past couple of years, and how great they are together and how great they work together, like, their act would work like gangbusters in WWE, especially against like teams like the New Day, or if they wanted to go to NXT, Enzo and Cass. It'd be perfect.
I see it. I can see it. You can see it. Surely Eamon has a pair that should be signed by the E.
Oh boy. No, so I would say that solely from longevity purposes, and also just the fact of like kind of like how Mike mentioned, like their lasting ability in indie wrestling. The Briscoes, they've not been picked up by anyone really, and that's very interesting to me because they're very talented. They're still delivering great matches. However many years later, like they've got gimmicks that are in place, and they've got a following. So they're ones that kind of stick out in my mind.
Okay. I have one. I have a pair, I guess. First of all, a guy that I've had a chance to film in person, and I think just tremendous stuff whenever you see him. I think, Matt, you'll agree. I think you're another guy that's kind of impressed by this guy every time you see him in person as well. But I gotta go with Adam Cole, baby. I mean,
baby.
That is a baby. That's a guy just with charisma out the ass. He knows how to do it. And I think he could do some pretty tremendous stuff up there. Also, the other guy that I think really, really makes sense is Bobby Roode. Certainly, like, I see him as more of a WWE guy than James Storm that had a turn in NXT recently. He just makes sense to me. I don't know. He seems like the right type of guy. He's got a personality. He's got great promo. Awesome in the ring. With and without James Storm. I think he definitely fits as something like that. So, LB, do you have one here?
This is a difficult question for me.
Okay.
Because my questions are they got signed. Because forever, my answer would have been AJ Styles and Samoa Joe, and they both now work for the WWE. And anybody else that I think of works for the WWE now. Because my next thought would be, Johnny Gargano fucking works for the WWE. They're all already there. I think no. I think I don't have an answer to this, and that's a really good position to be in.
Yeah, that's awesome. Or you're not watching enough indie wrestling.
That is also the case.
You're not reading that around the Indies column every week.
No,
That's what
apparently
you need to
not. Matt Carlins, what about you?
do. All right, you guys are going to laugh at me, but this is the first name that came to my mind. And he may have even done a stint in WWE, but I'm sure it's been a while. But the first name that came to my mind was Hernandez. I mean, he just looks the part. Just a giant dude, Hispanic, Latin American audience. That's what the supposedly WWE always seems to want. Here's a giant Supermax. He's Supermax. He's just a big dude. I mean, can he wrestle? Sometimes. He's all right. I don't think he's as bad as some other people do. But
yeah. All right.
What else?
All right. We got a few more people joined us lining up for the main.
I get a second pick.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot there was two.
I'll go real fast.
Okay.
Abyss.
Yeah.
This is a guy who's way past due, and I believe he was even close to maybe making the jump. I've read that somewhere, but decided to stay with TNA.
No, he talked about that.
He was ready to go. Yeah.
I think he talked about that on the Colt Cabana interview, to be honest. So
you might be right. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Like I said, a couple people have jumped on here, just like Mad Mike, preparing for that Mayhem Mania coming up here. So let's toss to find my button. Let's go all the way over to the Elementals abode. Bobby F. J. Town is with us. Do you have two lined up here, sir?
Yeah, I've been thinking about. I have two. Actually, I have like more than two, but I needed to narrow it down. I'm gonna go with.
Can you throw out an extra two because I couldn't come up with any?
You want me to?
Yeah, can you cover me?
Okay, I'll cover for Lunchbox. I'm gonna go with Red Dragon for Lunchbox.
Thanks, Bobby.
Mr. Bobby Fish and Mr. Kyle O'Reilly.
I completely agree wholeheartedly.
And then
I do really like Bobby Fish.
I couldn't agree more on O'Reilly.
Yeah. Kyle O'Reilly needs to be in WWE or NXT or wherever he's going to turn up. I'm going to go with Kenny Omega.
Nice.
And I'm going to go with Candice LeRae.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like it, Bobby.
She's at the forefront of the Divas Revolution in the Indies. I think she should be at the forefront in the Divas Revolution in NXT or WWE. So, there we go.
Good stuff. Also joining us from California is Alex Cars. What are your picks?
Let's see. Okay, so I got two pretty simple ones. And it's funny because both of them kind of, like, they did stuff in WWE. They, kind of in the background. One of them is Joey Ryan. I feel like he could work well with just about anything that the WWE could have thrown at him, and in all honesty, and the little bit of work he had as a background character, he did just that. And the other one is Scorpio Sky, who, if you remember the anger management classes sketches, he was Harold.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, that should have led to something with him being on there more regularly. So those are my two.
Awesome. And we do have, of course, plenty of picks coming in from the chat room and even the chat room via Twitter. Tragar out there is saying Sanjay Dutt and Ruckus are what guys
Ruckus
that should
would
be
be
in there.
fun.
There you go. And second in Wheels is saying Sanjay Dutt and Amazing Red, both guys that we've seen in the Renegade Wrestling Alliance down here in West Newton. Great guys. And also, we have a few other picks. I might need help with these guys. Let's go with Riz first. Okada and Dalton Castle, he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with that. Our boy Dalton. Garza, really surprised they haven't signed Ibasan and El Hijo del Pirata Morgan.
El Hijo del Pirata Morgan.
Thank you. I don't know these ones.
Also, I'm surprised none of us here said the Mayhem winning tag team of the year, the Young Bucks.
I don't see it.
Well,
No. I don't see
it. Going to be my other.
Yeah.
That would have been. I almost said that, and then at the last minute, I thought about Joey and Scorpio.
I don't think the Young Bucks work in WWE.
Oh, I think they do.
That, my
The Hardy
personal
Boys
opinion.
in WWE, there's a room for a tag team like the
If they can bring in if AJ can bring in the Young Bucks, that's how it works.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it would have to be, and they completely like come in with a chip on their shoulder, which is pretty much how they operate, right? That could be fun. That could certainly be fun. But
I think it could also be a cool, like, with the narrative they're kind of going right now with AJ in particular, where it's like you are nothing unless you make it in the WWE.
yeah,
Like, that's such a cool narrative they could tell with the Bucks being in there, being like, we don't really care about making it in the WWE. We know we're great.
yeah.
Like,
Well, don't they kind of drive that home with Sting as well? You know, hey, look
Yeah.
at this guy that's done all these things, and now he finally made it to WrestleMania, right? Like now he's made it after all these years. You know, he got his spot. You know, and we can move on from there. So
The Young Bucks are actually at the Super Kick after party, Miami Super Kick after party.
that's right. Putting it all down.
If I can add one more thing about the Young Bucks in WWE, let's be honest, the WWE loves to have as much callback to the Attitude Era as possible, and with the way the Young Bucks act on the Indies, I mean, come on.
but you sure they wouldn't ascension them and be like, you're trying to be something else, and then they would have DX come out and beat them up, and you have the NWO.
Yeah, that's my
That's probably
fear.
what would happen, but
See, if WWE was like Lucha Underground, someone would have cast a spell on Triple H and Shawn Michaels to shrink them to child size, and it would just be the Young Bucks.
It's a DX reboot.
DX
Is that like the? Is that
Oh
like
my
the,
God,
the,
yes.
Wasn't that like a transporter mishap on Star Trek: The Next Generation one time where they?
Yeah,
turned them
JJ
exactly, basically.
Where
J.J.
somebody watched the movie The
Abrams.
Transporter.
J.J. Abrams presents the Young Bucks. It's Generation X. I love it.
Or the Young Bucks just step out of a TARDIS and say, hey, we're the Hardy Boys from 1996.
And they're wearing horrible tie-dye. Well, that aside, hey, you know, we got some important stuff going on here. But first of all, I think we do need to toss it to just to put a bow on the Mayhemies representing and accepting for NXT TakeOver Brooklyn. He was there. He attended. He's one of the 14,010 or whatever the number was. So he was like number 14,009 apparently. He is Mad Mike up there in Poughkeepsie, New York, the only one amongst us with a future endeavor letter from the WWE. Take it away, man.
Yes, NXT Brooklyn, dude, I mean, you guys have seen it. I got my Bailey poster. I got my Bailey band. I got the program. I got the shirt that has friend of the show, Elias Sampson on it. You all saw the show. It was so damn good. And I'm going to be honest. I said it when we reviewed it. I said it on here when we talked about it. That Bailey and Sasha match was one of the loudest ovations I've ever heard in person. Like, the only other ones that can compare is when I went to see WrestleMania 20 in the Garden and Canadian Wrestler X winning the world title from Triple H and Shawn Michaels winning in the Elimination Chamber. Those are the only, like, huge ovations I can compare it to. It was just such a, like, I've never been in an arena where everyone wanted the same thing to happen. Like, everybody. And it was just such a fantastic moment. And then that wasn't even the end of the show. And Owens and Balor really, really brought it after that. Like, just everything. I mean, the show opened up with Enzo and Cass, even though you guys didn't see it because that was the recording for next week. They knew how to open the show. They knew how to get the crowd hot. And they kept the momentum all the way through. And we even had to sit through an Eva Marie match, and we stayed pretty hot throughout the entire crap. So, yeah, it was really a fantastic show. Really a fantastic show. Best show I've seen all year. I vote for NXT Brooklyn.
Awesome. And I didn't want to play you off. I wanted to let you go on that one, but that's great. And again, I think that's going to be.
You should have played me off with Sasha Banks' theme.
It's going to be interesting as they do something similar for WrestleMania weekend, right? What do they do there? Is it their WrestleMania as well? And again, back in Brooklyn for SummerSlam too. So
I'm going next year. Man,
I
NXT
want to,
Brooklyn
but they
too.
keep putting wrestling. They keep scheduling local wrestling shows that weekend, so I can't do anything about it. So I don't know unless I get that B team.
Take a vacation, Sorg.
Take a vacation from the wrestling shows. Oh, they'll love me for that one. I don't need to go to Cage Fury. What the hell? Anyways, so with that, hey, I'm going to let you take it away, Matt Carlins, and it's time for the thing. Everybody is just the Mayhem Mania is just taking it by storm lately.
I couldn't agree more, Sorg. Welcome to Mayhem Mania, everybody, where we will create a WrestleMania card better than anything in your wildest dreams, using it only by the means of our own raw wit and intelligence and science and cunning and shenanigans and all the other good stuff. It's kind of a competitive thought experiment where we try to create the best WrestleMania card possible within the bounds of the current reality of the professional wrestling industry. Our goal is to create 8 matches. We've got 8 up here on the board. I'm going to run through them real quick. And then what will happen here is, I believe, 5 competitors are queued up, and they will each have a chance to make one move or one change to the existing card. I'm forgetting to mention something. I'm certain of it right now, Sorg, so while I try to think of what I'm forgetting, I'm going to run down the card, and I will inform those assembled that, Eamon, you are up first, and Mad Mike is on deck. Sorg, let's run through the card and see what we've got to meddle with here this week. Dean Ambrose versus Luke Harper in a suit. Kevin Owens versus Sami Zayn versus Neville. Bayley versus Becky Lynch versus Sasha Banks versus Char. AJ Styles versus Daniel Bryan. Cleared by 3 doctors. Just pointing that out. The New Day versus Enzo and Cass. The Rock and Roman Reigns versus Triple H and Mr. McMahon. Tyler Breeze versus William Regal and Samoa Joe and The Undertaker. So, Eamon, while you ponder what your first move is going to be, I want to let everybody know, once again, remind you guys, basically you have to operate as Vince McMahon would operate. So no bringing people back from the dead, no bringing in people who are hurt and obviously can't compete, even though, yeah, we fudged it. I know. It's okay. Don't worry about it. He's cleared by 3 outside doctors. Right, Sorg?
Right.
What else am I forgetting to ask? If you want to catch up and find out what's going on with all this, go to WrestlingMayhemShow.com. Check out our past postings. We post a new post for every round. This is round 4 of Mayhem Mania. And you can also go back to the round 1 post for this year's Mayhem Mania. You can check out what happened last year. And if you watch all those and you check out all those articles, it will be very easy to see how big of a mess this is going to end up. You got 3 options here, Eamon. You can either swap a guy for a guy inside of this card. You could get rid of a match entirely, bring in a match with all new guys, or you can just add a guy to one of these existing matches if you want to really upset the balance of power. So, Eamon, Peyton, choose.
Okay, I'm finishing what I started last week. Take Neville out of that triple threat match and instead put in Finn Balor.
That was easy.
So then we have the last 3 NXT champions in a triple threat.
You could have had the... Okay, never mind. Good job, Abe.
I know I could have, but I think they have enough history with each other to where, yeah.
Just say it, Eamon. You don't think Neville deserves to be at WrestleMania. It's okay.
I
let out.
Whatever. You can...
God
Eamon.
Damn it, Eamon.
Good times. Mad Mike is up. Jen, you're on deck.
Mm-hmm.
Jen's going to play. So we're going to have 5 moves this week.
All right. Hey, you know what?
What?
I'm dressed as the 10th Doctor. I don't clear Daniel Bryan. He's out of that match. He's out of that match.
Just him?
Yes, Daniel Bryan is gone, but I'm replacing him with the Bulgarian brute Rusev.
Rusev, you stole my idea. Good job.
Ha Rusev versus AJ Styles.
I keep waiting to get a turn.
Yeah.
Honey, you want to step in here? It is your turn Jen, you are a Patreon in the bank. No, you're not. You're the Patreon. You're the Mayhemy Award winner. Mayhemy Award. Wow, Mayhemy Award. Overall Patreon of the year. Bobby, you're on deck. Now, I know you thought this over a minute ago here, Hans, so why don't you here use the sword.
I totally forgot what I was going to say.
I think you said you were going to switch. You said you were going to swap guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't want...
Can everyone hear her? Can everyone hear her?
Yeah, we got her.
We can.
Yeah,
I don't want Mr. Ambrose to be with this freak who doesn't belong here.
He's in a suit.
He's in a suit.
Who's she
That's not
pointing
gonna
at? Who's she
fly.
pointing at?
If somebody's going to wear a suit, Triple H.
In a suit? You just created an amazing tag team match.
Luke Harper and Mr. McMahon are going to be a great tag team.
Damn it, Jen! That was my match.
Awesome.
You're welcome.
Triple H in a suit. I like how we forced this stipulation onto this one match, and it just can't be shaken.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy that's the part that's sticking.
Bobby, you're up. Cars, you are batting cleanup.
Well, Eamon took one of my guys. I was thinking about using Finn Balor for a match, but then again, I couldn't use my other person I wanted to put in a match with Finn Balor in a triple threat. But it was Hideo Itami.
Oh yeah, you can't use him.
But I'm
Bobby,
going
he
to
come back before the end of Mayhem Mania, so
he could, yeah.
It doesn't seem like that's happening.
But I'm sorry to do this to you, Mike. I'm going to take Rusev out of your match you just made.
no, that's a new rule. We just said we couldn't do
What?
that.
No. Here, let me. I'm going to jump in.
It happened last
Okay,
week.
listen. This is what's going to happen, Michael.
I know. I was scolded for this last week
Michael,
because I didn't know.
here's what's going to happen. All right, Bobby is going to be a dick. He's going to kill your match, but it's okay because next week you get what we like to call the Cars position, and you get the absolute dead last guaranteed spot, and whatever you do next week in round 5 will stand for at
Really, that's
least
something named
a
after
week.
me. That's great.
All right.
Okay, I'm going to
Bobby,
take
go
Rusev. I'm going to take Rusev out of that match, and I'm going to add, since he's signed with NXT now, Mr. Shinsuke Nakamura in a rematch from Wrestle Kingdom 10.
That's my boy.
AJ Styles versus Shinsuke Nakamura. I wanted to put Finn Balor versus him, but that's fine.
You know what I have to say to that, Bobby?
What?
Yeah!
I just killed a tree.
God damn it, Bobby.
It's a slow death.
It's a slow death.
Hold on, okay, here we go. Alex, it's time. Remember, before you do something ridiculous to this card, I want you to know there is no one coming to clean up your mess this week. This is going to stand for a week. Tonio's going to have to make a graphic of whatever BS you make up this week, all right? So I just want you to think this through carefully before you make a hasty decision.
Let's take it easy on him on the photoshopping needs this time.
Let's not be too mean. Let's not make him
let's not-
Hornswoggle into a tuxedo.
No.
King Cuerno in a suit.
King Cuerno in a suit. Cowboy formal.
On second thought, please do that.
King tuxedo.
All right. So, I've had a particular idea that I've had since Mad Mike destroyed my dreams last week. And considering that he nearly destroyed my dreams this week, and then Bobby almost did the same. But because the stipulation holds for a while still, I'm going to add to a match. I'm going to add to Styles versus Nakamura.
Who?
I'm going to add, because he is not signed under contract to any other wrestling company, I'm going to add for this special match that was brought to us by Chairshot Reality, I'm going to add viral sensation Joey Ryan to the proceedings.
All right.
Is that the real possibility?
He's in
Lucha Underground.
Yeah.
No, he is. You're right. He signed to Lucha Underground. You can't do it. I'm sorry.
I'm not aware of him signing.
He's in Lucha Underground.
He's in Lucha.
Yeah, sorry.
You're right. That's okay. That's why we do this.
All right.
Back to the drawing board. Sorg, let's talk about how great last year's card ended up.
Hey, Matt, how many weeks do we have before a match graduates? Because I think that Samoa versus Undertaker match is almost there, right?
Yeah, a couple of them are very close. I like to keep it under wraps because I don't like to influence the.
That's true.
I don't like to make you guys. You guys. Did you hear that?
Goys.
Wow, you guys.
Wait, because we're on week 4?
We're on week 4, but remember we spent the first 2 rounds creating matches. So really,
so it's
the best any match can do after this round is surviving 2 rounds. If a match survives 3 rounds, unchanged, unmolested, unaltered in any way, it graduates to a super card. So our goal is to graduate 8 matches to the super card. I'm kind of just trickling out the rules as we go along here.
Do we get to create that on WWE's card game Supercard?
Sure.
Riz will be simulating all of these matches once they're on 2K. Yeah. Cars. Hey, buddy, you got a backup plan?
Thinking. No, I didn't have a backup plan. Let's see. I'm going to.
Book Wade Barrett.
Barrett! Good idea!
He's injured.
Is he?
He'll be fine by Mania. He's been working matches hurt for 3 months. He doesn't do anything. He just stands on the apron. Just tag him with somebody. He'll be fine.
That's not even on a camera.
Just my little eyes. Just do it.
Okay, hang on.
Hey, Matt, while Cars is thinking, I have a question.
All right, go ahead.
It's about what if someone we have on the card becomes injured?
That's an excellent question. We've never faced that in Mayhem Mania. I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I guess we'll have to decide. I think if it comes to that, we'll kind of bring it up for a general pre-round discussion, and if there's a consensus, then we'll go with the consensus.
Okay.
The same way we decide if somebody shouldn't qualify to be on the card.
Hashtag
I was just thinking if if the match is made when they're healthy, it should stand until it's changed. I'm just thinking out loud.
Okay. Good times.
Hey, Matt.
I appreciate your feedback, Mike. Thank you for caring so much about the rules. Go ahead, Cars.
Hey, Matt, can you clarify to me real quick, because I'm looking at the big board and I got a little confused. Can you clarify what happened to the Ambrose versus Harper match?
Dean Ambrose, Jen swapped Luke Harper for Triple H, so Ambrose is now versus Triple H in a suit, and Luke Harper is tagging with Mr. McMahon against The Rock and Roman Reigns.
Oh, graphics are already coming in on the Slack, by the way.
I was going to say, you may want to fix that match. You may want to fix that tag match.
Fix what? It's not broken.
Yeah. Well, I beg to differ.
Well, I think
you're right. Reigns has got to go.
Nope. Actually, I know what I'm going to do. Only thing I can think of is my backup plan.
Yeah, the backup plan. You should always, a lesson to everyone who's playing Mayhem Mania, always have a backup plan, or 2 or 3.
Always have a plan B.
Always
plan
have
B
plan B.
is
always
family.
You know, here's the thing. There's always plan B. Okay, go ahead, Alex. I'm sorry. I'm interrupting.
I'm going to add to the Ambrose versus Triple H match.
This is great. Another person in a suit. Great. What do you got?
I've got Hornswoggle. In a suit.
A mini suit.
Hey, you know what? That's Ambrose versus Triple H's versus McMahon's illegitimate son and his son-in-law. So we're there.
I can hear Garza groaning all the way from freaking El Paso, man.
Just wait until you hear what happens when
he just makes the graphics.
Yeah, he just did that.
He just made the graphic. We're gonna hold on. That's an antique. That's like an unreleased.
I wanted to put a tiny Hornswoggle in between.
Sorry, Bobby. I was gonna say he's already fine Triple H in a suit. It won't be that hard. Just make it smaller.
I want
That's
to.
another-
I want him to put a tiny hornswoggle in between them. Over their
Yeah,
shoulders.
if I can't have El Torito on this card, I gotta have Hornswoggle. Something has to happen. Something's gotta give, you guys.
Got to meet the quota, right?
She freaking smoking marijuana?
Hashtag VLC2.
She can't. I want to be
We
clear.
all see two. Hashtag we all see tuxedo match 2.
Oh my god. Instead of a belt, they have a hanger. And the first person who grabs the hanger
First
gets
person to hang up their suit coat wins. Yeah.
Matt, what do we got?
Sorg, I'm going to run down the card, and then you can get us out of here. All right,
Okay.
we're ready. Here's what we got after round 4. Dean Ambrose versus Triple H versus Hornswoggle.
Yeah.
Kevin Owens versus Sami Zayn versus Finn Balor. Not bad. Bayley versus Becky Lynch versus Sasha versus Char Char. AJ Styles versus Shinsuke Nakamura. Because when you've got the best wrestler in the world, you don't send him to NXT. The New Day versus Enzo and Cass. The Rock and Roman Reigns versus Luke Harper and Mr. McMahon. Yes. Tyler Breeze versus William Regal. And Samoa Joe versus The Undertaker player. That's it. Go to WrestlingMayhemShow.com and we can get you caught up on past rounds. And feel free to leave a nasty comment for what changes you would like to see next week. Guys, I feel like things have kind of settled into a little bit of a routine. I feel like maybe next week we might want to shake things up. So, yeah. Next week we'll see. Next week for round 5 of Mayhem Mania, we'll see the glorious return of the Jar of Mid-Carders.
Oh, no.
One of you poor bastards will be selected at random to pull a name from the Jar of Mid-Carders, and then you will place said Mid-Carder onto the card.
Well, I'm pretty sure I have a thing that week.
It's going to be fun.
Just to comment on something, I just want Luke Harper to be in Mr. McMahon's corner just going, hey, like he does.
Yeah.
Oh, and one more thing, too. Mad Mike, you get to go dead last next week because your match was destroyed.
Am I immune from the jar of
And you are immune from the Jar of Mid-Carders. That's fair.
I know my match.
Oh, no.
Good times.
You gotta wait the week. Gotta wait the week, though. Oh, man, guys. So much fun. The Mayhem Mania is going down, and friendships are ending, and it's a blast. And of course, there's a hornswoggle for good measure. So with that, let's find out what you learned from wrestling this week. Eamon, I know you got something.
I learned from wrestling this week that God, kids love the New Day.
Yeah, they do. And they want to fight them. All good. All good. All good. Awesome. Matt Carlins, what'd you learn from wrestling this week? It's still Matt and Jen Carlins. My apologies.
Well, it's all right. She's here in spirit and on the couch.
She's around.
Actually, can I answer mine after we check some of the other what you learned, specifically one from the Twitter? Can I pass until we check the Twitter responses, Sorg? Is that okay?
I didn't know I had Twitter responses.
You've got at least one Twitter response. I know that.
I did.
I just feel like I need to think about it for a little bit.
Okay, not a problem. Not a problem.
Can I comment on something real quick?
Huh.
The graphic for the Hornswoggle versus Triple H versus Dean Ambrose was just uploaded into the Slack, and is the greatest graphic of all time.
Wait, where's it at? I don't see it. Where is it?
I gotta see this.
Oh my God, he's right down there.
Never mind. Here it is.
Hornswoggle's peeping.
You may not notice it at first. You gotta take
He's right there.
Just take a look on video, guys. Just takes a moment.
Oh, Garza, bravo.
Hey, he's wearing a suit. I want to point out he's wearing a suit. He's wearing a suit down there. But also the Nakamura and AJ Styles. Hey, why not? You know.
It's awesome.
Bravo, Garza.
Good stuff. Bobby F. J-Town, what'd you learn from wrestling this week?
I learned that Sami Zayn's hip tosses are a thing of beauty.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I've Like, yeah. Also, Ty Dillinger was very over, and I feel very bad that he got hurt on the next night. He was so over.
Yeah.
I mean, he had Bailey doing his thing in the ring, but yeah. So sad.
Miss you, Ty. Miss you every day.
It's from another podcast.
Definitely. Yes.
true.
I know. Mad Mike, what'd you learn?
I got yelled at about that before.
Mad Mike, what'd you learn from wrestling tonight?
I learned that not even the power of positivity could save Team Bad.
Oh no.
Big E and Sasha were fighting on Twitter.
Oh no.
I don't like it, guys. I mean, I love it, but I don't like it. It's very sad.
Damn shame. Straight from California,
Shame.
Alex Cars, what'd you learn?
Shame.
Well, I learned a couple things. I'll repeat first what I said from the Facebook group. I learned that Vince Russo and Jim Cornette are actually two sides of the same. I can't stand anything I didn't have a hand in coin. Vince Russo having some choice words for various wrestlers that the fans love, like Kevin Owens, and Jim Cornette apparently not liking anything about Lucha Underground. The other thing I learned is that apparently Joey Ryan actually had the contract with Lucha Underground. Did not know that.
You definitely did learn that tonight, didn't you?
I learned that the hard way.
In the hard way, in the middle of Mayhem Mania. Oh, jeez. That sucks.
I mean, he's only on the one show, so I didn't realize he had a contract
This is true.
Anyway.
This is true. Guys, I learned that I am 100% on the Lucha Underground train. It is fantastic. I'm on the ground floor of Season 2. Congratulations to the crew over there. The Mayhem bump of getting Season 3 already announced for Lucha Underground just a week into this. And it's awesome. It's awesome. Guys, so I tried just kind of throwing Lucha Underground on in the background while I was working, as I typically do when I'm trying to catch up on all these shows. And about 5 minutes into it, and I'm partway, the Vampiro section started, and I was like, oh no, I have to pay attention to this. And I also introduced my wife to Lucha Underground.
My wife.
A lot of questions. I don't know if she's sold on it, but there's a lot of just her looking up from her phone and saying, what the fuck are we watching?
That is the correct response.
It is the correct response. That means next week she'll be into it. So that's where you start off with Lucha Underground. Once you get past that, you're in, right?
You start off with a fantasy of someone biting the neck of their psychiatrist.
Oh yeah. That was
That's
a very
how
strong.
you start a fucking wrestling show.
You end it with
that's a strong
business things.
Yes.
And you end it with 3 people being beaten.
Matt Carlins. Yeah. Matt Carlins, what did you learn?
Hashtag business thing.
Oh, you know what? I'm glad you brought up Lucha Underground. I learned that any enemy of Lucha Underground is an enemy of me, and I will defend it to the ends of the earth. I will take this sword, and I will fight for the honor of Lucha Underground, and I will battle all spoilers, foreign and domestic, all you do-gooders, all you dirt sheet writers. You think you're so damn smart, dropping your spoilers. Guess what I do? I turn off your podcast, and I never, ever turn it back on because I don't want to have it spoiled. And people out there are somehow confused. Why are you okay with a spoiler for Lucha Underground? Or why are you okay hearing spoilers for NXT, or spoilers for SmackDown, or spoilers for Ring of Honor, but you're not okay with spoilers for Lucha Underground? It's because Lucha Underground is telling a story, an intricate, layered, complicated story. It is not some random BS thrown onto my television screen that I can watch in any order and it will still make sense. No, Lucha Underground is special. It's a special little snowflake of a wrestling show, and I will defend it to the last. So there's that. So bring your tennis racket. I got a sword.
Yeah, I was going to say, it is not necessarily a wrestling TV show. It is a TV show that happens to be about wrestling.
Yeah, I'm with that. I'm with that as well. There happens to be some of the scenes happen to take place in a ring in front of an audience. There you go. That haven't read the script.
A live studio audience.
From the chat room, first of all, hey, shouts out to the Young Bucks. One of them just accepted their Mayhemy tonight for Tag Team of the Year with a like on Twitter, so thank you for that. And we might have, or maybe it's already in there if you're hearing on post, we might have another acceptance speech in there as well that we're currently reaching out to. Garza learned that he was robbed as Patreon of the Year. Okay. I think there'll be a lot of that. Heel Garza.
That is a possibility.
He also learned that Marty Skrull versus Will Ospreay is his new match of the year. And Riz also learned that Bailey is adorable. There you go. I guess in person.
I could have told you that.
In person, And I think that is... Oh, Riz also learned that Jen will feel his revenger. That sounds something else. Huh.
Might have to check this out.
Wow.
Riz, what are you talking about?
On that note, hey guys, it's been amazing. It's been the Mayhemies. It's been the Mayhem Mania. It's been the big question. I hope you guys had a lot of fun tonight. That's what this show is about. It's about pro wrestling and fun. And with all the guys hanging out here and having a blast. Thank you so much. Just running down real quick. Of course, our boy Alex Cars. ChikaraIn15.com, the great podcast over there. Go, please check it out. Anything coming up you want to mention?
I'm in the process of recording the next episode of Chikara 15. I recently posted the return of the show with the season 16 kicking off. I also posted the season 15 awards, which, unlike the Mayhemies, had plenty of Chikara representation.
Ooh, burn. Sick burn.
Sorry. Couldn't help it. Yeah, other than that, I've also got the Occupy Pro Wrestling Pick'em, which you can find, which our friend in the mainstream media, Matt Carlins, is actually a part of. So the next show for that is, the next show where points are on the line is National Pro Wrestling Day, which is this weekend.
National Pro Wrestling Day.
There it is. I only got that mentioned in on this.
Almost made it through.
So yeah, it's a lot of good times.
Awesome. Good stuff. Good. Eamon, at Eamon2, please, on the Twitters, right down there. What's going on at Inspire Pro Wrestling? Go check it out.
Yep, InspireProWrestling.com. Next event's February 28th. A little ways away, but we'll be rolling out more stuff for that soon, so definitely go follow us.
At Mainstream Matt, writer over at WrestlingMayhemShow.com and IndieWrestling.us.
Thank you very much, Sorg. I just want to let everybody know that the Mayhemies after party is at the Beverly Hilton. I'll see you all there.
Awesome. And also Bobby F. J-Town.
Hi, everybody. I'd just like to announce that Boss Battle will be back next week. So keep your eyes peeled or ears peeled for that.
Awesome. And also Mad Mike, Poughkeepsie, New York.
And I just want to say next week, I shake up Mayhem Mania.
It's going down. It's going down. You guys are going to start cutting promos on the Facebook page. It'll be amazing. Thanks, guys. Thank you, everybody. Check out the show, WrestlingMayhemShow.com. Support us on Patreon. All the other things. Mayhem out. And that's a show.
Ah.
A little longer.
I want to go back to Pittsburgh and apologize to that tree.
Bobby, get in your car.
Didn't deserve that.
Let's do it.
Get in your car, Bobby.
That tree's already dead.
Oh, Lunchbox is gone. I was going to say, Lunchbox, walk down by that tree and apologize for me, because he works there.
I think LB apologizes to that tree every day he goes to work.
Miss you, tree. Miss you every day.
I actually already do have a match in mind for me.
Good.
I do, and I may get some looks, but you know what? I'm going to stand by my match.
If anybody wants to make a suggestion for people to put into the jar of mid-carders, just drop it into the Mayhem Mania.
I think social outcasts.
Matt,
the entire social outcasts. We should put them in their entirety. The social
Matt,
outcasts.
I think not only should we have a jar of mid-carders, at one point we should have a jar of NXT.
Like me. We'll see what happens down the line.
I like that. Eamon, do I have a minute?
Come here.
Eamon?
Do you know what time it
Oh,
is?
Eamon left.
Did Eamon freeze?
If Eamon comes back, tell him he can call his guest, and I'll have him set up in a minute.
Okay.
All right, I'll be
You
right
want
back.
to talk to everybody? Say hi to
On
everybody.
stream.
Here, I'll put the earbud in your ear. Here.
Hi.
Hi.
Put the earbud in so you can hear them.
Hi.
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 Say hi.
Bye.
See, I shouldn't be awake right now, but I am.
Okay.
I've been sent to
I'll be
bed 3
awake right
times tonight, but I keep waking
Okay,
up.
I shouldn't be awake right now either.
When you go sleep.
Mason, you want to do a midnight dance for everybody? New day rocks. New day rocks. New day rocks.
Being bashful. It's like, I don't know you people in the internet.
New day rocks. Look, Alex, Bobby, Eamon, Mad Mike. I don't know where Mr. Sorg went.
I like how I'm being introduced as Mad Mike. That's
Yeah, sorry, I should just say Mike.
It's okay. No, I'm not angry. I actually work in a toy store. I'm good people.
Okay.
Bye.
Did you guys hear that?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that was good.
Kids.
That was good.
Getting buried as usual.
Yep.
Oh, and Sorg didn't read the tweet. Chris LaRusso replied to the tweet and freaking scorched me on Twitter.
What did he say?
No.
Because I was sitting right in front of him at the NXT show, and his reply was, oh geez, let me not. I don't want to misquote, so I'm going to find it for you.
I should ask him if he
I
saw me throw up.
have a question. I wasn't here for
Pop
the
me
beginning.
so bad.
Did we talk about Bret Hart at all?
No,
No, not at all.
we didn't.
Oh crap.
Well, we can
Okay.
mention it next week.
Yeah.
That sucks.
I wasn't sure if we had mentioned her or not. I didn't want to put it in my learned.
Yeah, I forgot about that too.
Yeah, 'cause I didn't know if we had mentioned her or not. Okay.
So LaRusso replied to the "What have you learned from wrestling this week?" and his reply was that he learned that mainstream Matt makes a better door than a window. Hashtag NXT Pittsburgh. Hashtag down in front smart mark.
Hey, we had to stand. We had to stand the entire night. It was nuts. And you guys didn't have the guy yelling, "Austin Aries," in your ear the entire night.
You want my friends to come over and play?
And then he said that Bailey.
Why don't you here, get your stage? Just show them your stage. Oh, I know, man. He said
that was. Ugh.
I can't believe it's a terrible
I
thing.
think that's why I threw up.
Hey Matt.
Yeah.
Matt, is Jen still there?
Yeah, Jen's still here.
Can you ask her when she wants to record tomorrow?
When do you want to record, dear? Mad Mike wants to know.
Tomorrow's good.
Tomorrow should be good.
What time?
What time?
Noon.
Noonish.
Got it.
4 a.m. That's Days of Our Lives time. No, that's not. That's
Oh,
time.
Days of Our Lives. I just remembered. I'm missing Impact.
Oh. Said by no one ever.
Oh no.
That's your kid.
What's up, buddy?
Yeah, it's that hot Kurt Angle versus Matt Hardy match tonight.
I heard last week's show was good.
No, actually, Matt, find the segment with the Wolves and Abyss and Crazy Steve.
Oh yeah, I heard you guys talking about
Legitimately, find that segment and watch it. Very, very good.
Did you guys
Don't
hear
start
what,
taking out your toys.
Did you-
You're going back to bed.
Did you guys hear what the rumor is for WrestleMania?
Do not tell me any
did.
rumors for WrestleMania.
What?
I guarantee it's a match that will not be made in Mayhem Mania.
Oh, it
What-
will.
what is it about?
Since John Cena is injured,
Uh-huh.
Can I run in front of 100,000 people?
the Undertaker's opponent is
Wait,
Beef Stroganoff.
Wait, who's opponent?
Undertaker's opponent is Beef Stroganoff, maybe.
Wait, I
Braun Strowman.
no,
Undertaker.
no.
I used to be a Rosebud. That was
Alright,
probably
hold on.
you know what? That was one of my favorite parts of that night was waiting outside to get in.
Let's
and-
have a quick talk right now. Let's have a quick talk right now. Based on everything that is actually happening in WWE, who would you put Undertaker against at this point?
Beef Stroganoff.
I've already answered that question.
I know, but he is not an option because he is going to be at NXT. So you need
He is still an option, but he's been booked up for another show a night earlier.
Mm.
But he could still show up. But yeah, you're right. Terribly short-sighted. But
Beef stroganoff.
I think it should be Joey Ryan. I'm sorry. I'm still.
You know who it should be? Here's how it should go down. Either Brock or Dean wins the triple threat at Fastlane. Roman gets pissed off. Roman fights The Undertaker at Mania.
Yeah,
Let's
you know what? You know what? I'd be okay with that.
Let's lean right into it and go let's just do the Orton thing from WrestleMania 21 where it's failing. Let's go. Let's be a Derek. Let's be a jerk. Let's RKO a woman. Let's get down to business, you know?
Damien Sandow versus The Undertaker.
Bobby, I like it.
Yeah,
I like it, Bobby.
Gotta do something.
All right, I gotta head out because I gotta make my trip back to my cabin.
You know who I'd do for Undertaker? The person we have him in Mayhem Mania.
Samoa Joe.
I'd have him go up against Joe.
That is, I tell you what, I didn't even think about it until he mentioned it, and I was like, you know what, it would work.
Yeah,
it would work.
Here's what you do: you have Joe get the match against Balor, and Joe loses his big title match against Balor. The night after Fastlane, Undertaker makes an appearance, and as soon as he's about to talk, Samoa Joe attacks him from behind and said, "Listen,
let's have him jump him before he's even brings the lights up, whenever he's getting ready for him. Just get the cocaine and clutch on him right there, and just oh my God, who's that? It's this fat Samoan just attacked the Undertaker.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
and he doesn't even have to win, but that would be really, really good.
No, that would be a deal where Samoa Joe would be better off.
Traeger makes a good
no matter
point.
what happens, you know.
Traeger in the chat, Matt.
Hey, Damon.
Yeah.
I dropped in the cards for National Pro Wrestling Day on the
National Pro Wrestling Day.
National Pro Wrestling Day.
I was gonna stick around to talk about it myself, but
I'll bring it up then.
Okay, cool. I wanted to make a point about it too, because there's apparently there's 14 at least matches already scheduled for it.
Yeah, I'll make a point of it.
Wait, Cars, are you saying you're tired?
I was starting to, but I also haven't eaten dinner yet either.
You realize we're 3 hours ahead of you, right?
Mm-hmm.
We are 3 hours ahead of you.
Well, Cars is a smart person. By the way, guys, love this conversation, but I do need to get Indy Mayhem show started.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I gotta go.
I was just trying to say I also haven't eaten dinner yet. So
hey, man, we're just trying to keep
10-minute walk
before it got back.
No, I know. I just need to eventually give my guest a call.
I'll see you guys
later.
Bye, everybody. Have a good show, man.
See ya.
Real quick. Ed. Oh, he left. I was gonna say the Fandango needs to be in the jar of mid-carders.
Oh, well, just put it in the Slack.
Put it in the Slack.
Hey, sorry.
See you guys.
Sorry, guys. Impromptu business meeting.
It's fine. See you, Bobby.
Big things. Big things potentially about the future of the Wrestling Mayhem show.
Cool.
Teaser.
I'm going to invite our guests.
All right, go for it. I got his graphic set up. What's his Twitter?
At Real Keith Lee.
I figured. I thought it was something like that.
He's the guy, as backstory, he's the guy teaming with Shane now.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
We need Shane Taylor on. Shit.
We do. I don't know if I directly have Shane's contact.
I do.
But we had this guy on maybe a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I remember this guy. He's awesome.
Okay. I will give him a call.
Hello?
Hey, Keith.
Yes, sir.
Hey, it's Eamon. How's it going?
What's up, buddy?
Not too bad.
Good,
Thanks again for doing this on short notice.
Yeah, no problem, man.
I got Sorg here as well. He's getting the graphic stuff set up and all that.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Hey, how's it going?
I'm just saying, we need to get your buddy Shane Taylor on the show, too.
Oh, I'll shoot him a message. I mean, I'm sure he'd be willing to do it.
Yeah.
Sorg worked with Shane when he was in Pittsburgh
Yeah.
for some of the companies up there.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, I'm probably gonna hit him up. So I'm thinking of it.
Yeah, I'm certain that he'll be more than willing to help out.
Oh yeah, we had a lot of fun when he was up here before, and we did a spot for the old show on with him. That was a lot of fun too. So, all right, I'm waiting on one thing to finish off. That'll take me about a minute, and we'll be ready to roll here. And I'll let you guys go. And well, just like you were here before, I'll just do a quick intro, and then toss it to Eamon and introduce you, and we'll go with it. So, catch up with you.
Sure, man.
Yeah, and I was telling you, I was thinking of keeping it like not too shorter, but maybe a bit shorter, just because we had you on the last time, so we won't kind of ask like the general questions. We'll kind of ask more about like what you've been doing since you were last on and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man. Whatever you need, I can take care of it, brother.
Awesome. Thank you, man.
Eamon, I need to make sure you're on the right thing.
Okay.
That looks right. You're all right. We can probably get going. I think it should be all right. All right. 105, right? Sound right? Yeah.
Yep.
Hey guys, it's the wrestling. No, this is the shit. Wrong show. I feel like I did that last show forever, so I'm still in that mode. Hey guys, it's the Indy Mayhem Show. I'm Mike Sorg at Sorgatron on the Twitter. This is episode 105 coming back at you here. Talking about independent pro wrestling from a couple of guys, a couple of yahoos who work around it so much. We got to keep talking about it. Myself here in Pittsburgh, PA, talking video production and the like. And not that there's much because it's all got snowed out in January, but a guy that doesn't have to worry about snow. He's Eamon Payton. He's down in San Antonio, Texas, the voice of Inspire Pro Wrestling. How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. We've gotten a bit of frost in the last month, but nothing too bad. Obviously nothing Pittsburgh comparing, but
now we're a typical podcast talking about the weather.
As you do.
As you do. But anyways, check us out over at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. You can check out all of our interviews, 104 other interviews that we've done. Well, actually 103. There was a little thing that happened. But at least 104 conversations about independent pro wrestling in some fashion. You can let us know what you think about the conversations we have, the people we interview, and let us know questions if we've released who we're talking about in the upcoming week. 412-206-WMS0 or good times at WrestlingMayhemShow.com. And, of course, at Mayhem Show on the Twitter. Please go subscribe to the show. We're on iTunes, Stitcher, Spreaker, iHeartRadio, YouTube, and, of course, on the Wrestling Mayhem Show Facebook. We're putting the videos there as well, and you can join us and join the conversation on any of those platforms there. So, Eamon, tell me, we got a bit of a return this week.
A bit of a return. It's been, I want to say, a little over a year since we last had this guest on our show. And in that time has done a lot of spectacular things, both in Texas and beyond. Very excited to have him back on. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the Indy Mayhem Show, Mr. Keith Lee. Keith, how are you this evening?
I'm fantastic. Greetings, gentlemen. Greetings, podcast fans. I hope everybody's doing well.
Absolutely. Thank you again for coming on and talking to us. I believe I looked in the last time we checked in with you was around October of 2014. So it's been a little while, and you've done some really big things lately. How's your wrestling career sort of been shaping out since we last talked?
It's become very active. Ever since returning from injury, things really picked up. I think I said it, a little over a year ago when I was on here that things were on the turnaround for me, and it's proven to be nothing less than a thrill ride at the moment, and it's continuing to pick up pace, and that's the way I'm trying to keep it right now.
Awesome, very cool. Well, since we last talked to you, obviously you've been doing a lot of different things in the world of wrestling. One of the things we definitely want to talk to you about is you've been teaming up in the last year with someone who we've had on the Wrestling Mayhem Show in the past, and that's Shane Taylor. You guys are the Pretty Boy Killers, and you seem to be, making a name for yourself as a team across not just Texas, but even, like I said, even beyond that. What's it like been sort of finding this role, in a tag team with Shane?
Honestly, unexpected first. I don't think either of us were particularly expecting it, but it happened. And if you look at the both of us, it's pretty obvious we murder people on our own. So now we're just a team of murderers at the moment. It's been joyful and it's been fun. The road trips have been great. All the experiences we're having right now are fresh and I guess you could say further motivation for us to keep doing what we do. Not only is the experiences that type of a scenario, there's also the fans themselves that offer up a lot of inspirational words almost daily as it is right now. So that's something that we're really grateful for and just looking to continue the trend, if you will.
Absolutely. And it seems from the stuff I've seen of you and Shane in as a tag team, you guys definitely provide a different dynamic when it comes to the two of you. Obviously, you're both very powerful individuals, but even some of the things you do separately are very, I think it almost makes for a really good team. Would you say that when it comes to sort of the stuff you guys do in the ring?
I think it's easily said that Shane and I both tend to balance each other out, not only in the ring, but outside the ring. If you look in the ring, you'll see that Shane is the gentleman that hits people extremely hard. And I use the term gentleman extremely loosely. I am very happy to be tagging with him because I see and I hear the effects of the strikes that he delivers. And they're not very nice, whereas myself, even being almost the same weight as him, I provide more of an agile type of feel, and we just tend to balance each other in the ring in that type of feel. Even in life, though, he and I are two completely different individuals. I mean, we have the same goals in wrestling, but you got a man that's, obsessed with man cards and being manly and things of that sort. And then you got me that's, the absolute nerd, watching anime and playing video games. The only thing we do similarly is lift weights. So that's about it.
And I think that dynamic like that is very cool to see, because obviously if anyone's seen you at shows or know you, you definitely embrace your inner geeky side, which is always cool. But you guys obviously, like I mentioned, not just in Texas, have been doing some amazing stuff. You've even worked multiple times now for Ring of Honor Wrestling as a tag team. What's it been like for to get in there and be a part of working for Ring of Honor, obviously in their Future of Honor sort of program, I guess you could say, but still being out there on that platform?
I would almost say it leaves me speechless, but that would be a lie. I generally have a lot to say, especially when it comes to Ring of Honor. At the moment, we're both just in that mindset where we realize the type of blessing that we have to be put on a stage where we can showcase what we do on that level. But it's not just the opportunities with them lately that we've had. It's the pushing and the grinding to create more of those. And even as nice as it is with Ring of Honor giving those opportunities, it's even nicer when some of the gentlemen in the back in the locker room, they go out of their way to look out for those people that they like. And I can tell you right now, I've had Jay Briscoe, Christopher Daniels, Kenny King, plenty of guys in the locker room that just they're looking, they want to see me there. They believe in what Keith Lee and Shane Taylor bring to the table. And the biggest thing is to not let them down, but another big thing is to continue to lift ourselves up at the same time.
Definitely. And I think also with you and Shane, but also numerous other wrestlers, something I really love seeing, particularly with Ring of Honor, is their use of Texas wrestlers. It's cool to see a lot of Texas talent get featured on their shows, not even some of the shows that come to Texas, even beyond that. Do you feel like it's cool that, guys from that area where it's, for the longest time, Texas has been considered sort of its own thing, and sort of to the side almost in a sense. Do you think it's kind of interesting that more Texas wrestlers are kind of getting that opportunity to wrestle on that kind of a platform?
I think there's a lot of talent in Texas that gets overlooked, and I think that anybody that wrestles here or has been here will agree and or say the same thing if asked that question. And because of whatever that situation is that caused it, I don't know, but I can tell you, directly with Ring of Honor directly booking me and Shane Taylor in Indiana and Illinois, that's not a normal thing.
Mm-hmm.
That wasn't us just showing up and saying, hey, can we get a spot? That was them saying, can you be here? We'll do this and this. That is an honor in itself because of the Texas thing. And a lot of times wrestling today seems to be a bigger thing in the Northeast. And some of those promoters up there just don't see the worth in a ticket from Texas because it's an expensive ordeal for them, or that just may be an excuse for some. You just don't know what they're thinking all the time. But I think that the more of us that keep this type of progress going, the more that people will see exactly what is in Texas and available in the highest level. I mean, there's so much talent here. It's almost mind-boggling what gets overlooked here.
Totally, and it seems like you guys have getting yourself featured to a much wider audience, not just at the Ring of Honor live events, but also I know your match was up on YouTube on their channel. They even, I think, posted a promo that you and Shane did. So it seems like you two are kind of getting out there more. And going back to what you said, it seems like Ring of Honor's got a lot of confidence in you and Shane going forward.
Yeah, and that's something that's a touching thing for us, and we just don't want to mess anything up. We are very focused, we're very driven, and our intent is to not let them down, and not just them, but these fans that have had no idea who we were, and before we left that ring, they were up giving us standing ovations or chanting for us or whatever the case may be. It's not just Ring of Honor, but it's for those fans that have shown us the love that has caused Ring of Honor to have that type of confidence in what we do inside those ropes. So it's something we're proud of, and I think that we're making a definition in what athletes are, because you see a lot of guys out here that they're not athletes in the ring, and sometimes they hurt themselves, sometimes they dismantle others. But if you got two ginormous guys, as some people would say, and we're in there moving with the best of them, I think that, and I say moving with the best of them in a literal sense, these are literally some of the most athletic guys on the planet, then it just creates a sense of pride for us that we want to continue. Definitely,
and from what it seems that you two have been doing, it seems like there's no stopping you two when it comes to showing just that. Also, since we last talked to you, obviously not just in the tag team ranks have you been doing some cool stuff, but you also, as a singles competitor, have done some great stuff. I believe when the time we talked to you, you hadn't won yet even the Inspire Pro Pure Prestige Championship, and this whole last year, like, it seems that you've been really, elevating that championship up with some phenomenal contests that people are really starting to get behind you. What's it been like as Pure Prestige Champion at Inspire Pro?
You know what? I've decided that this month I'm going to figure out exactly when the Inspire event was in February of last year, because that's when I first won that title. And before I end up defending it against Scott Summers, it will have been over a year since I've won that championship. Mm-hmm. And like you said, it is my entire goal to continue to raise the prestige of that championship. And up until whenever it is, I may or may not lose it. If I continue to hold it, then that just proves exactly the type of competitor that I am. And if I don't, then that just means it took someone very bad to beat me and take it from me. As the champion, as far as being the pure prestige champion goes, I've had a lot of question marks directed my direction. I've had a lot of challenges directed my way, which I've welcomed both with open arms. And I'm honestly, at this point, I'm really hungry for higher levels of competition. I want to put on the matches that I know that I can, and I want those competition levels to rise. And I think that's heading in a proper direction right now with the opponent I have coming up, which is Showtime Scott Summers on February 28th. And to me, it's just been something I've held with pride. I've taken it multiple places with me. I've done what I can in terms of promoting Inspire Pro. As one of the champions, I think that I represent a champion quite well. I dress different than the majority of talent in wrestling. I carry myself differently. I speak differently. There's just a multitude of things I do differently from a regular guy or girl. So,
definitely. I was going to say, going towards that point, like you said, sort of the way you sort of carry yourself, I think a lot of people have that assumption sometimes of people, as powerful as you and sort of that wrestle in the style that you do. But it seems like, you're, as much as even your in-ring ability, I think the stuff that people have really gotten behind you is your personality and your, like I mentioned, sort of your geekiness and also your willingness to embrace that. Do you find that to be as important, I guess you could say, when it comes to, making your name in professional wrestling?
Do I find that it can be a what?
Do you find it like as important as say like the in-ring stuff and the work put into actually, being?
You know what? That's a really good question. And the truth is that is something that I decided was important to me in 2008. Not a lot of people that are current fans know this, but a lot of fans that have known me for years and years and years before injuries and whatnot knew me as Kevin Payne, and that's what I debuted as in 2005, and I wrestled under that name for 3 years. And in 2008, I decided, screw this, I want these fans to know who I am. And it's not that I'm just, here's my personal life on display for everybody. It's more of this is me, this is what I'm into. I want you to know at least that much of who Keith Lee is. So when people say, well, what's your wrestling name? I'm like, it's my name. It's my name. I don't use some sort of made up name. I don't use any of that stuff. I just let people see me for who I am, and whether they accept it or not is up to them. But there's nobody that sees me in the ring that can deny my capabilities inside of the ring, whether they like what I do or what I like or not, so it doesn't hamper me one way or the other.
Definitely. And I think I bring it up because I feel almost in 2015 and then now 2016, obviously, especially when it comes to indie wrestling and also even the stars that have moved on to sort of the mainstream from indie wrestling. It seems to be the people with the most popularity are the ones that do kind of like you said, put yourself out there in a sense. And I think beyond even your matches, if you're ever at a show with you, and I can see you're interacting with fans and just the way you interact with them, I think goes a long way in what how fans receive you necessarily. Would you agree with that?
I think in today's wrestling, yes. There are some times where I suppose that some people would say a character should be involved with those interactions, but that's also why I prefer to just be myself, because a lot of people think that I'm a character, but this is really just who I am. And that's what makes it far better for me. I don't have to try to remember what kind of a character I am. I don't have to think about how a character would respond to certain things. I get to just be me, and if I feel like an asshole all the time, then I get to be that, and if I don't, then I get to be genuine, typical nice Keith. Sometimes people light a fire under me, and then they get the asshole, and sometimes people are a joy to deal with, and they just get normal me, which, you know, it's genuine either way it goes.
Absolutely, definitely. Going back to sort of your career going forward as well, obviously we're only a month into 2016, and a lot of people have, make goals and stuff like that for like New Year's. But do you have any particular goals when it comes to this next coming year in mind? In Ring of Honor, or maybe, opponents you haven't faced that you'd like to, or places you work that you haven't? Is there anything that you kind of have on your bucket list, so to speak?
There's quite a few, actually. I think, and I've separated them now as in terms of, tag team and singles goals. I didn't really make them particularly for 2016, but these are just goals that I have set in place. I think as a tag team, me and Shane's first few opponents we really want are War Machine, the Killer Elite Squad, and, well, pretty much any tag team from Ring of Honor. Just watching those guys just makes us want to jump in the ring sometimes and just ruin matches because we just want to. The competition level is just that high, and we're both very competitive guys. So anybody in Ring of Honor, Killer Elite Squad, War Machine, I think if I had to put a list from Ring of Honor, it'd probably be the Briscoes, the Young Bucks, ANX. I think those would be the main people that we're really wanting to get in the ring and tussle with. Singularly, I always love wrestling Raymond Rowe because, and speaking of which, I have a match against him February 12th at VIP Wrestling in Arlington, Texas, for the VIP Championship. And him and I just have a tendency to beat the crap out of each other.
And do some very spectacular things as well, especially on your part. At least from the last time I saw you guys. So I believe you did you landed on your feet off of a monkey flip from Ray at one point.
Yeah, I tend to do things that most 330-pound guys will not do, and I think that's an attribution to my athletic ways. It was just stuff I like to pull things out that even surprise him. If anybody ever sees that clip, you'll see his face, and even he's like, WTF. And I said that because I don't know if I can use the word. But anyway, so aside from Rowe, there's other guys I would really like to face. I would love a match with Ricochet. I really wanted a match with AJ Styles, but seems like that's probably going to be quite a wait. I would like to get in the ring again with Brian Cage. We had a phenomenal match in November of last year, and it could have been even more. So I'm looking forward to a second and a third match against him. And, I mean, across the world, there's just such a vast array of talent, especially right now in this day and age. So I think my biggest goal personally, my number one priority is A, gain a main spot with Ring of Honor, and B, get myself to Japan. So those are 1 and 2, like the highest priorities I have right now.
Awesome, very cool. And then as you're bringing up matches, I also remembered you actually had a pretty big match in 2015. You actually got to wrestle Samoa Joe when he was doing his last sort of run on the independents before going to WWE. What was it like wrestling him? I mean, that's obviously a dream match for anyone that's kind of followed your career.
Yes, he was definitely one of the guys that I definitely wanted to wrestle, and I would love to go again with him because that is, two big guys, and he hit me hard enough to kind of take me out of normal Keith. Like, there's certain levels of Keith in the ring. There's happy-go-lucky Keith, which is how every match starts. Like, I rarely take anybody seriously unless there's a reason for me to. And I think that with Joe, I was more nervous than anything else. So it wasn't a very serious match feel for me until he hit me. And then it became he hits hard. This is going to be fantastic. And we both left out of there with all sorts of marks and such. And we had a very long talk after the match. And in the end, we actually became, decent acquaintances and exchanged information and all that. And he gives me good words of positivity from time to time, and it's something else that just helps and keeps that fire lit and keeps me motivated.
Awesome. It's very cool. Going to some more of our regular questions, we also, because we have a few regular questions I don't think we got the chance to ask you when you were on the show last, so I wanted to get your thoughts. One of the questions we always ask our guests is, what are you watching currently, wrestling-wise, whether it's for recreation or for studying purposes? Is there anything that you sort of have your eye on currently?
I mean, obviously I watch Ring of Honor religiously, like everybody should, on the Comet Network, guys, Wednesdays, 11 Central, 12. Anyway, I watch a lot of Ring of Honor. I watch a load, and I mean a load of New Japan, anything. I also watch older Japanese wrestling currently. I had a very long talk with a man that I had an absolutely brutal match with also in November, which was Masada. And he directed me in the direction of some names that I haven't studied or given the proper amount of study to learn from. And I've just been watching a lot of older Japanese stuff, as well as some, I guess you could say, East Coast, but I like watching, I'm going to sound like such a fan, but truthfully I am, Mr. Zack Sabre Jr. That dude is a monster. That's another person I would like to wrestle, but I like watching him because he is so sleek and his transitions are so beautiful. He's just, you can tell he's extremely comfortable and natural in the ring, and I just love seeing stuff like that.
Awesome. And that's a match I would definitely love to see as well. And going to our sort of big question that we asked everyone, I think I asked you this last time, but obviously it's been a little while, so the answer may change or adjust. And feel free to take it in any direction. But we asked all our guests, what is the best thing, in your opinion, about independent wrestling and the worst thing about independent wrestling?
You know what? You did ask me this last time. And now that you ask it again, I think there is one change to my answer. I think that I'll start with the worst, because that's where the change happens. Now, previously I said that the worst thing in wrestling are people that are in wrestling and don't belong in wrestling, whether it be untrained people, people that don't look like wrestlers, or what have you. However, I come to think about certain things, and I watch a lot of talent today, and I had mentioned, smaller guys not looking like wrestlers. But the more that I watch and I pay a lot of attention to locker rooms and wrestling itself, and a lot of people don't think I watch their matches or anything of that sort, but I watch a lot of people, whether I know them or not. And there are just some guys, regardless of size, that will make you believe in them and what they do. So I guess to me, the worst thing in wrestling would be untrained people that are extremely dangerous to the future of wrestling. And I think that one thing I'm going to change is that it's promotions that use that type of supposed talent. Whether it be because they don't want to pay, or because they're friends, or because they like a certain girl, whatever the case may be, that's probably one of the worst things. All the little promotions And when I say little, I mean the trashy promotions that use what they call talent when it shouldn't be used. As far as the best thing goes, remains the same, man. It's the fans. It's. I think as a professional wrestler, you have to have a love for it, and I think that's probably one of the best things is the love, the passion. But those fans create an energy that's unlike anything that I could ever get during any workout I've ever done. No matter how tired I am, no matter how beat up I am, those fans will me on to continue doing whatever it is I'm doing in that ring, even if I don't belong in there, i.e. the match with Masada and all those weapons. But, they lit a fire under my buns, and we definitely made it through that. So always, I owe everything. And I think every wrestler does, every promotion does. The business itself owes what it is to those fans.
Absolutely. I am fully agree. Well, thank you very much, Keith, for joining us again on the show. Very great to talk to you again and sort of get an update on everything that's been happening with you. If listeners want to check you out on social media, or if you have any upcoming events that people can check you out at, feel free to plug away.
Oh, well, let me get started. So, February 6th, I will be debuting at Booker T's Reality of Wrestling promotion, and lo and behold, on my first outing, I get a shot at their heavyweight championship against, I believe his name is Gino. So that's happening this upcoming Saturday. On the 12th, as I mentioned, I'll be going one-on-one with Raymond Rowe at VIP Wrestling for the VIP Heavyweight Championship once again. February 20th will be me, Shane, and Mr. Moonshine Mantell versus War Machine and the NWA World Heavyweight Champion Jack Stane. That's going to be huge. That's at Pro Wrestling Texas. 28th, as I mentioned earlier, Inspire Pro Wrestling, me versus Showtime Scott Summers, and he will be challenging for my Pure Prestige Championship. And all of this information can be gained on any of my social media platforms, which I've actually changed and made far more simple. All of them are Real Keith Lee, one all together. So, Instagram and Twitter at Real Keith Lee, and Facebook /Real Keith Lee. That's it.
Absolutely. Thank you very much again, Keith, for stopping by and talking with us. Definitely, if you are, follow at Real Keith Lee, and also if you see Real Keith Lee on the show near you, definitely go check it out because you will not be disappointed. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to take a quick look, I believe, at our good friend Antonio Garza at the Wrestling Revolution telling his story of what the Mayhem show means to him. We'll be right back. Thanks, Keith. That was amazing.
Hey, man, no problem. That was fun every time.
That was great.
Yeah, so this will be, the video and all that will be up sometime tomorrow. I'll tag you in the stuff and so make sure you get it and all that stuff.
Yes, please. I will share it around, brother.
Again, thanks again on the super short notice.
Yep, no problem, man.
Yeah, it was awesome. And I already messaged Shane Taylor, so hopefully we get him on very soon as well.
Nope, you tell him I said I already volunteered his services.
Okay, I'll pass that along then. Yeah, certainly.
All right, guys.
Awesome. Great to talk to you again. You're definitely a name that I keep seeing popping up even up here when I'm looking at some stuff. So it's good to see you're doing awesome.
Oh, that's an honor, man. I really appreciate it.
So we'll see if we can get you in Pittsburgh sooner or later here.
Yes, please.
All right. Thanks a lot, man.
You guys take care, man.
You have a good one, Keith.
All right. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Let's see. National Pro Wrestling Day is coming up this weekend. I think we can talk about that and what they do around that a bit.
Yeah, Alex said he posted the card. I can't remember where he posted it.
Poca. Well, it's in the Slack right now. The card. So if you want to poke at that, I know you know a little bit more about the Chikara stuff than I do.
Okay.
Alex is out, and Traegar was interested in joining us, but I haven't had him on anything, so I don't know what his AV looks like. You know what I mean? So, but I met him. He's a cool dude, and I like his posts when he's reviewing the IWC RWA stuff. So, again, it's he posts as a fan, versus like the other guy that we kind of send review stuff to, posts as a kind of like this match was 5 stars, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Very, 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 very wrestling analytical, and man. I don't know. I think I mentioned on the Slack, like, I forgot how much I loved you guys talking about Lucha Underground.
Yeah.
You know what? I think I want to angle this for this next part.
Okay.
Get down with that.
That works for me.
Oh. Right. Indy Mayhem show, fantastic. Thank you, Antonio Garza, for the WrestlingRevolution.com. Check out his stuff, and he's got a lot of stuff going on. A lot of reviews of some indies, some Royal Rumbles, some NXT stuff, all kinds of great stuff over there. So I want to give him a shout out. And of course, thanks to Keith Lee. He's a guy that I know. I was excited to see that he's coming back on the show, because he's a guy that's popped up a lot on my radar. And again, he's one of those. He's fun. I like to hear that he's a geek too. So if it's right in, I'd love to see him up here in the Pittsburgh area, and hopefully somebody out there is listening to that and can get that lined up. Could you imagine? Can we throw Keith Lee in Super Indy or something? Like, would that make sense?
I think he would be a perfect fit in Super Indy.
Hey, Plumber, let's see what we can do there. We can get him coming up with a car ride with Ray Rowe if they stop punching each other in the face or whatever they're doing down there in your Inspire Pro. I need to see this video you guys were talking about. That sounds great. So, hey, first of all, I wanted to give kind of a shout out to you guys. I forgot how much I loved listening to you guys talk about Lucha Underground. I have actually listened to you guys talk about episodes of Lucha Underground in season 1 more than I've watched episodes of Lucha Underground in season 1. Okay, what you guys are doing on the Midweek War, and that's what got me, and that's why I knew I had to get in at the ground floor of season 2. And talking about that, because of course this is we talk to the guys from these shows, from the TNAs, from the not WWEs. I like to have the broad spectrum to this. It's not just the indie wrestling and the bingo halls, guys. It's a love for wrestling. I think it's a broader topic, but also I hope that this show, and I hope what we do with a lot of the Wrestling Mayhem shows, is kind of promote a love of wrestling. Not we were kind of talking about some reviews of wrestling shows here on the break, and how I love how a guy like Traegar here, and I'm sorry, I really need to get your blog URL so I can promote it a bit more, that man. But it's good stuff, and he posts stuff as a wrestling fan. He's writing his review as a wrestling fan and his thoughts on it. And I appreciate that versus the ones that really kind of, as a 5-star match, that's a 2-star match, and you look at it, like, what are you basing that on? You know what I mean?
What does it mean?
Don't we have that problem also, like we've been seeing with Lucha Underground, with the Jim Cornettes out there and saying, this isn't wrestling, drop a nuclear bomb on it. Like, that's in the thing. I couldn't believe he was, it doesn't, like, what is this? It's not even a wrestling promo at this point. But really interesting to see, right? This old school thinking, and versus it's taking it for what it's worth, and I think certain indie shows don't work. If you just look at the card of what happened at Renegade Wrestling Alliance, it's not going to tell you anything, right? If I just look at the card at Inspire Pro, you can't convey to me how it feels to be at that show. And I think that's sometimes that doesn't even come across on DVD as hard as your team tries and my team tries to get that out there. We try to do what we can within our means, and I think I think that's really important to kind of talk about. And I'm really loving the conversations that I'm hearing. Again, listening to the We Watch Wrestling podcast, I'm freaking hooked on that with you guys. that I don't know. Eamon, are you in that troop of our guys that listen to those guys?
I listen to them every once in a while. I don't think I follow them as religiously as like Bobby or Matt Carlin's.
But again, like I couldn't give two craps about PWG because I don't watch it a lot. Yeah, other than hearing there's a lot of fun stuff happening there. But again, I just love hearing those guys being excited about wrestling. Yeah. That's enough.
There's two ways people, like you said, there's two ways that people view it. I view it obviously wrestling more. I like when people are passionate about wrestling. I mentioned it when we did the last for the Lucha Underground premiere. Yeah. Because I went to a premiere party that was at a bar in downtown Austin.
Hot stuff, Eamon, going to the premiere party, all red carpeting it up with Lucha Underground. Look at this guy.
All fancy. But it was so interesting. I feel like people say it a lot, but it really is true. Wrestling is a communal event.
Right,
and
right.
I love Lucha Underground, and I'll watch Lucha Underground and love it forever. But, like, there was something also that added to it, me being around, like, maybe like 60, 70 other people who loved it just as much as I did and were like chanting at a television screen. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's what I love. Like, there's people who are more, like you said, more analytical with it, and that's fine. But it's just like, I don't know. I consider wrestling more of an art form than a science. There's people out there who will take Meltzer's like his star ratings of matches and use it for like scientific analysis and be like, this is his, how this wrestler got this, an average of this rate. It's like, that's one dude's opinion. You're basing, a person's performance on one dude's opinion. Obviously Dave Meltzer's super, reputable. I'm not, trying to take anything away from him, but it's still just one dude's opinion.
Right, and I think everybody tries to emulate what they see, right? Like, as a podcaster, we try to emulate the radio and the shows that we listen to, or maybe other wrestling podcasts, or what we see on TV, or something to that effect, right? So, as a person with a wrestling blog, as there are many out there, right? Hey, as many as there are any of us that do a podcast, right? Who the hell am I to do a podcast, right? And I'm hoping over the years we've kind of proven that we have something to say that's worth listening to, being around this long, for instance. But they're sitting there and saying, okay, this is what Meltzer is doing, so I'm going to do my version of it, right? And I'm not saying that that's like horribly wrong or anything like that. I think.
But you almost feel bad for him in a sense. Like,
right. Where's the part you started this because you enjoy wrestling, and it seems like that's not the crux of what you're doing anymore, right?
Right.
So, I mean,
it seems like you focus so much time on like the analytical side of it, and it's like there's nothing wrong with it, but it just sometimes you just feel like just sit and enjoy it. Like, just, you know what I mean? Not to say people don't enjoy it, but like, don't worry about, what makes a 2-star match or a 3-star match. Like,
right.
Just watch and either like it or don't.
Here's the problem too. Isn't the conversation so intangible? Like, we've seen this. You and I sit there raw, and well, actually, sometimes I look at you for this because you have something that you've kind of have a sticking point on, right? And all of us do this, especially watching like a Monday Night Raw, right? Where you're like, I don't understand why is this happening, But again, kind of like, man, we always have that's fine comment, right? Because we can't really tell you.
That's the Bobby FJ town.
Yeah. But it's the disambiguous, like, man, just sit back. It's a thing that happened. They probably didn't even think about it as much as you just thought about it. And they just put that thing on national TV, and it's probably one of the highest rated things that happened tonight, right? Just because so many people are looking. I think, unfortunately, we're sitting there and we're watching like a Monday Night Raw, and we have for so long, and now all we do is compare it to the good old days.
Yeah.
And you can. I think it is possible to sit down on WWE Raw and have fun. It's hard, but it is definitely still hard for me to do that, right? Because of where we're at with our, I don't know. I don't want to say like wrestling knowledge. That sounds so horrible when I say it.
Well,
like
I think there is that thing of like all, like you mentioned, like the all back in the good old days sort of thing. And that happens a lot. That happens for people who watch wrestling in the 90s and in the 80s and even before that. I think that I was trying to pull it up, but I don't know if I'd be able to. Excalibur, who's the commentator for PWG, just posted a really, really great tweet about 10 years from now, people are going to be there are people going to be emulating and falling in love basically with the wrestlers of the modern day currently. Your AJ Styles, your Finn Balor's, your Young Bucks, all that stuff. And they're going to be, saying, "Oh, I miss when wrestling was back in those days." You know what I mean? It's just a thing that happens. You know what I mean? They're going to treat them like we treated, The Rock and Austin and Hogan and all those guys. They're going to be considered when wrestling was good. Because wrestling's obviously, there's a lot of people just think that because wrestling isn't what it was, that it's downturned. Jim Cornette commenting saying I like when wrestling makes money and and wrestling's not making money anymore. That's not really the case. Mm-hmm. Maybe, the business has changed, but it's still successful. And we are living in a very great period for wrestling right now, I feel.
Yeah, and just kind of step back and kind of, like we say, we try to talk about the stuff we like and the way to be fans. We almost have to re-educate the people, don't we?
A bit, yeah.
How to
and
be
then
fans.
you can re-educate, just give them time.
Yeah. Because I've been saying this. I've said this in private, and I'm saying it a little more vocally these days. I love our good friends Justin LeBar, those guys over at Chair Shot Reality, guys over at WrestleZone, right? They do a great job with what they do, but it's not the kind of wrestling show that I want to do, right? And I don't mean that in a demeaning way. But I know if I talked about wrestling day in and day out in the manner they do, and it's hard for me to kind of describe what the difference is, how I feel, and maybe somebody's listening to the way we do Wrestling Mayhem show and don't see the difference, and that's fine. But to me, that the way, how do I put this? The way that they talk about wrestling, and it's in that common consciousness, right, of how everybody thinks about wrestling as far as dirt sheets, as far as this is the thing that's happening backstage, right? And again, why are we, as we want to be something different, contributing to that conversation when we can have a different conversations like, okay, what do you like about that show? Instead of just complaining about it,
Well, complaining, especially with what it used to be. Well, it wasn't this.
Right.
Doesn't mean it's bad.
Yeah. Or sitting here and trying to armchair book to a certain degree. It's more just let's just be fans and talk about this thing. And that's where where the roots of what we've been trying to do is. And this show is, truly about being a fan and loving the alternatives, like National Pro Wrestling Day. You're not going to do it?
Hey, before we transition to that,
okay. Sorry,
because I realized you were trying to transition.
I jumped to transition. I'm sorry. I'm distracted by this picture on Facebook of the Boogeyman and Papa Shango riding stuffed animals on Facebook that's popped up. It's breaking
That'll do it.
It's breaking me. Former RWA champion Chris Taylor posted it. Another guy we need to get on the show. And wow.
Sure. I'm down for it. I found the tweets I was talking about. I just want to read them really quickly because I think they're very poignant. This is from Excalibur, by the way, from PWG commentary fan. 10 years from now, there will be a generation of rookies inspired by this current golden age of professional wrestling. How nuts is that? There will be teams inspired by the Bucks that have never heard of the Hardys or the Rockers. Intergender title matches will be commonplace. World of Sport will be forgotten. UWF will be this half-remembered dream, while Hero, Gulak, and Thatcher will be seen as trailblazers. He goes on about more stuff. It really is a magical time to be involved in professional wrestling as a wrestler, fan, both, or something in between. Next time you complain about the current state of wrestling, take a moment and realize how good you have it. This is a literal renaissance. Things are happening now that will reverberate through generations to come. We are all lucky to be able to see it firsthand. And I just feel that was really poignant and made a really great point. But going into National Pro Wrestling Day.
National Pro Wrestling Day. Yes.
National Pro Wrestling Day.
National Pro Wrestling Day.
Day of National Pro Wrestling.
Yes. Oh, the old inside joke on this show. I had the pleasure of attending the very first National Pro Wrestling Day. Oh, good. We're not doing that again. It was something completely. It was something completely different at the time. This is molded over time, and I think it's a really cool thing that they do. I hate that I kind of find out about it like the week of, and even so. Ah, crap! I'm on the wrong computer, and there's all my messages of all the people I was just trying to book. Is it bad that I book people on the show because I think about it during the show? So I'm like, well, I'm gonna kick a message off of them. And now that I'm in booking discussions while I'm on the show, it's multitasking, people. But anyways, that's the point. National Pro Wrestling Day that will pop up here.
It's this Saturday.
It's this Saturday, Reading, PA. Which if I had, you know what, maybe I could swing out there. It's only 6 hours away, or actually, it's like 4 hours away. But
it's also free.
It's also free, which means, am I going to get there and be able to get in? Because you can't free purchase tickets or anything. Mickey James is there as a headliner, so you had me there. Kimber Lee is her opponent. And, of course, a smattering of people that are just great faces and names and characters that you've known and heard about across Chikara and things like that. They got a lot.
They're doing their entire Young Lions Cup tournament as well.
That's incredible.
On that night, so there's going to be, and that's a mix of Chikara talents and talents from across the country. So yeah, there are a lot of names I haven't heard of, but hey, you never know, maybe they'll be really cool.
Right. I mean, but it is a free show, and it is Chikara, and I think that goes a long way as far as things go. There's a good brand you kind of trust there, and you know what you're getting out of it. I mean, this is kind of a glorified Chikara show, to be quite honest. And that's okay. They're the guys that ran it from the beginning. Project Polaris is the charity. They're taking.
It's either to raise awareness or to contribute to a specific cause to curb human trafficking.
Human trafficking, labor trafficking, sex trafficking, that sort of thing, and which I'm not unfamiliar with actually. I know some other people that have been working in those kinds of areas as well. So a great cause, and it's charity, and I think it's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool thing for them to do. Pretty cool thing for them to set up. If you're in the area, able to travel to it. I mean, it's no King of Trios or anything, but it's a Young Lions Cup, which is something Chikara's done for ages, and it's been a big part of what they do. I think it's worthwhile, and I love doing it. It's again, a day of celebration of pro wrestling, and yes, it's Chikara, but and I'd love to see something wider. I love the concept, and again, execution is the hardest damn thing. I love the concept of the first year where it was all these representative matches from all these different promotions. Like, it was a huge, crazy sample platter, and I'm sure it gave Mike Quackenbush a lot of gray hairs, right?
Yes.
And with, of course, the International Wrestling Cartel was a part of that, as well as like Kaiju Big Battle, led to some very interesting road stories that I have in my brain from it. Our friend that's now Eli Sampson over on the Drifter on NXT was a part of that. John McChesney, and it was a really good time. But again, I see why they swapped up the formats and made something a little bit different here. But I think it'll be good. Take a look at that. Are they streaming this? Do you know? Is there any word on that?
I don't believe this will be streaming, but this will be up on, obviously, with all the rest of their events on the DVDs as well as on Chikartopia.
Oh, wait.
So.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. There is streaming info for last year's, actually, on their website. So I was like, the streaming info right here. No, that's last year's. So go check that out. And, of course, around the Indies, a lot of cool stuff. Anything that caught your eye out of there this week, Eamon?
I haven't checked it out yet, but I should over at
looks like Chris Heroes got a lot of stuff going on. Unfortunately, I'm not terribly hooked up that I can show a lot of the videos on here. But a lot of cool stuff there. A lot of Chikara, Limitless Wrestling, Zack Sabre Jr., who just got a mention with a moose up in Maine. I got to give a call out to this interesting neat bridging backslide. Let me see if I can pull this up here. Who is this? Amber O'Neill. Okay, parsing her Twitter account apparently. But yeah, really cool stuff there against actually Leva Bates, Blue Pants, of course, of NXT fame, I guess. So go check that out. Matt does a great job compiling these things, and a lot of people are kind of getting notice on it, and it's really cool to see just visually. Again, he's using social media to its finest, and you can go check out what's going on and get a little peek. Like I'm checking out this clip over here on the feed of Chris Hero versus Matt Tremont, a friend of the show over at Beyond Wrestling. And check out this venue that they're in. This tiered venue. It looks like it's packed. That's awesome.
Nice.
That's completely awesome. That's not something, that number and size and type of venue that you see, at least in this area. And I don't know if you do over there, Eamon, but, again, you get to see the sights and sounds and hopefully a little bit of that feeling that we talked about before with a lot of these indie promotions.
Absolutely. Definitely some really good stuff here on around the indies. So like you mentioned, definitely go check it out at indiewrestling.us.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and there's the back bridge for you guys on video as well. All right, Eamon, it's been fun. Thanks, Keith Lee, coming in. Thanks for tracking him down on last notice. We are scheduled to have in about 3 weeks, I think, from now. Ray Lynn will be joining us. She's been making some waves. She's been on some Women of Honor stuff with Ring of Honor, and of course, just had some great stuff with Britt Baker, another friend of the show, Angel Dust, and Marty Bell of TNA over in International Wrestling Cartel. Eamon, there's so many people I want to get on the show. I wish we were more than once a week, almost. So maybe we should start stacking these things up. I don't know. I just want to get, hey, can I get you on? Oh, hey, wait 3 months. Unfortunately, because of the way we schedule. But like the one that I'm scheduling right now on my phone, because this is how I'm doing things right now. But yeah, stay tuned. Eamon at Eamon2, please check out InspireProWrestling.com for the stuff that he's involved with down there. Hear his fine voice on all those videos from Fun Day.
And a new event just went up on Smart Mark Video today of our Tag Kit event. So you can go order that on MP4 and VOD.
Awesome. Go check it out. Of course, IndieWrestling.us, SorgatronMedia.com, WrestlingMayhemShow.com. Subscribe to this show with all the links over at WrestlingMayhemShow.com, at Mayhem Show on the Twitter. Until next time, support indie wrestling. Good stuff.
Yeah. I also love that Shakar is regularly tweeting us now.
What?
About regularly tweeting Inspire.
Oh, good. Well, hey, you guys are kind of partners, so that makes sense, right?
Yeah, it's not. They literally just tweeted. Shakar remembers if you're near the state of Texas, and in parentheses, it's a tiny place. Check out Inspire for us.
Oh, good. I'm sharing this Chris Taylor post on the Mayhem Show because everybody's just gonna drop their shit on this one. Good to see that Papa Shango is still a thing.
That's nice.
I really appreciate that. I've seen these before. When I went to the Gathering of the Juggalos, they had these things. They're like little kind of go-karts or something that you ride on, and they're like pandas and monkeys and bears and stuff. And they're just like, you can rent them in the mall and just ride around the mall in them. Like the kids and like teenagers, I guess. And this Boogeyman Papa Shango thing is just the best thing I've ever seen. For the record, somewhere in the world, this has been happening, and I don't care what anyone thinks. WWE should re-sign them as a tag team, but go more comedic. I'm telling you, it would be epic if only for a short run. Seconded completely.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Martin Jannetty, you are a class act.
Oh, what is he in the for?
I think he was my favorite rocker.
Really?
I think so. Oh. John Cena never completed his thugonomics PhD. That's unfortunate. All right. Any topics you'd like me to hit up tonight that are on your mind for basic Sorganomics?
I just pulled a What's the show? Home Improvement. That's it.
What?
I don't know. I like their discussion on Indy Mayhem show.
Yeah, you like where that went? Being a fan, I think the being a fan thing, I think I'm going to touch on a bit more. Maybe I'll extend that conversation a little bit. So let me write this down so I don't forget them.
The only thing that kind of sucked about Mayhem show was, and Mike brought it up when you were gone, is that we didn't get a chance to mention about Bret Hart.
Yeah, I was not going to make the comment that I made about Bret Hart on the show, though.
Oh, what was your comment?
Huh? Oh, my comment?
I didn't see that.
Well, while we're streaming on YouTube for everything that captured, but nobody will actually watch this. I feel like Bret Hart made a deal with the devil for his fame, and he's kind of.
I think I heard you say that. Actually, yeah.
That's I mean, that's the kind of what the fuck answer, but it's just I look at everything that's happened to him and it's fuck.
Yeah.
Fuck. Dude broke a shit ton of mirrors. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just, versus somebody like Ric Flair, a bunch of shitty stuff happened, but, it's not like that.
Not on that level.
You know what I mean? I mean, everything that happened to Ric Flair was kind of self-destructive,
And this has been the case of
Right. Brett didn't do anything to get a stroke. I don't think. Brett didn't do anything to get what he's got going on now. Right? That's life, and that's yeah, it just feels like a horrible, horrible karma thing.
Yeah.
I just looking at
all the people that happened to Bret Hart.
Right. I'm like, dude, got through strokes. You don't fucking need that, and here he is, that and a divorce and his brother, and the unfortunate circumstances of the end of his career. I don't know. I mean, even with Piper passing, Piper got to kind of enjoy your retirement for the most part, I mean, he got to do the podcast. He was still working, yeah. But he kind of Joan Rivers did a little bit, right? Well, Joan Rivers, worked the day she died,
Yeah.
And I don't know. That's cool, especially when
he didn't warrior it,
Well,
where, the next day he was.
Well, even Warrior, I don't mind, but it's different looking at the way Warrior's thing went, and even Warrior was kind of Warrior's story is a story of vindication, that he came back and WWE, took back all the shit they said and gave him what he deserved for what he did do in his career, and I was thinking about a couple of weeks ago. Really, Warrior has been out there in public and said way worse shit than Hulk Hogan got caught saying in private. Warrior said some real fucked up shit in front of college students, right? Yeah. And now he's oh, the Warrior, I'm not trying to discount. I still that whole thing. I'm a Warrior fan. These guys say shitty things and have opinions I don't agree with. They're going to. You're not a fan of them because of their geopolitical and potentially homophobic opinions. Then you're not going to like anybody in the public, right? So I don't really think you can have that argument. Everybody's got shitty opinions. I'm entertained by Duck Dynasty, but holy fuck, that guy that wants to round up homosexuals or whatever the hell the thing was I read the other day. That was insane.
Something about yeah.
There's something really, really fucked up about the gays that he wanted to do. It's he might shoot anybody perpetuating a stereotype or something like that. I think shooting was involved, and that's real fucking scary, especially when I know people that are completely behind the idea and whatever that guy says. That really fucking scares me. Anyways. We will not do a basic Sorganomics on that. All right, the being a fan part. I talked a lot of stuff on that other show. Today I talked to a bunch of people, made some connections. I don't know if I want to talk about that one thing. Motivations. Make your own job. Make your own job, Eamon. I want to touch on that. I feel like I'm touching on stuff that I have already talked about, but it could have been a year ago. Being a fan, make your own job, and I feel like my one from this morning was just, if I don't think I was clear on my point at all. And I know it was like 5 minutes. I'm like, oh shit, I'm only at 5 minutes. RWA, the new RWAlive.com. Somebody was just looking at your site. I was talking to at River's Edge, because of course you know your friend from River's Edge that worked with RWA. Ooh. Oh, this is symmetrical. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. I don't know why we still have sponsors for Salute to Troops, but I guess that's just generally National Guard. That's good. Good stuff. I like it. It's lightened up. It's something fresh. I mean, even just freshening it up like this. It's scary. So, like, I'm looking at your roster, and I've been around a while, and I'm seeing names on here that I don't remember ever filming.
Yeah,
like on their roster page. Cool. No, that looks good. That looks good. I'm presuming you threw another template in here. Oh, we need to have another sit down, sir. That's what needs to happen. I need to get you guys hooked up with Dudders, actually. Because I know she has some ideas to share with you. That's what you guys have been doing. Get you out there. All right. Refresh, reuse. Cancel my workshop tomorrow. Didn't have anybody sign up. Failures. Can I talk failures? Have I talked failures in a while? You don't listen to my show. Why am I asking you?
No.
You don't listen.
I was gonna go to bed after.
What?
I'm like, maybe I'll listen to Sorg's thing when like I get up in the morning, and then like I just forget.
Subscribe. Make it come to you. Put it on the background while you're working. Let me inspire you, young Eamon. Let me preach the ways. Let me show you the way.
I'm horrible with my subscriptions.
At least subscribe so I get the numbers, man.
Okay.
Everybody subscribe. I don't care if you listen or not. Oh shit.
I think I'm gonna head off.
All right.
I didn't wake up
do
early.
that. You go do that, Eamon. You go do some shit. Get some bed. Get some bed. Get some shit. I'm up way too late.
Night, sir. I'll talk to you later.
Night. I'm gonna go be on the Facebook. Later, YouTube. Thanks a lot for joining me.